starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. In this world, there is no role that Uehara cannot take on. Even infinite Tsukuyomi can be performed. Ninja World. On the battlefield on the ground. After Uzumaki Naruto woke up from the spiritual space, he looked at the Yang power symbol on his right hand, and suddenly turned his head to look at Uehara Naraku outside the red sun formation. Uehara. A layer of golden chakra suddenly appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's body, and his eyes had turned into a cross. He looked at Uehara Naraku, and said in a deep voice, "Now I have seen the Six Paths Sage, Uehara. I can see it." Uehara Naraku slowly raised his fingers, and manipulated the four Hokage, to dissolve the red sun formation. His brows frowned slightly. Didn't the Six Paths Sage appear in person? He shouldn't be unable to come to this world, right? I don't know. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were fixed on Uehara Naraku, and he waved his hand to stop others from doing so. He continued in a deep voice, "Uehara, what is your purpose? Is it because you can't accept the reality of liking your teacher, so you want to enter the illusion of infinite moon reading?" This is one of the unreliable guesses of the Six Paths Sage, and it doesn't seem to be aimless. Uzumaki Naruto is a person who always speaks his mind. He did not hide anything, and said it directly in front of tens of thousands of ninjas. The faces of all the ninjas present could not help but change. Everyone's eyes moved away from Uzumaki Naruto's face involuntarily, and slowly turned their eyes to Uehara Naraku. The next moment, a whisper came out. Tens of thousands of ninjas began to chatter about these things. For male ninjas, they were obviously curious about what kind of woman could make such a powerful ninja like Uehara Naraku do such a thing. For female ninjas, they were more curious about what they could do to make a man do this for them. Let's be honest. Although Uehara Naraku's idea of destroying the ninja world is quite dangerous, it still looks quite exciting now. Fortunately, there are still a few normal female ninjas. Uehara Naraku. Tsunade's expression changed. She stared at Uehara Naraku and whispered, "Is this the reason why you want to help Uchiha Madara launch the Moon Eye plan? No wonder you didn't bring Konan to participate in this war this time. How do you think she will see you?" Uehara Naraku's eyes twitched. In the eyes of these ninjas, did he get Uchiha Obito's script? This Uzumaki Naruto has to be responsible for talking nonsense, even in the ninja world. Especially dare to make up rumors about him in front of him. Just when Uehara Naraku was about to open his mouth to defend himself, Uzumaki Naraku looked at Uehara Naraku again, and proposed another possibility. "Or do you think you are too strong in order to challenge the legendary chakra ancestor, so you want to launch the Moon Eye plan?" After Tsunade accused Uehara Naraku, the traitor, she heard Uzumaki Naruto's words again, and her eyes couldn't help twitching. This reason seems more reliable than the previous one. Uehara Naraku rubbed his brows, raised his finger, pointed to the sky, and whispered, "Guess whatever you want. The arrival of the infinite Tsukuyomi cannot be stopped. Naruto, you will know the answer soon." "What do you mean?" Uzumaki Naruto followed Uehara Naraku's finger, suddenly raised his head, and looked up at the sky, only to see that Uchiha Madara had already flown to the edge of the moon. Uzumaki Naruto's expression changed. His figure suddenly rose, and he rushed towards Uchiha Madara in the air. Just as Uzumaki Naruto was about to rush into the air, a huge purple Susanoo suddenly flew towards him, and held Uzumaki Naruto in his hand. That was the resurrected Uchiha Sasuke. Because he also saw Uchiha Madara approaching the blood moon, Uchiha Sasuke knew that the infinite Tsukuyomi was about to start, and immediately rushed over to protect Uzumaki Naruto by his side. Once Uzumaki Naruto, who possesses the power of Yang, is hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Sasuke, who is left with only the power of Yin, will be unable to do anything, and then the world will be truly doomed. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uchiha Sasuke and Susanoo with displeasure. "If we don't stop Uchiha Madara, it's useless." Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo, shook his head and said, "Now Madara is close to the moon, and the infinite Tsukuyomi is about to be activated. If you go over now, you will just die. But can you save more people? Uzumaki Naruto frowned, looking at the tens of thousands of ninjas below, and said in a deep voice, the lustful immortal, Tsunade, Sakura, Kakashi teacher, and Uehara, if he is also hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Isn't that just right? Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, not caring at all about exposing his true thoughts. After learning that the infinite Tsukuyomi might restrain Uehara Naraku, Uchiha Sasuke immediately thought of using the infinite Tsukuyomi to get rid of the enemy Uehara. After they get rid of Uchiha Madara or Kaguya Otsutsuki, Uchiha Sasuke plans to kill Uehara Naraku, who is sleeping in the infinite Tsukuyomi. There is really no way. That guy is too strong. Uchiha Sasuke can only use the principle of infinite Tsukuyomi. Uzumaki Naruto frowned and disagreed with his opinion. But, Sasuke, Uehara's power is very strong. I will convince him soon. There is no need for that. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head quickly, glanced at Uzumaki Naruto in the palm of the complete Susanoo, and said in a deep voice, in this world, there are only two of us. Humph, let that bastard enter the infinite Tsukuyomi first. I feel that my power is stronger than ever before. Anyway, my Samsurai can unlock the infinite Tsukuyomi. After Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, he slowly covered his eyes. One of his eyes has become a Samsurai because of the gift from the Six Paths Sage. Above the sacred tree, the moon in the sky has turned into a blood moon. Uchiha Madara broke off his top corner forehead protector with force. Today, the top corner forehead guard on Uchiha Madara's head was a bit miserable. It was broken many times by Uehara Naraku. Now it was finally restored, but was broken by Uchiha Madara himself. According to the content of the stone tablet, when a ninja with the power of reincarnation approaches the moon eye used to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi will open. Uchiha Madara slowly closed his Samsurai, feeling the skin between his eyebrows gradually wriggling, and a red Samsara Sharingan opened from his eyebrows. This eye looks exactly like the eyes of the Ten-Tails. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his fingers, and a grim smile flashed across his mouth. The next moment, the blood red moon in the sky changed its appearance, reflecting the Samsara Sharingan between Uchiha Madara's eyebrows. Infinite Tsukuyomi activated. The huge blood moon in the sky seemed to be an eye, growing on the forehead of a white-haired woman wearing a wide-sleeved robe. The shadow of this white-haired woman flashed by. The next moment, the moon suddenly lit up. The entire ninja world turned into daylight in an instant. The light of the infinite moon reading fell on the entire ninja world. Every ninja who was hit by the light couldn't help but raise his head and look at the moon in the sky. Their eyes were covered by the reincarnation eye little by little. Every ninja couldn't help but lose consciousness. Tens of thousands of ninjas just stood there blankly, letting the light of the infinite moon reading fall on them. Only the ninjas who were reborn from the impure world could survive. In addition to the ninjas on the battlefield, other people and even animals in the ninja world gradually lost their consciousness after being exposed to the light of the infinite moon reading. Everyone raised their heads involuntarily. No living creature was an exception. All of them sank into the dream of the infinite moon reading under the illumination of this light. No, there are some more. For example, after the clever Kabuto Yakashi saw Uchiha Sasuke resurrected, his figure instantly hid in the Kamu space. As for the other person, it was a bit of a pit. After the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi fell on Uehara Naraku, his eye sockets instantly turned into a pair of Samsara eyes, and he stood there blankly looking at the moon in the sky. Uchiha Sasuke was standing in the purple complete Susanoo, and he also saw this scene, and couldn't help but said contemptuously, is this guy Uehara Naraku still immersed in the infinite Tsukuyomi? Wait until Uchiha Madara is dealt with, and by the way, he will also be dealt with. Just at this time, Uchiha Madara suddenly closed his palms, noticed that everyone on the earth fell into the illusion, and also noticed Uchiha Sasuke's purple Susanoo. Is it that kid? Uchiha Madara shook his head calmly and sighed softly. Now that Uehara Naraku has entered the infinite Tsukuyomi, what kind of storm can you stir up? God Tree World is born. At this moment, Uchiha Madara used the power of the sacred tree to release a wood escape technique that almost covered the entire ninja world, and countless huge and thick vines and tree roots drilled out from the ground. These vines and tree roots are the branches of the sacred tree. In the air, Thin vines fell from the branches of the sacred tree, wrapped up the ninjas one by one, and hung them on the branches of the sacred tree. No matter which ninja who entered the infinite Tsukuyomi was wrapped up by the vines of the sacred tree and hung up like a mummy. Every ninja was no exception. This situation looked particularly strange. Originally, the God Tree World Birth was a technique used in conjunction with the infinite Tsukuyomi. The purpose was to be able to directly extract the scattered chakra in this world from the branches of the sacred tree. Even Uehara Naraku was no exception. A vine came out from a tree near the sacred tree. This vine quickly began to spread along the branches of the sacred tree until it stopped above Uehara Naraku's head. This vine slowly stopped spreading, slowly dropped its branches, entangled Uehara Naraku's body, and wrapped him up, symbolically hanging him on the sacred tree. After the vine wrapped Uehara like a mummy, Uehara Naraku finally couldn't help but blink his Samsara eyes and took a deep breath. If you don't blink for such a long time, your eyes will really be dry. The second update is a little late, and there is more. Chapter 377. Can't you let me watch a family ethics drama? Infinite Tsukuyomi is too inhumane. Once you are hit by infinite Tsukuyomi, you can't even blink. Uehara Naraku hid in the vines he made, rubbing his dry eyes, because he got the natural Samsara eye, so he could continue to perform in the light of infinite Tsukuyomi. Fortunately, his Samsara eye is also purple. Now it seems that there should be no flaws in the entire ninja world, except for Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto and those filthy ninjas. Only Yakushi Kabuto and Nagato who hid in the Kamu space survived. Uchiha Madara released the infinite Tsukuyomi in the tree world advent, and only noticed Uchiha Sasuke's complete Susanoo, and there was something incredible in his eyes. The light of infinite Tsukuyomi can penetrate shadows, and no one should be able to avoid it. How come it hasn't been able to penetrate his Susanoo until now? Black Zetsu also saw this scene, and its voice was hoarse and said, only the owner of the Samsara eye can resist the light of infinite Tsukuyomi. After a long time, it was not until Uchiha Madara confirmed that the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi could not get rid of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto that he finally decided to deal with them himself. The next moment, the light of the infinite Tsukuyomi suddenly disappeared. The blood moon was restored in the sky, and the night fell on the earth again, and Uchiha Madara also flew down. Uchiha Madara stepped on the ground, staring at the tall Susanoo, and said loudly, Sasuke, let me see what power you are hiding. HMPH. Uchiha Sasuke's muffled groan came from the air, and the tall purple Susanoo dissipated, revealing two figures inside. It was Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The status of the two people was completely different from before. Uchiha Sasuke had a Sharingan in his eye socket, and the other was a Samsara eye with a Magatama. Strangely, this scene made Uchiha Madara's eyes slightly condensed. There was actually another person in this ninja world who opened the Samsara eye. As for Naruto Uzumaki, he was also emitting powerful chakra, and the Seeking Truth Jade was floating behind him. It was obvious that he had mastered the Six Paths Immortal technique. Uchiha Madara spread out his palms, chuckled and said, I didn't expect that you to escape the infinite Tsukuyomi. I thought it would be that guy Uehara Naraku. It seems that you two little guys are hiding deeper than that guy Uehara. Humph, that idiot. Uchiha Sasuke snorted disdainfully, suddenly raised his finger, and whispered, I saw him get hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi with my own eyes. Uchiha Madara, thank you for solving that trouble for me. The next moment, a light flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's reincarnation eyes, and he suddenly grasped a ninja sword in his hand, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. I'm going to get rid of you now. Hey, Sasuke, don't be impulsive. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly wanted to stop his teammates, but it was a pity that Uchiha Sasuke would not listen to his persuasion at all, and waved the ninja sword to chop at Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. What a confident kid. After Uchiha Madara chuckled, four illusory shadows suddenly appeared on his body and surrounded Uchiha Sasuke. Be careful. Uzumaki Naruto sensed the shadow of the wheel tomb, and after reminding Sasuke loudly, he rushed up with him. No need to remind, I saw it. Uchiha Sasuke's reincarnation eye flashed a ray of light and suddenly found the shadow of the wheel tomb. He waved the ninja sword in his hand and was about to deal with the shadow of the wheel tomb in front of him. The only thing he didn't expect was that Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly exchanged with his own wheel tomb shadow, snatched his ninja sword, and kicked Sasuke out with one foot. I thought you were so strong. Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously and threw the ninja sword at Sasuke. If it hit, Sasuke could be nailed to the ground in an instant. What Uchiha Madara didn't expect was that the next moment Sasuke's reincarnation eye flashed a ray of light, and Madara's body and Sasuke's body suddenly exchanged positions. The ninja sword that Uchiha Madara had thrown at Sasuke suddenly pierced his body. It was Sasuke's Samurai ability, the power of the sky hand. Oh, a space-time technique? Uchiha Madara was surprised for a second, then slowly pulled out the ninja sword from his body, and his injuries recovered quickly. Uchiha Madara turned his head and looked at Sasuke, who was covering his chest, and calmly spread out his palm. It seems that your samurai also has a very high collection value. Senjutsu Lavender Release Risen Shuriken. The next moment, a sharp shout sounded, and a spiral shuriken composed of molten chakra flew towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was hit head-on by this move before he could dodge. The moment this fiery red spiral shuriken hit him, it immediately exploded, and the heat wave of the Senjutsu attacked, burning Madara's body. Is it only this extent? Uchiha Madara stretched out his palm to wipe the scar at the corner of his mouth. Even though he was careless for a moment and was taken advantage of by Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Madara didn't care at all and was even a little happy. To be honest, he was really a little happy. After all, the strength of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto was still within the scope of understanding, unlike Uehara Naraku, who was completely beyond the scope of understanding. The next moment, Uchiha Madara rushed up again. Uchiha Madara held a yin-yang release black rod in his hand and fought with the two people brazenly. With the shadow of the wheel grave, he was not inferior in physical skills at all. A strange Rasengan suddenly appeared in Uzumaki Naruto's hand. Senjutsu Storm Release Light Fang. Just when the Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's hand was just formed, a ball of laser suddenly shot out of Uchiha Madara's mouth, forcing Uzumaki Naruto to dodge in a hurry and throw the Rasengan away casually. Idiot, don't waste chakra casually. After Uchiha Sasuke cursed in a deep voice, a ball of black and white lightning suddenly appeared in his palm. Chidori. This is the Chidori blessed by the power of the six paths. Uchiha Sasuke took the opportunity of Uchiha Madara to release the fairy technique, and his figure suddenly exchanged positions with the black stick in Uchiha Madara's hand. The next moment, countless black and white lightning fell on Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, staring at Uchiha Madara with a painful expression under the Chidori. The power of the six paths. I also have it. Interesting. Uchiha Madara's body suddenly disappeared. Uchiha Sasuke stared at the position where the Chidori attacked, and a light flashed in his eyes. Use your own shadow as a substitute? No, Madara has 4 shadows of the Wheel of Grave. Naruto, be careful. Sasuke turned his head suddenly and looked in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto. However, just after this reminder was sent out, he saw Uzumaki Naruto being knocked away by the shadow of the Wheel Tomb. Are you still in the mood to worry about others? Uchiha Madara's contemptuous laughter appeared beside Sasuke. The next moment, Sasuke was kicked in the neck by Uchiha Madara, and the whole person was thrown out involuntarily. Uchiha Madara looked at the embarrassed Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and couldn't help laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. I thought you two were hiding your own strength. Maybe you would be stronger than Uehara. Uchiha Madara didn't know that these two people had encountered the old man who sold cheats. He just thought that the thinking of this genius ninja in the ninja world was Uehara Naraku per capita. Uchiha Madara looked down at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who were slowly getting up, curled his lips, and said contemptuously, now it looks nothing special. Uchiha Madara looked at the two of them and sneered, you to learn it from Uehara to hide your strength. Do you think you are as powerful as Uehara Naraku? Uchiha Madara's arrogant voice echoed throughout the battlefield. In a tree hole of a vine, Uehara Naraku hid inside, listening to Uchiha Madara's praise for him, and yawned out of boredom. Is Uchiha Madara addicted to bullying? Why hasn't Black Zetsu come on the field yet? Just at this moment, Black Zetsu's voice finally came out. Master Madara, maybe I know the source of their power. Don't you think Uchiha Sasuke's chakra is familiar? Indeed. Uchiha Madara nodded slowly, stared at Uchiha Sasuke, and said calmly, "This little guy does have some connection with me." "That's right." The next moment, Black Zetsu's palm suddenly pierced Uchiha Madara's heart, and its voice smiled sinisterly and said, "Perhaps it is, because Indra was reincarnated into your body in the previous life, because he loved his younger brother Uchiha Raizuna too much, so this time he not only became the younger brother among the Uchiha brothers, but also looked exactly like Uchiha Raizuna. This is really in line with the truth." Perhaps it was really that Indra's chakra was affected by Uchiha Madara's emotions, and when he reincarnated again, he grew into the appearance of Uchiha Raizuna, and also became a younger brother with an older brother. Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. His eyes rolled around, and he tried desperately to resist, but was unable to move. Uchiha Madara felt the pain in his chest and questioned, "Black Zetsu, why did you betray me?" "Because there is no threat in this world anymore." Black Zetsu laughed as if relieved, and continued in a hoarse voice, "Uehara Naraku chose to enter the infinite Tsukuyomi for a ridiculous woman. The two guys in front of us are just the reincarnations of the chakras of those two little guys Indra and Ashura." When Black Zetsu said this, his laughter gradually became more relaxed, and he said calmly, "Madara, so there is no need for you to exist. You want to make this world fall into an illusion. Do you think you are in reality?" Black Zetsu's laughter gradually became more arrogant. "Madara, you are also in an illusion. You and that guy Uehara Naraku actually deceived many people in the ninja world. But I only deceived you too, and that's enough. You are the will I created." Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth, and said in a deep voice, "Black Zetsu, I'm your master. You are wrong, Madara." Black Zetsu calmly shook his head, and his voice suddenly rose. "I have never been your will. The true will I represent has always been Kaguya." Black Zetsu's body gradually turned into a ball of liquid, covering Uchiha Madara's body. The sacred tree also began to extract the chakra of those hanging on the branches. The earth cracked in an instant. The clusters of chakra gathered by the sacred tree flew high, and in the astonished eyes of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, they were transported into Uchiha Madara's body. The next moment, Uchiha Madara's body gradually swelled up. Just as Uchiha Madara felt the pain in his body and gradually showed despair, his reincarnation eye suddenly noticed a strange mummy vine. Because that vine did not transport chakra into the sacred tree, Uchiha Madara looked at the strange vine, and it seemed to shake, and there seemed to be someone still moving inside. "What the hell is that, mummy?" It was clearly a life or death crisis, but Uchiha Madara asked inexplicably, "Uehara, did you also have a part in deceiving me?" Everyone present couldn't help but change their expressions after hearing this name. They followed Uchiha Madara's gaze and looked at the vines on the branches of a sacred tree on the battlefield. Because that vine was too special, while the branches of other sacred trees were transmitting chakra, that vine didn't move at all, and even the mummy under the vine was still swaying. There must be someone alive inside. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes also changed. He noticed that the four Hokage who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation were still standing there in a daze, and suddenly said, "Wait, if Uehara was hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi, wouldn't Dad and the Hokage lose control?" Everyone's expression changed involuntarily. If Uehara Naraku was hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi, at least these Hokage controlled by him should have lost control, instead of standing there in a daze. Uehara Naraku's voice came out faintly. He could only pull the vines apart helplessly, and flew down from above. He sighed and said, "Why do you want me to get involved in your family affairs? I just want to watch a good family ethics drama." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Showdown between the two masterminds. Uehara Naraku is too sinister. This thought came to everyone's mind involuntarily. Even Uchiha Madara, who was about to be devoured, was a little speechless. "I didn't expect that Uehara, this bastard, has been hiding in a corner. Damn, what a psychopath." Everyone is fighting fiercely outside, as if it is a life and death struggle, and even the ultimate infernal affairs of the ninja world has taken place. But Uehara, this bastard, is hiding in a vine to watch the show. The world outside is so exciting. You are hiding inside to watch the show. Especially since Uehara Naraku is ridiculously strong. Even Uzumaki Naruto would not believe it if he said that Uehara had no conspiracy. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, glanced at Uchiha Sasuke beside him, and then asked, Uehara, didn't you fall into the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi? Oh, it's really embarrassing to say. Uehara Naraku shook his head calmly, and a pair of Samsara eyes appeared in his eye sockets. He continued, I'm sorry, this is the natural Samsara eyes. I would like to enter the illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi and see the world of my dreams, but I really can't get in. Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Is this fucking human language? Everyone is working hard to ensure the smooth progress of infinite Tsukuyomi or to cancel infinite Tsukuyomi, and you are still saying these irritating words? If I can't beat him, I really want to teach him a lesson. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uehara Naraku in confusion. His eyes gradually became subtle. So you have never been under the illusion, and you were deliberately controlled by the sacred tree just now. Oh, that's not the sacred tree. Uehara Naraku's fingers moved slightly, and the vines that bound him just now turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated. He continued softly, I felt that, if I were here, everyone might be uncomfortable, so I used the wood release ninjutsu to hang myself up. Everyone had a group of black lines on their foreheads. No matter who it was, now hearing Uehara Naraku's words, they suddenly felt tired. Everyone was fighting here so hard, and exhausted just now. You are fucking swinging on the swing. Natural Samsara eye. At this time, Black Zetsu paid attention to the key point. Black Zetsu said in a somewhat sinister voice, if I remember correctly, the rebellious son of Ui is the only one who has the natural Samsara eye, right? I don't know. Uehara Naraku spread his palms and said calmly, maybe it's because I have fully integrated the power of yin and yang and the 5 element, so I can open this pair of natural Samsara eyes. Natural Samsara eyes. Everyone couldn't help but stare at Uehara Naraku's eyes. There seemed to be nothing different about those eyes, and no clues could be seen now. Don't look at me. Uehara Naraku pointed at the Uchiha Madara who was constantly expanding in front of him, and said softly, you continue to do your housework. I'll find a place to sit for a while. After saying that, Uehara Naraku sat down on his own. The moment Uehara Naraku sat down, the ground quickly swelled up to form a stone chair under Uehara, allowing him to sit on it safely. It must be said that Uehara Naraku's trick was a bit amazing. Before the stone chair on the ground floated up, Uehara didn't even make any movement, as if he was a real god who could make his wish come true. Uchiha Sasuke had seen this scene before, but that time it was a water chair. His eyes were slightly fixed. Uehara. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uehara Naraku and persuaded him with some dissatisfaction. Now the ninja world is in danger of extinction. Why are you sitting here indifferent? But Uehara Naraku looked at the people present. His eyes slowly stopped on the still swollen Uchiha Madara, and said casually, this is your family affair. I, an outsider, really can't interfere, right? Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Madara calmly, and continued softly, Senior Madara, I didn't lie to you last time. Black Zetsu did betray you. When I controlled Uchiha Obito to warn you, why didn't you get rid of it? This was really neither light nor heavy. At that time, Uchiha Madara was still confused. Of course, Uchiha Madara is even more confused now than he was at that time. Uchiha Madara's eyes tightened slightly. He ignored the pain of his body swelling and asked in a deep voice, Uehara Naraku, do you know all this? What role are you playing? Are you and Black Zetsu accomplices in betraying me? Almost. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and replied, at least now my goal and that of Senior Zetsu are the same. We both want to resurrect Kaguya. After Uehara Naraku mentioned this, he smiled and said, don't blame me, Senior Madara, all this was secretly directed by Senior Zetsu. I, a little ninja, am just a pawn in his hands. Uehara Naraku. Black Zetsu said in a gloomy voice, there is no need to say such things. There are some things we both know very well. Damn it, it has come to this point. There is no need to act. There are only a few of them left in the entire ninja world. Who is Uehara Naraku, the dead liar, still acting for? Okay, I won't say anything. Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Madara's swollen body and continued, by the way, Senior Zetsu, Kaguya's resurrection is irreversible, right? Let me remind you, Senior Zetsu, you have been exposed now, and this should be Kaguya's only chance to revive. It seems that you already knew all this, Naraku Uehara. Black Zetsu's sinister voice was no longer as steady as before. The appearance of Naraku Uehara and his words made Black Zetsu feel that the situation was out of control. But what Uehara Naraku said was right. If Kaguya cannot be resurrected this time, it has already exposed its identity, and the chance of resurrecting Kaguya is basically zero. Now the arrow is on the string, and it has to be shot. Black Zetsu's face floated over Uchiha Madara's body, and he continued in a hoarse voice, Uehara, you have long been certain that I will take this opportunity to make Madara the carrier of Kaguya's resurrection, so you have never cared about the Rinnegan, and have been secretly pushing for Madara's complete resurrection. That's right. Uehara Naraku looked at Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan and explained softly, that's why I will try to take Lord Nagato out, because only the user of the Rinnegan is the most suitable candidate, and those eyes are destined not to belong to him. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, and continued calmly, there are not many people in the entire ninja world who are qualified to be Kaguya's carrier, or it can be said that only Uchiha Madara is the most suitable, so I have been doing as you wish. After finishing speaking, Uehara Naraku glanced at Uchiha Madara, and continued softly, in order to prevent accidents, I can only find a way to put the entire Moon Eye project under my surveillance, so I also eliminated all unsettled factors in the Moon Eye project. Black Zetsu was silent for a while, then answered in a hoarse voice, so you chose to deal with Uchiha Obito who had a grudge against you. Hashiga Kikisame is also your man, right? Yes. Uehara Naraku tapped the stone chair with his fingers and said softly, when I just joined the Moon Eye project, I first isolated Uchiha Obito, and then I got rid of him, and 100,000 white Zetsu, leaving you with no one to rely on from now on. Black Zetsu. Damn, this bastard. Those are 100,000 white Zetsu. Is this guy afraid that those white Zetsu will also become his support? Uehara Naraku, this bastard, even the white Zetsu is not willing to let go. Uehara Naraku looked at the silent black Zetsu, smiled and said, but I think, if I'm the only one left in a small team, you may not believe anything I say, so I deliberately placed a person who is hostile to me. Yes. Black Zetsu's face gradually distorted. Hashiga Kikisame has always been hostile to you, and even Kabuto Yakushi is very disrespectful to you. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he continued to explain calmly, Hashiga Kikisame has been my man since the moment he joined Akatsuki. He would say a few bad things about me in your ear from time to time, and even wanted to usurp the throne. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but smile when he said this, and then continued, but the result is often that you deepen your trust in me, and you still despise Kisame's ignorance. No wonder. Black Zetsu nodded in a trance. Every time he saw Hashiga Kikisame slandering Uehara Naraku, Black Zetsu would feel that he had increased his trust in Uehara Naraku, because every time he got a lot of information that was beneficial to Uehara Naraku from Hashiga Kikisame's slander. This guy is still using his way of thinking. Now it seems that at that time Black Zetsu regarded Hashiga Kikisame as a useless chess piece, but he didn't know that Hashiga Kikisame had actually been secretly despising his ignorance. Black Zetsu suddenly surged with anger. Don't blame me, there's nothing I can do about it. Uehara Naraku nodded and tilted his head, in order to ensure that the plan will not exceed my expectations, including when we collect the tailed beasts, when Madara Senpai will be resurrected, when he will become the Ten Tails Jinkriki, and when he will release the Infinite Moon Redding. I have to ensure that everything is under my control. Black Zetsu fell into silence again. At this moment, the mastermind behind the Millennium of the Ninja World felt that he had met his opponent. After communicating with him, Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This Uehara Naraku is too scary. I thought that Uehara Naraku revealed a hidden secret to it today, but I didn't expect that it was just the tip of the iceberg of Uehara Naraku. How many secrets does this guy hide? After a long time, Black Zetsu spoke in a hoarse voice, because of your plan, when the entire Moon Eye plan was implemented, the only person I wanted to rely on was you. This is indeed the mental journey of Black Zetsu. Since Uchiha Obito was framed by Uehara Naraku, Black Zetsu rarely relied on Uchiha Obito. coupled with the so-called defection of 100,000 white Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, black Zetsu can only rely on Uhura Naraku from then on. Coupled with the unreliability of Hashigaki Kisame and the betrayal of Kabuto Yakushi, every time black Zetsu experienced a crisis, Uhura Naraku was by his side, to accompany it and comfort it. From that time on, black Zetsu regarded Uhura Naraku as the only hope for the Moon Eye plan, but it turned out that this hope was a dead liar. I really want to kill him. A substantial chakra emerged from the ground and turned into a sharp spike to attack Uhura Naraku, who was sitting on a stone chair. Uhura Naraku looked at a huge chakra suddenly attacking him. He waved his hand to disperse the substantial chakra and continued softly, "Don't waste chakra, Senior Zetsu. Your power is meaningless in front of me. Don't be angry, Senior Zetsu." Uhura Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth and continued with a smile. "And isn't it enough to rely on me? Isn't everything now just as you wish? There is one more update. Let's go to sleep first. 5 updates today. I must do it." Chapter 379, Senior Jew, you should be used to me lying to you. Black Zetsu is such a shameless person. Uhura Naraku felt that he had helped him so much, but it actually wanted to attack him. The personal quality of this ninja world really needs to be improved. The people of the Otsutsuki family, their personal moral quality is really shameless. Uchiha Sasuke is like this. Now he looks like he wants to eat him alive, forgetting that his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan was given to him by Uhura. Uzumaki Naruto is a better person, but Uhura Naraku has done a lot for this leak to grow to where he is today. Uchiha Madara's quality is not very good either. Uhura worked hard to make him the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, but after he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, he attacked Uhura on the spot. Black Zetsu is even worse. It was obvious that all the plans were carried out by Uhura Naraku, and he looked like he wanted to kill Uhura. Uhura Naraku spread out his palms and brushed the surrounding scenes little by little. "Senior Zetsu, take a look. The Moon Eye plan has been successful. The infinite Tsukuyomi has made everyone fall into illusions, and your mother Kaguya will be resurrected soon." After saying this, Uhura Naraku even had a little grievance on his face. "If it weren't for me, would your unreliable plan have succeeded? I helped you so much, at least you should say thank you." Everyone present had complicated expressions. "If you say so." Uhura Naraku did help a lot, but all of this was based on calculating Black Zetsu. Moreover, in Uhura Naraku's plan, they even became pawns. But, to be fair, Uhura Naraku's plan is indeed very exciting. Black Zetsu's voice became even more gloomy, and he could hardly suppress his anger. "Uhura Naraku, I always thought that we were the best of partners, but I didn't expect that you were the one controlling everything behind the scenes. That's too much." Uhura Naraku frowned and said in a deep voice, "Senior Zetsu, can you check your conscience? Do you have a conscience? Don't you regard me as the best chess piece for the Moon Eye project?" After he finished speaking, Uhura Naraku said with some sadness, "You know how difficult it is to gain your trust as a chess piece. I'm sincere to you. As a result, after you saw that Sasuke had the opportunity to open the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, you wanted to use Sasuke as your own chess piece. After Senior Madara was resurrected, you stood by Senior Madara with all your heart. Have you considered my feelings? If it weren't for me, would the Moon Eye project be what it is today?" Naraku Uehara, that's enough. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but frowned when he heard this, and he said, "You said these words as if you are just a chess piece of Black Zetsu, but you are obviously the one who treats Black Zetsu as a chess piece." After that, Uchiha Sasuke said angrily, "And you, haven't you been treating me as a chess piece all the time? And me?" Uzumaki Naruto's expression was also a little subtle. "If I remember correctly, when senior brother Nagato invaded Konoha, you treated me as a chess piece." Uchiha Madara was still suffering from the pain of chakra being injected into his body, but this did not prevent him from saying a few words. "Uhura Naraku, you treated me as a chess piece before I was resurrected." The people present suddenly fell silent. Why did they feel that they were all controlled by Uhura Naraku? No, this is not a feeling. This is clearly a fact. It seems that everyone has been treated as a puppet by Uhura Naraku, and even those who are covered by the infinite moon redding are secretly manipulated by Uhura Naraku. Uhura, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, the reason why you carried out the Moon Eye project is to challenge the chakra ancestor Kaguya Otsutsuki? One of the aspects. Uehara Naraku slowly spread out his palms, leaned on the back of the stone chair, and answered calmly, the most important purpose is to eliminate the threat of Kaguya Otsutsuki to the entire ninja world. Instead of waiting for her to suddenly appear one day in the future, I might as well guide her to appear. This is half true and half false. If the ninja world is willing to accept this explanation, then everyone can talk about everything. If the ninja world cannot accept this explanation, then everyone will just turn the table over. However, only Uehara can turn the table over. After hearing this, the still inflated Uchiha Madara twitched his eyelids and said, Uehara Naraku, so you were also saying at that time that you wanted to see the infinite Tsukuyomi because you had bad thoughts about a woman older than you. That's right. Uehara Naraku rubbed his forehead and said, that woman is Kaguya. I told you such important information, but you still didn't cherish it. No one could have thought of it. Hehe. Black Zetsu's voice was gloomy. He looked at Uehara Naraku and whispered, so your purpose is to challenge Kaguya. Isn't this normal? Uehara Naraku slowly clenched his fists and smiled. That's the legendary ancestor of chakra. If I don't challenge her, how can I say that I'm the strongest ninja in this ninja world? Uehara Naraku glanced at the people around him and continued calmly, Senior Zetsu, you have also seen how hard I work, right? There was a time when I was training, but you were watching me underground. You can sense my existence. Black Zetsu's voice became more and more hoarse. So you have been secretly deceiving me, making me think that you are very loyal to the Moon Eye project. Yes. Uehara Naraku did not deny it. It's just that he didn't use perception. When he was not strong enough, he would use destiny to observe his surroundings from time to see if there was anyone watching him. Therefore, it is normal for Black Zetsu to be deceived. It's a show. Of course, it has to be a full show. Uehara Naraku smiled, looked at Black Zetsu and continued, anything, only if you see it with your own eyes, or hear it from others, it will definitely be easier for you to believe than if I tell you in person. Because people like you who are insidious are suspicious by nature. Black Zetsu was a little speechless. Although he is indeed an insidious person. But Uehara Naraku, who said such a thing, is obviously more insidious than him. How can he have the nerve to say that others are insidious? Uehara. Uzumaki Naruto frowned and asked in a deep voice, why don't you discuss with us? If mother-in-law Tsunade knew that what you wanted to do was to solve the threat of Kaguya, she would definitely support you. In this way, there would not be so many innocent people sacrificed. Naruto. Uehara Naraku shook his head gently and said in a deep voice, no one will believe what I say, and I won't believe you. You are the real family, and I'm just an outsider. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, his eyes dimmed slightly, and he continued in a low voice, the chakra in your body and the chakra in Sasuke's body, don't they also come from the legendary chakra ancestor? Uehara Naraku waved his hand to stop Uzumaki Naruto who wanted to explain, and said softly, aren't those who have always treated this ninja world as a toy the descendants of Kaguya Otsutsuki? Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki. I didn't expect you to be able to find out even such things. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth curled up, and it turned into a dangerous smile. Those are just the offspring of traitors. Strictly speaking, they are all bastards. Their chakra will be taken back by their mother in the end. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but show a trace of anger on his face. This Black Zetsu was directly attacking him. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke raised Chidori in his hand and was about to rush forward, but a vine bound Sasuke's body. After Uehara Naraku stopped Sasuke's actions, he said softly, Sasuke, it is very rude to interrupt the other person before the conversation is over. Itachi would not do such a thing. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. Hey, you guy, don't pretend to be Itachi's friend in front of me at this time. Oh, I'm used to it. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but hold his forehead, sighed and said, sometimes I really feel that I'm a good friend of Mr. Itachi. He even lent me 100,000 ryo back then. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi lent you so much money, and you used his name to deceive his brother. Are you still a human being? Uehara Naraku. Black Zetsu slowly raised his head, looked at Uehara Naraku and said, I'm curious, who told you these things? What is your identity? Let me tell the truth. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, facing everyone's curious eyes. He said, some secrets are not surprising. As long as you work hard and master enough strength, you will discover some secrets hidden in the ninja world. Impossible. Black Zetsu immediately interrupted Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, these things are secrets from thousands of years ago, and only I know them. Thousand years. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Black Zetsu in surprise. Senior Zetsu should have lived for 1,000 years. Uehara Naraku glanced at Black Zetsu, looked at everyone present, and said calmly, this is what I judged from a stone tablet. The stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded and continued, let me start from the beginning. Originally, I was also attracted by the Moon Eye project, and even wanted to become the master of Nagato-sama to become the Moon Eye. It was not until later, when I participated in the Konoha Chunin exam, that I met a person. I never expected that he actually had two opposite powers of wood release and Sharingan at the same time, and these two powers were even a perfect fusion. Who? Black Zetsu's voice was a little nervous. At this moment, Black Zetsu was particularly nervous. Because Black Zetsu was Kaguya's will, it knew the fear of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and it was afraid to hear the name of Otsutsuki from Uehara Naraku. Shimura Danzo. Uehara Naraku pulled out a name calmly. But this name sounded very ridiculous. Uehara Naraku. Black Zetsu said in a somewhat gloomy voice, are you kidding me now? It was a pity that it thought Uehara Naraku could say some serious person, but it didn't expect that he actually said the name of Shimura Danzo. Isn't that guy just a scapegoat for Sarutobi Hiruzen? No, or rather, no matter who is the scapegoat, Shimura Danzo can take it. Senior Zetsu, don't you think you are ridiculous? Uehara Naraku couldn't help but chuckle. Didn't I always tease you before? Now I continue to lie to you. You should be able to accept it, right? Black Zetsu's expression fell silent. Damn, this sounds familiar, as if Uehara Naraku has said it to everyone. Tsunade, Uchiha Madara, these are all victims, and now it's finally Uehara Naraku's turn to be a victim? I have a headache, I'm going to sleep first. I originally wanted to write this chapter until Kaguya appeared, but my head hurts too much because of cervical spondylosis. Take a break and continue tomorrow. If nothing happens, there should still be at least 6 chapters. The Naruto chapter is about to end. By the way, I won't write Boruto's Next Generations. It's impossible for me to write Boruto's Next Generations. Isn't Kaguya great? Chapter 380 Kaguya Otsutsuki. Is this the family tradition you passed down? Uehara Naraku, this guy, still wants to cheat until now. There are only a few of them left in the entire ninja world. Not to mention Black Zetsu who was played around. Even Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, 2 bystanders, can't stand it. And is this thing so interesting? Uehara Naraku took a look at the progress of the main task that was about to reach the end, but didn't move at all, and was too lazy to discuss it with Black Zetsu. And now the side tasks with battle rewards have been almost harvested. There is another reward for defeating 6 Paths Uchiha Madara just now. The previous battle between the Ninja Coalition and the 4 Hokage has almost superimposed the Dark Harvest to the extreme. Hidden task, defeat an enemy that even the creator can't imagine how to defeat. Defeat 6 Paths Uchiha Madara, 1/1. The task has been completed, and an additional reward of 1 million life energy, 1 million chakra, and 1 million natural energy. There is also the Dark Harvest superposition data obtained before. Because there are many ninjas in it who have been defeated by Uehara Naraku, the 4 Hokage defeating the Ninja Alliance only provided him with nearly 300,000 points of 3-dimensional attributes. Now Uehara Naraku's attributes are very subtle. Uehara Naraku, normal state, life energy. 3,012,231 chakra energy. 3,012,690 natural energy. 3,012,690 life energy recovery. 1296 points/second chakra energy recovery. 648 points/second natural energy extraction. 648 points/second skill cooldown reduction. 100% remaining gold coins. 9630. This attribute is absolutely fine. The only problem is that the progress of the main quest is no longer jumping. After Uehara Naraku revealed the truth to Orochimaru, the Ninja Alliance, and Uchiha Madara, his main quest progress almost soared all the way. No, or rather, there is also the Six Paths Sage. Because Uehara Naraku also took into account the Six Paths Sage, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the progress bar of the main quest reached 90%. Now that Uehara Naraku has revealed the truth to Black Zetsu, his main quest progress has directly exploded to 99%. Now it is finally time to reveal the truth. However, this system is still as pitfalls as always. Main quest: fulfill the wish of the bookstall owner and become the biggest boss in the ninja world. The progress is 99%, the task is not completed, and the reward is unknown. Just 1% left. When anything is done to 99% and only 1% is left, no matter who it is, seeing the progress of 99%, they will be extremely anxious. Uehara Naraku stared at the increasingly swollen Uchiha Madara in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. The remaining 1% of the main quest progress seems to be for him to solve the trouble of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Okay, Senior Zetsu. Uehara Naraku slowly stood up, staring at Uchiha Madara, who was completely covered by Black Zetsu, and said calmly, "No matter how much we say, the winner will be determined by strength. Come on, call out the legendary goddess of the rabbit, Kaguya Otsutsuki. The ignorant are really fearless." Black Zetsu did not get the truth from Uehara Naraku, but he also knew that it was not appropriate to continue asking now. The next moment, more chakra flows appeared around, and all of these chakra flows were injected into Uchiha Madara's body. Black Zetsu's gloomy voice seemed to be hovering over the land like a sacrifice. Today, the seal of humiliation will be lifted. Under the guidance of infinite moonlight, the chakra that spread to countless ordinary people will all be attached to my body and become one again. Wake up. The ancestor of chakra, the almighty god. The story of Kaguya continues, and the descendants of the despicable and shameless people and traitors will all end today. Substantial chakras spread on the sacred tree. These chakras rushed into Uchiha Madara's body like a torrent, leaving the former hero no longer able to speak. His reason was gradually submerged. The next moment, the entire Uchiha Madara swelled into a huge black ball. Are we just going to watch? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but turn his head and look at Uehara Naraku. He frowned and said, "That's the legendary ancestor of chakra. Now should be a good time to seal her." Uzumaki Naruto silently raised his right hand. On his palm was a white sun symbol, which was the seal of the Yang Force passed down to him by the Six Paths Sage. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke looked at each other, nodded, and rushed towards the huge black ball at the same time. "Hey, you two." Uehara Naraku raised his palm and looked at them dissatisfied. "Don't make decisions on your own. It took me many years of hard work to let Kaguya come out." Two vines drilled out from the ground. The next moment, under the control of Uehara Naraku, the two vines instantly grabbed Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke and hung them in the air. Uehara Naraku controlled the vines and made Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke turn around to face him. His face was a little gloomy and he said, "You just want to destroy the results of everyone's years of hard work. Have you considered our feelings?" Uehara Naraku waved his hand casually, and the two vines threw Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke to the ground. Uehara Naraku looked at the black ball that was still expanding inside. Senior Zetsu has worked hard for thousands of years. Senior Madara has worked hard for more than 60 years. Akatsuki has been fighting for 20 years, and I have been running around for 8 years to get to where I'm today. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Although it seems that what Uehara Naraku said makes sense, there is still something wrong. It seems to be wrong. Isn't this the result of a group of villains working hard for so many years to release a god who destroys the ninja world? Hehe. A sinister voice came out from the black ball, and it slowly said, "Uehara Naraku, you are still so confident. I hope you can keep your composure after you see your mother." After that, the voice of Black Zetsu suddenly changed, and it gradually became more and more high-pitched. "Wake up. This nursery is ripe, and the whole ninja world is waiting for your arrival. The ancestor of chakra, Princess Kaguya Otsutsuki, The next moment, the sound of a beating heart came. The black meat ball, which had already expanded to the extreme, expanded again. Just when everyone thought that the black ball was about to explode, it suddenly began to shrink inwards. Its chakra gradually became extremely stable. The pitch black ball gradually became faint. Bang! A long white hair suddenly fluttered under the encouragement of chakra. A woman's figure suddenly and slowly appeared in front of them. Her long robe was blown up by the wind because of the fluctuation of chakra. A frightening and uneasy breath emanated from her body. The woman with long white hair closed her eyes. The skin on her face was a little pale. The Scarlet Samsara Sharingan slowly opened between her eyebrows, revealing a Scarlet Samsara Sharingan. When the Scarlet Samsara Sharingan grew on Uchiha Madara's forehead, it seemed a little uncomfortable. Now it grew on this woman's head, as if she was born to have it. Even if this woman had that terrifying Samsara Sharingan on her forehead, it still did not hinder her beauty. Instead, it added a bit of awe-inspiring and inviolable momentum. The only thing that made her image a little bit off was that she had a pair of cute horns on her head. This was originally the symbol of the Akatsuki clan, but it looked a little cute on her head. Under the shining of the blood moon, the woman's pale jade-like face looked particularly delicate. The woman's eyes were tightly closed, her thin lips were slightly pursed, and there was a hint of coldness on her face, as if she was frightened by the unmeltable ice. The ancestor of chakra in the ninja world, the legendary goddess of the moon, Kaguya Akatsuki, was resurrected. Just as Uehara Naraku was twisting his fingers and looking at her, Kaguya Akatsuki's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened a narrow gap. In this gap, a pair of white eyeballs were revealed. Kaguya Akatsuki saw the figure of Naraku Uehara, and also saw the huge chakra and the pair of purple reincarnation eyes in Naraku Uehara's body. Her white eyes suddenly condensed. The ancestor of chakra who had just been resurrected suddenly had a bit more coldness on his face. Kaguya Akatsuki stared at Naraku Uehara. Her thin lips moved slightly, and she said faintly, "Hagoromo, are you here to stop me again?" Naraku Uehara fell into silence. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's face suddenly became a little subtle. He did not ask Kaguya Akatsuki, but asked Black Zetsu, "Senior Zetsu, is your mother's eyesight not very good, because she is too old?" "Shut up." Black Zetsu hid in Kaguya Akatsuki's sleeves. After stopping Uehara Naraku, he hurriedly explained to Kaguya, "Mom, he is not the traitor of UIE, but a kid who claims to be strong and wants to challenge you. Is that so?" Kaguya nodded slowly, her narrow eyes slowly relaxed, her face became a little softer, and it seemed that her mood was slightly relieved. Who could have expected that something unexpected would happen in the next moment? The long white hair around Kaguya suddenly spread and stretched, like a sharp thorn, attacking Uehara Naraku's figure. This woman is really cold and ruthless. Even Uehara Naraku was a little caught off guard. He didn't expect that Kaguya Akatsuki would actually launch a sneak attack on him. This is too unreasonable. Damn. These Akatsuki ninjas have no martial ethics. Everyone wants to launch a sneak attack on him, as if they can win by sneak attack. Uehara Naraku's palms emitted countless black flames and lightning, blocking Kaguya's long white hair from attacking him, and a helpless look flashed across his face. Your family is really alike. After Uehara Naraku waved his hand again to shatter countless white hairs, he looked up at Kaguya floating in the air and said faintly, "Everyone has received my favor, and after seeing me, they want to sneak attack me, their benefactor, Akatsuki Kaguya. Is this the family tradition you passed down?" Damn, I overslept. Try to type. Chapter 381 Susanoo. As long as we can survive, the means don't matter. Kaguya didn't care about Uehara Naraku's words. Her face was still calm, and she just explained indifferently. As the legendary ancestor of chakra and the goddess of the moon, perhaps because she learned about Uehara Naraku from Black Zetsu's consciousness, she was eager to solve all this. And Kaguya didn't look down on Uehara Naraku. "We are different." Kaguya's face suddenly showed veins of white eyes opening, and the hair around her body fluttered again. The strands of long hair were curled into sharp thorns under her control. "We have obtained the true meaning of chakra. As an existence of our realm, we should not be bound by anything." After Kaguya's voice fell, her long hair spread in all directions, and the white hair swept towards Uehara Naraku again. Uehara Naraku slowly frowned, looking at the white hair that was like a waterfall all over the sky. He suddenly waved his palm, and the gusts of wind turned into wind blades. Countless white hair was cut into pieces by the wind blades and fell like rain. However, Kaguya's white hair was almost endless. The wind escape ninjutsu in Uehara Naraku's hand suddenly turned into a giant dragon of wind, roaring and rushing towards Kaguya, destroying all the white hair she controlled along the way. When the giant dragon composed of the wind escape ninjutsu was about to hit Kaguya, her face was still indifferent, and she just stretched out her palm calmly. The wind dragon, that was enough to cut golden jade, was pressed in place by Kaguya's palm, and she calmly wanted to absorb all the chakra in it. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the wind dragon suddenly turned into countless wind blades, instantly surrounding Kaguya's body, as if wanting to cut her body into pieces. This release ninjutsu can actually change its form. Kaguya was not panicked at all. Her palm was still suspended in place, just watching the countless wind blades surrounding her forming a turbulent flow. However, those wind blades turned into a peaceful wind the moment they touched her body, and only gently blew her hair and wide robes. Sure enough, Uehara Naraku patted his forehead. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ordinary ninjutsu really has no effect on you. Akatsuki. Kaguya's eyes moved. Her eyes fell on Uehara Naraku. Her lips moved slightly, and she said, "You can easily manipulate chakra to this extent according to your mind. You really are not Euro?" Before Uehara Naraku could open his head to refute, Kaguya shook her head and continued calmly, "Forget it. It doesn't matter. The chakra in your body will definitely be mine. Want to get my chakra?" Uehara Naraku flipped his palm, and a void blade appeared in his palm, and a smile appeared on his face. "If it can be done. In fact, I may have a similar idea." The next moment, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly rushed in the direction of Kaguya. The void blade drew an arc in Uehara Naraku's hand, and was about to brush Kaguya's shoulder diagonally, but Kaguya Otsutsuki pulled away to avoid it. A pitch black space-time teleportation gate appeared beside Kaguya, and under Uehara Naraku's gaze, her figure floated into the space-time gate. That was the ability of the Samsara Sharingan, Yomi Hirasaka, who was said to appear in less than a moment. It is said that the activation speed of this space-time ninjutsu is extremely fast. No matter whether it is Flying Thunder God or Camus, it is not good enough in front of Yomi Hirasaka. The word moment used to describe time is short enough, but Yomi Hirasaka's activation time is faster. This enemy is really a bit scary. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but be a little surprised. Such a powerful space-time technique is not inferior to his void walking at all. Destiny, hunting rhythm, keen perception. A series of perception skills for detecting enemy traces were quickly activated. Uehara Naraku even felt unsafe, so he put on a layer of golden chakra shield on himself. This was his invincible skill, and it was also the reason why he dared to challenge Kaguya. Well, actually, Uehara still had many life-saving skills. The next moment, the time and space gate of Yomi Hirasaka suddenly opened, and a palm stretched out from behind Uehara Naraku and landed on his golden shield. What surprised Uehara was that the golden shield became a little thinner. Kaguya's cold voice appeared in Uehara Naraku's ears. "Although this layer of shield is difficult to break through, the essence of chakra will not change. As long as it is a power released by chakra, there is a possibility that it can be extracted by me. Is that so?" Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, turned around and looked at Kaguya Otsutsuki, who was close at hand. That delicate face was separated from him by the shield of the Holy Judgment. He is worthy of being the legendary ancestor of chakra. She could even find a way to break this invincible skill, or she could break any ninjutsu. Kaguya's hair fluttered again, turning into needles that appeared around Uehara Naraku. She said softly, "As long as you remove this golden light shield, I can control your body instantly." After Kaguya finished speaking, she continued, "If you don't remove it, you can only let me absorb all your chakra." Kaguya's eyes were fixed on Uehara Naraku. The shock she felt after getting the information about Uehara from Black Zetsu had gradually subsided. Kaguya's eyes slowly dropped, and she continued softly, "I have felt the power in your body. It seems that your body has not yet separated from the essence of human flesh. You will still die, but I'm different." This sentence is right. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but nod. Kaguya's body is naturally immortal. No matter what attack it receives, it will not die, and no matter what attack the injury is, it will recover quickly. This kind of physique, it really makes people excited just thinking about it. It's really worrying. Uehara Naraku rubbed his brows, looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya through the golden light shield, and couldn't help but curled his lips and said, "What should I do with you?" At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind Kaguya, stretched out their left and right hands respectively, and reached for Kaguya's waist. It was Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. It must be said that the two of them had a good chance, especially now that it seems that Kaguya is in a stalemate with Uehara Naraku. Even if Kaguya hurriedly mobilized her long hair to entangle Naruto and Sasuke, it was useless, and it would only delay time for a while. Now, Kaguya must use more effective attacks to repel them. For Kaguya, this is a rare opportunity to capture Uehara Naraku. It will probably be difficult to restrict Uehara Naraku like this next time. Kaguya's palm suddenly swept across the sky. The next moment, the scenery in front of everyone changed suddenly. Kaguya, Otsutsuki, Naraku Uehara, Naruto, Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha suddenly appeared in an ice space, and each of them was trapped in the ice. Kaguya used the characteristics of the ice space to control everyone. Her palm still slowly fell on the golden light shield of Naraku Uehara, extracting Naraku Uehara's chakra. This is another ability of Kaguya Otsutsuki, the space-time technique called American English no Makoto. American English no Makoto is a space power unique to Kaguya. She has 5 different spaces and a spherical space. "This is a world that belongs to me alone," Kaguya said calmly. "No matter how fierce the battle is here, we don't have to worry about destroying the seedbed that belongs to me alone." "Yeah." Uehara Naraku's eyes turned, glanced at the ice around him, and said softly, "Then why didn't you put our battlefield in this space when we just fought?" "Because Black Zetsu mentioned your power." Kaguya looked at Uehara Naraku through the thick ice and golden light shield and continued, "The existences of these realms of ours all possess the power of time and space. If you leave coordinates in these spaces, it may cause me a lot of trouble." "What about now?" "Now it's because there is no need." Kaguya's body could not move in the ice, but she continued calmly, "I have controlled your body. I can feel that it is very difficult to extract your chakra quickly, but for me, no matter how long it takes, I can wait. Alas, I'm actually very worried about destroying the ninja world." Uehara Naraku's eyes gradually brightened up. He looked at Kaguya's face and continued softly, "Well, now our warm-up is over. I can fight you recklessly." Just as Kaguya was still thinking about this sentence, the ice suddenly shattered, and everyone present was freed at the same time, and everyone's face showed a touch of surprise. Kaguya's expression changed instantly, because Kaguya knew very well that there were 3 enemies around her, and Uehara Naraku's strength should be the strongest, but Uzumaki, Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke also had enough power to seal her. Kaguya's palm floated, banishing Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to other spaces respectively, intending to get rid of them separately after a while. After Kaguya completely separated the battlefield, when she turned around again, she saw a huge blue shadow floating up from Uehara Naraku's body. The next moment, the shadow gradually solidified and turned into a huge Susanoo. In terms of size alone, it far exceeds the complete Susanoo of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara, and is almost as good as the Ten Tails. "This is..." Kaguya Otsutsuki's eyes changed, and she stared at the huge Susanoo, and said word by word, "Hagoromo's Susanoo, and more, and more. Maybe it's the 5th update, because Naruto may end today." Chapter 382. "By the way, can you wait until I beat you before crying?" It's no wonder that Kaguya Otsutsuki thought too much, because the Susanoo that Uehara Naraku opened in front of him was too similar to the Susanoo that Otsutsuki Hagoromo had opened before. Even if Otsutsuki Hagoromo himself came, he would probably guess whether most of the chakra he distributed to others many years ago returned to Uehara Naraku. Moreover, the chakra on Otsutsuki Hagoromo did not have any characteristics. He really spread his chakra to people everywhere. Hey, don't recognize your son randomly." Uehara Naraku stood in the crystal of Susanoo, controlling Susanoo, and suddenly slashed a sharp sword energy at Kaguya. My strength is obtained through my own hard practice, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo's chakra is still monitoring the entire ninja world. The sharp sword energy almost cut through the space. Kaguya's arms suddenly crossed to block her chest, and was also chopped back by the sword energy. Sword energy flew one after another. Uehara Naraku stood in the crystal of Susanoo, feeling the pleasure of controlling this huge monster. This feeling is also a man's romance. Kaguya just watched the tall Susanoo constantly slashing out sword energy. A trace of sadness appeared on her face, and a line of tears slowly flowed from her eyes. But the next moment, her face became resolute again. Under Kaguya's control, ice floated up and flew towards the tall Susanoo, but was chopped into pieces by the ninja sword in Susanoo's hand. This feeling. Uehara Naraku slowly spread out his hands, feeling the strength of Susanoo. Especially his Susanoo was different from other Susanoo's. Susanoo activated the ability given by the innate Samsara, turning the virtual into the real, and being able to transform one's own power into a physical existence, with more than 10 times the life energy of the body as the ultimate martial god. Note, it does not overlap with other amplification modes. Although Susanoo cannot be superimposed with the amplification of the Sage mode, it is at least an ultimate martial god with 30 million life energies. This powerful force is enough. Uehara Naraku manipulated Susanoo to fly suddenly, and chased in the direction of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Countless ice pillars flying towards Susanoo were chopped into pieces with one sword. Come and try it. Uehara Naraku's voice echoed in this space. Susanoo swung the ninja sword fiercely and suddenly slashed at this space with a shocking blow. The ground ice and the entire ice space was split into two. Hagoromo is stronger than before. After Kaguya murmured, her palm fell on the ice, manipulating the ice on the ground to slowly stand up, forming an ice giant, and greeted the Susanoo that was wreaking havoc in the ice space. Unfortunately, this was a bit overestimating one's own abilities. The huge Susanoo held the ninja sword in its hand, turned into a residual shadow, and rushed up suddenly. Its figure and the ice giant were separated at the touch. The next moment, the ice giant just created by Kaguya was split in half by a knife. Don't think about escaping. Uehara Naraku's voice echoed in the ice space. His voice was a little high. This is the first time I have shown my power. Its strength is unquestionable. Even in this space, I can cut it off. Kaguya's eyes shrank slightly. She stretched out her slender fingers and suddenly crossed the sky. The whole world suddenly changed. The next moment Uehara Naraku felt that Susanoo suddenly fell to the ground. This is a supergravity space. In this space, the gravity is so high that it is difficult for people to move. Although Susanoo's body energy is terribly strong, it is difficult to move because of its huge size. It is even difficult to swing the ninja sword in his hand. Hagoromo, I will never be the same again. A bone spur emerged from Kaguya's palm, and the bone spur suddenly shot towards Susanoo. In the blink of an eye, the bone spur pierced through Susanoo's body. Ganshahugu. Once hit, there is no chance of survival. Anyone will be annihilated by Ganshahugu's attack. With the huge size of this Susanoo, even if Kaguya shoots off target, because of the supergravity space, it is impossible to dodge it. Although Uehara Naraku's Susanoo is of different nature, it can rely on a huge amount of energy to resist the invasion of Ganshahugu and slow down the time of dissipation. It will inevitably be dissipated by Ganshahugu's attack in the end. Uehara Naraku sighed, waved his hand to dissolve his Susanoo, and 3 pairs of white wings grew behind him, flapping his body and flying up. Even in the supergravity space, after turning on the Sage mode, Uehara Naraku can reduce some of the impact of the supergravity space. Kaguya Otsutsuki watched Naraku Uehara fly unimpeded in the supergravity space. Her pupils shrank slightly, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. What's going on? Is her supergravity space fake? Black Zetsu hid in Kaguya's sleeves and couldn't help but persuade her. It seems that if we continue to fight here, we don't seem to have any advantage. Kaguya nodded slowly. The next moment, they suddenly appeared in another space, which was an acid space. It's just that, as soon as Naraku Uehara arrived in this space, he immediately activated his dissolving power and manipulated the acid under the ground to gush towards Kaguya. This place is obviously not suitable for staying. Kaguya waved her hand hurriedly and changed their battlefield. This is a magma space. It's a bit coincidental that Uzumaki Naruto is also in this magma space. He was exiled here by Kaguya at the beginning. To be honest, Uzumaki Naruto is still a little melancholy and nervous because he is the only one alone in this space. When Uzumaki Naruto saw Kaguya, Akatsuki and Naraku Uehara appear, his eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Hey, Uehara." Unfortunately, no one had time to pay attention to him. After entering the magma space, Naraku Uehara closed his palms, and the magma under the space suddenly gushed out. Streams of magma swept towards Kaguya. The existence of the molten power allowed Naraku Uehara to freely manipulate the magma. Black Zetsu quickly reminded her sinisterly, "Mom, this space doesn't seem to be suitable as our battlefield." Kaguya nodded again, but Kaguya had many doubts in her mind. Whose space is this American English no Makoto now? No matter which space you go to, it seems to be very beneficial to Naraku Uehara, and it is not suitable for them to fight at all. Kaguya felt that her home was stolen. It was obviously her own American English no Makoto. Why did Naraku Uehara seem to be more skilled than her when fighting in these spaces? Now is not the time to think about these things. When the lava torrents flew over, Kaguya's figure suddenly disappeared in the lava space, and Uehara Naraku also disappeared. Only Uzumaki Naruto was left alone in the lava space. After a while, the lava torrents fell into the ground, splashing large pieces of lava, so that Uzumaki Naruto could only dodge in a panic. Uzumaki Naruto was helpless and furious. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke encountered the same situation. Sand space. Uchiha Sasuke walked for a long time, and ate sand for a long time. He was very tired and hungry. Just at this time, Uehara Naraku and Akatsuki Kaguya appeared above this sand space, and the two of them started a big battle in an instant. However, before the battle lasted long, the yellow sand on the ground turned into an overwhelming sand wave under the control of Uehara Naraku, and wrapped around Akatsuki Kaguya. The next moment, the two disappeared in the sand space at the same time. Uchiha Sasuke had countless question marks on his forehead. Are these two people teasing him? Damn. He is almost dying of thirst here. The space of the first ball. This space is the last space in Kaguya Akatsuki's Shinseiyu, and it is also the place where other spaces are connected to it. Why do you change the battlefield frequently? Uehara Naraku frowned slightly. He looked at Kaguya Akatsuki and said, "The sand space just now is good. The supergravity space is also good. It seems that the magma space is also good. Those attacks should be useless to you, right?" Kaguya didn't want to talk much. Although those ordinary ninjutsu are indeed useless to her, frequent ninjutsu attacks will eventually require her to use chakra to resist or recover. Obviously, every space in Shinseiyu is her exclusive, and she can even use the exclusive technique of that space in each space. But why can Uehara Naraku also control it? Black Zetsu hid in Kaguya's sleeve. He did not shut himself up like his mother. Instead, he persuaded her to regroup. If we are here, Uehara Naraku should have no use. After all, we can still rely on our strength to decide the outcome. Kaguya nodded silently. The next moment, Kaguya Akatsuki regrouped. She slowly stretched out her palm, and a ball of chakra covered her palm. Kaguya regained her calm and indifferent look. She looked at Uehara Naraku and said calmly, "Hagoromo. In this space, that belongs to the beginning, let's decide the outcome." After Uehara Naraku was silent for a while, his figure suddenly appeared beside Kaguya, and punched Akatsuki Kaguya away. This was a sudden attack decided at the last minute. Uehara Naraku's body followed like a shadow, and appeared again beside the flying Kaguya. His palm tightly grasped Kaguya's collar, and his face was cold. "You woman." Uehara Naraku grabbed her collar, glared at her with his white eyes, and said angrily, "Remember this, the person who is fighting with you now is called Uehara Naraku. Akatsuki Hagoromo is still outside." "Yes, Hagoromo." Kaguya slowly stretched out her palm to cover her cheek. That was the mark left by Uehara Naraku's punch on her face just now. At this moment, Kaguya's eyes slowly misted up, and she looked at Uehara Naraku's eyes, as if she saw the ultimate unfilial son. "Hey, don't cry." Uehara Naraku's eyelids trembled. He looked at Kaguya, who was crying like a pear blossom in the blink of an eye, and couldn't help frowning and said, "Kaguya, you are the ancestor of chakra. Don't cry." Or can't you cry after I beat you? It is estimated that Naruto will not be finished until tomorrow. Alas, I have to whitewash and blame the dragon, and by the way, reveal the identity of the bookstall owner, and gather the people who are brought to the next world. Chapter 383. Except for me, no one in this ninja world is so clean. Senior Zetsu, your mother's mental quality is not very good. Uehara Naraku floated in the space of the first ball, looking at Kaguya, who was still crying silently, and finally decided to chat with Black Zetsu, who could communicate normally. Senior Zetsu, can you persuade her? I will beat her up first. Black Zetsu, can't you say something human? Such a weak goddess is crying so miserably in front of you, and you don't want to comfort her, but even want to beat her up. Beat her up? How can you say such a thing? Uehara Naraku, no. Akatsuki Hagoromo, are you still a human being? Black Zetsu was silent for a long time, then whispered, Uehara Naraku, if you have ever learned to love the people of this world, but encountered conspiracy and betrayal, I understand this feeling. Uehara Naraku interrupted Black Zetsu and sighed faintly. Look at Tsunade and the others in Konoha. They have always believed in me, but I deceived them badly. Later, after Lord Nagato died in the battle, they tried to believe me again, but I deceived them even more badly. Black Zetsu fell silent. Damn, I almost forgot. Uehara, this bastard, has always been synonymous with conspiracy and betrayal. It is because of the existence of Uehara Naraku that the moral bottom line of the entire ninja world has been constantly refreshed. Uehara Naraku. After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu looked at Uehara Naraku and asked in a deep voice, are you really not the reincarnation of Akatsuki Hagoromo's chakra? Whether it's your Susanoo, your Samsara or even your chakra, they are all very similar to Hagoromo's appearance back then. Don't think about it, it's impossible. Uehara Naraku rubbed his wrist, chuckled and said, everything I have now is the result of my own hard work and practice. Really? Black Zetsu's voice became a little more gloomy. After a while, Black Zetsu continued, then how could you know about my mother, and even know my plan? This is a long story. Uehara Naraku looked at the space of the spherical ball, and said faintly, now we are still fighting, and I will tell you slowly after our war is over. The answer to this question still needs to be carefully compiled. Come to think of it, Danzo Shimura, who was mentioned last time, seems to be a very suitable candidate. Danzo has the Mangekyou Sharingan of the God of All Souls, and because he had secretly seen the Uchiha Stone tablet, this answer must be carefully thought out, thought through, well written, and complete, so that it can deceive everyone in the ninja world after it is taken out. Uehara Naraku's thoughts gradually came back. He turned his head to look at Kaguya, clenched his fists and said, are you done crying? If you are, let's continue. Kaguya nodded slowly. The next moment, Kaguya's body flew backwards again. Uehara Naraku's attacks were almost continuous. His figure kept turning and appearing in various positions around Kaguya, punching and kicking the ancestor of chakra. At this moment, Uehara Naraku acted like a human being. Life is really tenacious. Uehara looked down at Kaguya with a painful face, sighed faintly and did not continue, because he saw a trace of tears hanging in the corner of Kaguya's eyes. The next second, Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared above Kaguya, and he raised his leg, and was about to chop Kaguya down from the air. A pitch black space-time portal appeared under Kaguya, and she quickly moved her body away, and dodged the attack. Above the space of the first ball, the pitch black space-time portal opened. Kaguya Akatsuki looked at Uehara Naraku below her, and chakra suddenly appeared on her palm, and she slammed down towards Uehara's position. 80 Goddess Strike. The strongest ninjutsu ever. A physical technique known as absolute defense and absolute attack. This can only be done by a ninja with extreme chakra. Uehara Naraku watched as the Goddess Strikes fell on him, and a golden light shield suddenly appeared on his body. Uehara Naraku slowly clenched his fist, and suddenly swung his fist towards Kaguya in the air. A serious punch. Uehara Naraku in the Sage mode has more than 30 million life energies, and no one can stop this punch. Absolutely, absolutely. The next moment, the countless fist shadows of the 80 gods their strike were dispersed. In Kaguya's Byakugan vision, a tall Uehara Naraku punched her hard, and that fist looked extremely terrifying. In Kaguya's sight, the fist that Uehara swung seemed to bring death, and she couldn't help but feel a touch of fear in her heart. This is The veins around Kaguya Otsutsuki's Byakugan were exposed. Kaguya tried desperately to see through it all with her Byakugan. Unfortunately, the only thing Kaguya could see was that after Uehara Naraku swung his fist, it suddenly hit her body, as if it hit a sandbag. Kaguya's body suddenly flew backwards and even smashed through the boundary wall of the origin sphere. This punch was simply too deadly. However, all this fell into the eyes of Black Zetsu, and it seemed to have returned to the time when Uehara Naraku smashed Uchiha Madara's complete form Susanoo with one punch. Hey, this is too fake. It's obviously just an ordinary punch. After Otsutsuki Kaguya flew backwards and smashed through the space boundary wall, she landed in the ice space that she entered first and smashed a large piece of iceberg directly. Now Kaguya looks extremely miserable. Her wide robe is tattered and her body is covered with blood and broken skin. Even her bones are sticking out. If it weren't for the immortal body of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Kaguya's current state is almost the same as death. The chakra in her body is almost exhausted, and even recovery seems extremely difficult. At this moment, even if she wants to transform into the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, she can't do it. It's so fucking fake. Even though Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Kaguya's will are connected, and soon after he learned the truth from her, he really wants to shout for a refund now. Is this a joke? It's just an ordinary punch. It doesn't even look like there's any momentum. How can you strong people feel the fear of death? Now Black Zetsu really feels that his teammates are unreliable. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and even the current Otsutsuki Kaguya, how come they all lost so inexplicably? After all, this bastard Uehara Naraku seems to be quite reliable. At least this guy has never lost to anyone. Although he has always been an actor, he has always acted very hard. Kaguya frantically absorbed the chakra from the sacred tree to restore her body. Her face has become very ugly, because only by experiencing the fear of that punch in person can you truly realize how terrible Uehara Naraku is. Under that punch, Kaguya had no power to fight back, and even the Ten Tails in her body did not dare to move. If it weren't for the power of that punch that directly injured the Ten Tails in her body, the Ten Tails would have wanted to jump out long ago. The reason why the Ten Tails is still obedient now is entirely because the Ten Tails has almost exhausted its chakra to maintain Kaguya's life. Maybe it is also afraid of that punch. Kaguya injured the pain in her body and summoned the sacred tree outside to transmit chakra to her, because now her body needs a huge amount of chakra to recover. Really? There is no worse situation than now. Kaguya is undoubtedly the most vulnerable now, because she knows that she has no power to resist now. At least before she recovers, there is no possibility of any counterattack. Just at this time, Uehara Naraku flew over along the space crack. He walked to the side of Kaguya, who was in a miserable state, and watched Kaguya gradually recover. Uehara Naraku threw a strand of his hair at her, and the expression on his face was a little bit ugly. This is the price I paid for defeating you. It's really heavy. The hair fell on Kaguya's body. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at the hair and couldn't help but look up at Uehara Naraku. Her expression was a little frozen, and she fell into silence for a long time. What do you mean, mocking her? Uehara Naraku defeated her with only the price of a strand of hair? This price is too small. Just looking at Uehara's hair now, it is still very dense. Uehara Naraku squatted beside Kaguya, stretched out his arms to trap her body in the corner, and said calmly, I also have the yin and yang powers that I have cultivated in my body, and I can also release the Chibaku Tensei as big as the moon. Are you going to seal me up? Kaguya Otsutsuki couldn't help but look up at Uehara Naraku and said calmly, sure enough, the ending between us is still the same as in the past. Uie, now you have really become much stronger, a lot. You recognize the wrong person. Uehara Naraku patted the ice on the ground, sat next to Kaguya, and said softly, I just want to prove to you that I have the ability to seal you, but I don't want to seal you up. To be honest, the reward for the task of sealing Kaguya must be outrageous. Because Uehara Naraku had just completed a task to defeat Kaguya, and he was only rewarded with 100 gold coins, which was the same as the value of defeating Hinata. Actually, Uehara Naraku glanced at Kaguya and said faintly, I can't stand your son. Instead of taking the responsibility to protect you as a mother, he sealed you up. After saying this, Uehara Naraku continued, of course, there seems to be nothing to forgive for you, a woman, turning an ordinary person into a white zetsu. Forget it, maybe except for me, no one in this ninja world can really say that they are clean black zetsu. Otsutsuki Kaguya. Everything was fine before, why is it so outrageous later? The fourth update, there should be more. It should be possible to update 5 more. Well, 5 more. But the idea is just right. Maybe there will be a 6th update. Chapter 384, main mission completed. Uehara Naraku is simply outrageous. It is clear that in the entire ninja world, except for him, no one else has the right to say that they have a clean place. Only this bastard has done a lot of dirty things, eating both the good guys and the villains. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that this bastard Uehara Naraku is too strong, there would be no one in the entire ninja world who can beat Uehara Naraku. Now Uehara Naraku should be hung at the entrance of the 5 major ninja villages for public display. Okay. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to disperse a ball of chakra and said calmly, Otsutsuki Kaguya, Senior Zetsu, let's talk. Uehara Naraku stared at Kaguya and continued, you release the 9-tailed beasts so that I can suppress you at any time. I can choose to spare you. Otherwise, Senior Zetsu, you should know my character. I can't even imagine what I will do. Hehehe. Black Zetsu let out a gloomy laugh. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said, Uehara, actually you don't have the power to destroy us at all. Then let me use you as an experiment first. Uehara Naraku was about to cut off Kaguya's arm with one hand. Wait. Black Zetsu immediately stopped Uehara Naraku and continued in a deep voice, if Mom loses her power, when the existence that really threatens this world comes, I will defeat them. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, a light flashed in his eyes. If even someone as powerful as me can lose, then it doesn't seem strange that you lose. What is your purpose? Uehara Naraku was silent for a while, and his face became extremely serious. Because I want to make Akatsuki a peace organization that can shock the entire ninja world in the future. Intelligence personnel are indispensable. I must find a way to get someone who can check intelligence for me at any time. Senior Zetsu, you happen to be the most suitable person. After that, Uehara Naraku opened his mouth and added, your mother Kaguya Otsutsuki is the hostage used to restrain you. Black Zetsu's expression was slightly gloomy. At this moment, it really wanted to turn hostile, but unfortunately, all the chakra provided by the sacred tree to Kaguya was dispersed by Uehara Naraku, which resulted in Kaguya slowly recovering from her injuries, only by relying on her own physical characteristics. As for chakra, it can only be restored slowly. Kaguya now can't even change a space to escape. Black Zetsu said in a sinister voice, really? Uehara, I remember that, after you defeated Madara Susanoo, your chakra seemed to drop a lot. Really? Uehara Naraku raised his hand and punched, and a strong wind suddenly blew up. The iceberg in front of him was smashed into ice chips by Uehara Naraku's punch. After Uehara Naraku did all this, he took another look at his chakra and life energy recovery speed. In such a short time, the life energy has almost been fully restored. Well, restore your own strength. Don't let Kaguya draw the chakra of the sacred tree to restore her strength. Uehara Naraku raised his finger and said in a deep voice, you have 3 seconds to consider I agree. Otsutsuki Kaguya suddenly agreed. Her eyes slowly stopped on Uehara. Her voice gradually became a little depressed and said, at least compared to the you in the past, I'm very satisfied now. Hagoromo. 1,000 years ago, Kaguya's eldest son Otsutsuki Hagoromo directly sealed her up. Now Otsutsuki Hagoromo's chakra reincarnation power is very strong, but he did not directly seal his mother up like 1,000 years ago. Instead, he proposed that his mother could live in the ninja world and even protect his mother. This is probably the difference. And now Otsutsuki Hagoromo's chakra reincarnation is really strong. To put it bluntly, Kaguya seems to be able to entangle with him, but when it comes to a real showdown, she feels that she has no power to fight back. Uehara Naraku's eyelids trembled, and he repeated his words tirelessly. Kaguya, you really recognize the wrong person. Does this woman have to take him for Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Obviously, he and Otsutsuki Hagoromo have the same huge chakra in addition to the Rinnegan and Susanoo, so there is nothing similar about them. Kaguya just slowly lowered her head. After a long time, Kaguya finally made up her mind. One by one, the tailed beasts slowly emerged from behind Kaguya, and each tailed beast was a little listless when it fell to the ground. Just when these tailed beasts came out and wanted to say something, Uehara Naraku calmly stretched out his palms to these tailed beasts. Chibaku Tensei. Uehara Naraku released the Chibaku Tensei with these tailed beasts as the core, and countless ice flew up from the ground and sealed these tailed beasts. These tailed beasts didn't even have time to say a few harsh words, and they were sealed into the Chibaku Tensei by Uehara Naraku. Ha 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 ha. Black Zetsu looked at this scene, and a gloomy voice came out immediately. Uehara, you are really skilled in using Chibaku Tensei. Basic operation. Uehara Naraku waved his palm and said softly, then now, let's leave your space. Go to remove the infinite moon reading in the outside world. I still have many stories to tell them. This war can almost be declared over. Uehara Naraku took a look at the progress of his main task, and a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Why is his main task progress still 99%? Damn, this task progress can't be loaded. Rubbish system, is it really going to let him stay in the ninja world forever? Just as Uehara Naraku was cursing in his heart, the main task suddenly updated, and finally jumped to 100%. This system is like a stuck. This is already a system installed on people, is there still not enough memory? After taking a look at the rewards of the main task, Uehara Naraku suddenly felt that he cursed the system too early. Main quest, fulfill the wish of the bookstall owner, and become the biggest boss in the ninja world. The quest progress is 100%. The quest has been completed, and the world skill Black Hole Universe is rewarded. Black Hole Universe, a very natural and empty universe. This is a creation space that belongs exclusively to God. The existence of each planet will constantly consume the power of God and provide God with unimaginable power. Note, novices, please do not arbitrarily explore the world skills to avoid irreparable losses. Within 1 month after the completion of the main quest, the novice guide will come to this world. Please do not be in an abnormal state. This is a pitfall system. A skill still needs a novice guide. After sighing for a while, Uehara Naraku slowly put down his curiosity. He resisted the urge to use the strange world skill of the Black Hole Universe. Within a month, the novice guide will come. At that time, he should be able to get the truth. That pitfall bookstall owner must be settled with him. Now that he saw that the main task was completed, Uehara Naraku reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. At least he could know the truth about how this system bound him. It just so happened that this month would allow Uehara Naraku to deal with the affairs of the ninja world. According to Uehara Naraku's guess, the existence of this black hole universe seemed to be able to have planets inside it. Maybe he could find a way to send this small planet of the ninja world in, but he might have to ask the novice guide how to operate it. Just as Uehara Naraku was still thinking about it, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was obvious that Kaguya Otsutsuki had released her American English no Gotchu. The people who left the American English no Gotchu space were not only Uehara Naraku and Kaguya, but also Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. To be honest, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were really wronged. Both of them existed in a very unbearable space. But when they saw Uehara Naraku and Kaguya around them, they still did not forget their mission. The palms of the two suddenly pressed against Kaguya's body. At this moment, their sneak attack was too sudden. Not to mention Kaguya Otsutsuki, even Uehara Naraku didn't react. Uehara didn't realize that the two of them would do such a thing. No, it's not surprising that Naruto and Sasuke did such a thing, because Kaguya Otsutsuki also attacked Uehara directly when she saw him. Maybe this is their family tradition. They are really a family. They don't ask anyone and just attack them directly. Indra and Ashura. Kaguya Otsutsuki looked at the two palms falling on her body. Her eyes tightened slightly because she also saw the symbols in Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. That is the sealing technique of yin power and yang power. After Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke saw that they succeeded in the sneak attack, they suddenly shouted and launched the sealing technique. 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei. An illusory statue of a god with hands together loomed. The next moment, Kaguya Otsutsuki's body slowly flew towards the sky, and stones flew up from the ground, and they were about to seal her again. Kaguya Otsutsuki lowered her head and looked at the ground. She couldn't help but whispered, Hagoromo, this is a technique you passed on to them. Did you deceive me after all? Countless stones instantly wrapped up Kaguya's body, and the meteorites gradually gathered around with attraction, forming a huge stone ball that continued to fly out of the sky. Sure enough, you are a liar. Black Zetsu's voice was also a little gloomy. Before Kaguya was sealed, Black Zetsu fell off from Kaguya's body again, obviously wanting to continue hiding. However, before Black Zetsu fell to the ground, a huge Susanoo grabbed its body and continued to fly out of the sky. I don't like to lie. Uehara Naraku's voice suddenly appeared in Black Zetsu's ears. Black Zetsu stared at Uehara Naraku in the Susanoo crystal and said in a deep voice, what do you want to do? Do you want to seal me up too? No, I'm just here to teach you. Uehara Naraku controlled the huge Susanoo and slashed at the sealed stone ball with a sharp knife. If you want to save your mother, you must learn to split the moon directly. The next moment, a blue sword light flashed. The huge stone ball that just sealed Kaguya was split into two. Also, I'm not Hagoromo. Uehara Naraku stared at Kaguya in the center of the stone ball, stretched out the arm of Susanoo, and grabbed her out, looking at the panicked Otsutsuki Kaguya with some displeasure on his face. How many times do you want me to repeat it? I'm Uehara Naraku. Don't treat me as the unfilial son of your family anymore. 5 updates today. Sorry for missing one update today. Forget it, my life is more important. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385. I have killed all your enemies. On the ground, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were a little speechless. They both relied on sneak attacks to hit Kaguya and released the 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei. Finally, they fulfilled their mission and sealed the chakra ancestor. The next moment, Uehara Naraku flew out of the sky with his Susanoo, split the Chibaku Tensei with a knife, and rescued Kaguya inside. This scene was indeed very shocking. But this is fucking. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke looked at each other. They looked down at their palms. The Yang Power Seal and the Yin Power Seal marks there were gone. Now where can they find another 6 Paths Chibaku Tensei? At this time, a shadow of chakra gradually floated out from the sacred tree and slowly fell beside them. It was the 6 Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Bang! The blue Susanoo also suddenly fell to the ground. The ground was shaking violently, causing several people to frown. The next moment, the blue Susanoo suddenly dissipated. Uehara Naraku looked at the 6 Paths Sage floating above the ground, and he couldn't help but frowned. Is the 6 Paths Sage finally willing to come? Uehara Naraku glanced at Kaguya beside him again. How would the legendary chakra ancestor feel when he saw the son who sealed him? Just when Uehara Naraku wanted to take a good look at what kind of drama would happen when the mother and son who were not in harmony reunited, it almost scared Uehara Naraku. Kaguya, this woman, why is she staring at him all the time? Your real son, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, is over there. Uehara Naraku's eyelids trembled, and he explained speechlessly, hey, Kaguya, did you see it? This is your son. Kaguya then turned her eyes away from Uehara Naraku. After taking a look at the illusory spirit of the 6 Paths Sage, she slowly turned her head to look at Uehara Naraku. Just when Uehara Naraku was full of questions, Heizetsu explained sinisterly, back then, Hagoromo dispersed his chakra throughout the ninja world. Uehara, you should have obtained a part of it. Sure enough, the 6 Paths Sage's face was not very good. He looked at Uehara Naraku and said calmly, your chakra should be a part of the chakra that I dispersed in the ninja world back then. Is it because you absorbed too much human emotions that you chose to save your mother? All the chakra in this ninja world was passed down by the 6 Paths Sage. In theory, except for the bloodline of Otsutsuki Hamura, any chakra in this ninja world could be his chakra, and Uehara Naraku also has the same Susanoo and Samsurai, so it is normal for the 6 Paths Sage to admit his mistake. You're overthinking it. Uehara Naraku shook his head helplessly and said with a hint of irritability, all of this is the result of my own hard work and practice. Senior Zetsu, Who do you think is stronger between the two of us? My current strength has surpassed that of the Six Paths Sage back then. That's not wrong. Black Zetsu slowly raised his head and looked at the Six Paths Sage and said in a deep voice, the part of Hagoromo now belongs to God, and what you, Uehara, got should be the part of Hagoromo's chakra that belongs to humans. Kaguya looked at Uehara in silence. You guys are really good at making excuses. Uehara Naraku's forehead twitched. Instead of arguing with these guys about this issue here, it would be better for him to ask the truth in the future. Okay, now let's talk about business. The Six Paths Sage looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, if the mother is not sealed up, sooner or later she will devour everyone's chakra, and you will be no exception. She has released all the tailed beasts. Uehara Naraku pointed to the 9 spheres in the sky and explained calmly, I have already promised her. If I seal Kaguya at this time, wouldn't I be a liar? The Six Paths Sage fell silent. Uchiha Sasuke twitched his mouth beside him and couldn't help but said, hey, Uehara, aren't you a liar? Is there anyone in the ninja world that you haven't deceived? After a moment of silence, Uehara Naraku looked at the people around him and said earnestly, although I deceived you, I'm still a good person. Asshole, how dare you say such a thing? Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fist suddenly. Otsutsuki Hagoromo waved his hand to stop the irritable Uchiha Sasuke. He looked at Uehara Naraku, and his chakra gradually began to stir. He said, are you really unwilling to seal your mother? You who have not experienced that era don't know the power of your mother. I have seen it. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms, and his expression gradually became a little subtle. I tried it too. I punched her, and she cried so hard. Black Zetsu. Otsutsuki Kaguya. Although Kaguya and Black Zetsu knew that Uehara Naraku was helping them, they felt that something was wrong. After saying that, Uehara Naraku added, in this world, there is nothing that I can't solve with one punch. For a moment, the Six Paths Sage was choked. The next moment, Otsutsuki Hagoromo stretched out his staff, and his body gradually began to solidify. The Six Paths Sage, who was once called a god, slowly held the staff in his hand and pointed it at Uehara Naraku. Then as my previous life, let me test your strength. Uehara Naraku was silent for a while. The atmosphere in the air gradually became tense. No matter who it was, they couldn't help but look at the Six Paths Sage and Uehara Naraku. Black Zetsu said in a sinister voice, hehehe. A battle between the divine Six Paths Sage and the human Hagoromo? Shut up. Uehara Naraku glared at Black Zetsu. The next moment, 2 chains suddenly spread out from Uehara's hands, one of which was a soul shackle that could imprison the soul, and the other was an energy chain that could extract chakra. The soul shackles in Uehara Naraku's hands suddenly attacked the chakra body of the Six Paths Sage. Although you are also worthy of a challenge, but I still have to say that you really recognize the wrong person. The staff swung open the 2 chains. The Six Paths Sage held up the staff in one hand, and his chakra spirit seemed to be able to descend anywhere in the ninja world. His figure suddenly appeared next to Uehara Naraku, and he stretched out one hand to slap Uehara Naraku's body. The next moment, the Six Paths Sage's palm fell into the air. Uehara Naraku's figure disappeared in the air at the same time. In an instant, everyone's eyes were dazzled. They only had time to see the flickering after images and could not see any traces of Uehara Naraku and the Six Paths Sage at all. Whenever Uehara Naraku appeared, the Six Paths Sage would follow closely and change his position. Uehara Naraku would not hesitate to walk in the air and change his position immediately. Fortunately, the people present either had the Rinnegan or the Byakugan. Even Uzumaki Naruto had a strong perception ability, and they could barely know that the 2 people were still using their respective abilities to avoid attack and defense. Groups of walking in the void left behind a spatial quagmire. Groups of chakra smoke left behind by the Six Paths Sage who descended and disappeared. In just a dozen seconds, the entire sky had changed, and their figures were getting faster and harder to catch. This was a more exciting battle than the one between Uehara Naraku and Kaguya. The next moment, the voices of the 2 people resounded through the sky. Susanoo. Whether it was attacking or defending, Susanoo was an excellent choice. Even if the Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo was left with only a chakra spirit, he still had unimaginable power. Before this guy gave the sealed yang and yin powers to Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, he had actually thought that, if these two people did not accept it, the Six Paths Sage would actually seal Kaguya himself. The Six Paths Sage is so powerful that it has surpassed the limit of life energy. The Six Paths Sage has mastered almost all the power of the entire ninja world without any surprise. He is the second person in the entire ninja world to have chakra, the first owner of the Samsara in the ninja world, and the first person to successfully practice the Sage mode. Uehara Naraku's power is no less. Since Uehara Naraku gradually revealed his true face, the entire ninja world has not been able to pick out anyone who can defeat him. Six Paths Orochimaru, Six Paths Uchiha Madara, and even the ancestor of chakra, Kaguya Otsutsuki, were easily defeated by his men. The three Ten-Tails Jinchuriki before and after were all defeated by Uehara's men. Not even one person could cause him too much trouble. The next moment, two identical, huge, godlike complete Susanus in the air fought together, and every sword energy seemed to cut through the sky. Clang! The two Susanus each held a ninja sword. The next moment, Uehara Naraku and the Six Paths Sage each controlled their Susanus to slash at each other, and the huge ninja swords collided fiercely. A huge shockwave suddenly spread out. A gust of wind suddenly rose in the air, and even the sacred tree was shaking for this surging shockwave. The battle between these two people far exceeded the boundaries of ninjas. At this moment, they are the real gods. Uehara Naraku manipulated Susanoo and suddenly ducked and rushed diagonally. After the huge ninja sword brushed past the enemy's ninja sword, it directly cut off the head of the Six Paths Sage Susanoo. The winner was decided. Uehara Naraku calmly manipulated Susanoo and turned around, watching through the crystal as the Six Paths Sage's huge Susanoo turned into a phantom and dissipated. Did I lose? The brows of the Six Paths Sage were slightly frowned. He slowly turned his head to look at Uehara Naraku, a look of realization on his face. Is this man can conquer nature? That's enough. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but hold his forehead and said, you lost to me because I'm too strong. Do you understand? Yeah. The Six Paths Sage nodded slowly, and his old voice came out again. Chakra is always so magical, because humans have emotions. Sometimes chakra will become very weak, and sometimes it will become very powerful. After I became the incarnation of protecting the order of the ninja world, my power has been fixed forever. That's enough. Uehara Naraku held his forehead. Why was the Six Paths Sage still talking about this nonsense? Uehara knew that he was so strong, because he was a cheat. Okay, Uehara Naraku. The Six Paths Sage paused with his staff, and said in a deep voice, as the human side, since you have chosen another path, then you will be responsible for monitoring your mother. After that, the Six Paths Sage said again, I will still wander between life and death in this ninja world. Once I find any clues, I will seal her up immediately. Whatever. Uehara Naraku glanced at his task panel, slowly raised his finger, and whispered, now let me lift the infinite moon reading in this world. Wait. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand to stop Uehara Naraku, and said loudly, Uehara Naraku, what you told me, is it true or false? The things about Uchiha and Konoha. This question. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, and suddenly said, although what I told you is half true and half false, the things about Konoha and Uchiha are indeed true. Sasuke, you actually have a lot of enemies in Konoha. Uehara Naraku showed some helplessness on his face. He looked at the two people below, and continued to add, it's a pity that you are getting stronger too slowly. During the time you were getting stronger, I had nothing better to do, and killed all your enemies. Uchiha Sasuke was choked. Can't he really speak human language? Uehara Naraku, this bastard, told him about the past, and tricked him into destroying Konoha for revenge. But now he told him that his enemies had been killed by Uehara, because he had nothing better to do. Is this person sick? Okay, let's unlock the infinite Tsukuyomi first. Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his finger, his eyes shook slightly, and whispered, I'm in this world, but there are still many things to do. The blood moon in the sky shook slightly, and returned to normal in an instant. The sacred tree on the ground slowly began to shrink, and the mummy sealed by the sacred tree with the infinite Tsukuyomi gradually fell down, and the people in them slowly began to wake up. Infinite Tsukuyomi, unlocked. First update. Writing about the inhuman Uehara. I really can't bear to part with it. There are still 4 more chapters. Chapter 386. When the sky-shaking star falls, remember to make a wish. In the Hidden Rain Village, the vines on Conan's body gradually withered. The next moment, she slowly opened her eyes, raised her head, and looked at the sky of the Hidden Rain Village, and lowered her head little by little and said, "Is it just a dream after all? Angel, are you awake?" The figure of Hydrangea quickly jumped down, squatted beside Conan, and reached out to help her up. Although I don't know what happened in the ninja world, it seems that everything is resolved now. Well, Conan nodded slowly and whispered, "I don't know what the situation is on the battlefield now. Uehara should be okay." Conan was really worried about her disciples. Uehara Naraku was much better than Conan imagined, but when he felt good, others must not be so happy. After the infinite moon redding was lifted, all the people in the ninja coalition gradually woke up. Because the sacred tree extracted chakra, they were still a little weak in their bodies, and some ninjas even needed to support and take care of each other. At this time, a voice fell into their ears. "Hello." Uehara Naraku stood on a high place, looking down at the allied ninja forces, chuckled and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yuga Kyosin, the leader of Akatsuki, the captain-in-chief of the allied ninja forces, the initiator and manipulator of the 4th Ninja World War." Every ninja's fist clenched involuntarily. Just when someone was about to open his mouth to question, Uehara Naraku continued, "If you criticize or want to question me, please allow me to warn you first." When he said this, Uehara Naraku's voice gradually became a little cheerful. "The legendary 6 Paths Sage, the ninja god Senju Hashirama, the ninja world Shura Uchiha Madara, all of them were defeated by me. So I want to give a friendly reminder here. Any enemy who is weaker than the 6 Paths level, in fact, does not even have the qualifications to stand in front of me and talk. Of course, even if you have the same power as the 6 Paths Sage, there is no difference between you and a genin in front of me. Maybe you don't understand what the concept of a 6 Paths level person is. Let me explain it briefly. That is to say, he can easily kill all of you present. Naruto, Sasuke, who of you two will show everyone a show?" Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but twitch their faces, and all the ninjas looked at them involuntarily. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, looked at several familiar people below, and said in a bitter voice, "Granite Tsunade, lecherous sage, Kakashi sensei, what Uehara said is right, and the war is over." So, Tsunade raised her head and looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, "Is Uehara Naraku the final winner of this war?" "No, no, no, everyone is the winner." Uehara Naraku waved his hand and said faintly, "After all, I couldn't bear to kill so many people, so you got my gift and survived, which is also a win. We are actually all family members." Damn, it's inexplicable. Who dares to say they are your family members? Can those ninjas in this ninja world who once thought that Uehara Naraku was their own have a good end? Uehara Naraku. Tsunade frowned and said in a deep voice, "No matter who is the winner, at least you have to tell us what happened. This is a long story." Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and glanced at all the ninjas who were looking up at the scene. "I may have to talk for a long time. If you look up for too long, your neck may hurt." "Is it the time to talk about whether your neck hurts now?" Tsunade said with a gloomy face. "Even if we can't do anything now, at least tell us the truth." "Well, okay." A stone chair appeared under Uehara Naraku. He slowly sat down and looked at Otsutsuki Kagura who had been standing behind him. He said softly, "The origin of this war dates back to 1,000 years ago. The ancestor of the bloodline clans in the ninja world such as the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki, the first goddess of the rabbit in the ninja world who possessed chakra. Otsutsuki Kagura's family was unfortunate. She gave birth to 2 children, but unfortunately her children grew up and sealed her up in order to seize her power." Wait. Uzumaki Naruto immediately stopped Uehara Naraku loudly. His expression slightly collapsed. "What you said is too outrageous. It is completely different from the truth. It's really outrageous." Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but hold his forehead, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. "Hey, Uehara, do you always like to add material to the stories you tell everyone?" "Shut up." Uehara Naraku frowned, looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and said in a deep voice, "If your stories are never moving enough, and you only talk to people about feelings and ideals, who would be willing to listen to these stories. After talking about Uzumaki Naruto, Uehara and Naraku looked at Uchiha Sasuke again. Sasuke, your brother Itachi is very talented in telling stories. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but patted his forehead and said, "Asshole. Can you stop mentioning Itachi in the tone of an old friend?" Uehara Naraku was silent for a while, then he waved his hand and rolled up a gust of wind, throwing the two out. Then he slowly turned his head and said, "Okay, let's continue now." The 5Kage looked at each other. Some ninjas who were looking up and waiting to listen to the story were also speechless. Now he hasn't even started to talk about the main point, and he wants to deceive them just after the beginning. Uehara Naraku didn't care and continued. 1,000 years ago, the legendary chakra ancestor Kaguya was sealed by her two children. One of the children took away his mother's power and founded the ninja sect to unify the ninja world. When he said this, Uehara Naraku's face gradually became serious. He looked at the ninjas with some surprise on their faces and said in a deep voice, "You guessed it right. That child is the legendary Six Paths Sage." Uehara Naraku continued slowly. Unfortunately, the Six Paths Sage didn't expect that in addition to him and his brother, his mother, the goddess of a rabbit, still left a child named Black Zetsu before being sealed. "He is our intelligence captain." Everyone present fell silent again. To be honest, the defeat of the ninja coalition was not unfair. The leader of the coalition, Uehara Naraku, was the mastermind behind the scenes, and the intelligence captain was also the mastermind. What could they use to fight? Their lives. Uehara Naraku looked down at the faces of the crowd, chuckled and continued, "Black Zetsu has been trying to resurrect the goddess of a rabbit, Kaguya, that is, to release the illusion of infinite moon reading. Similarly, in order to avenge the former Six Paths Sage lineage, it secretly instigated the Uchiha and Senju clans, watching these two former blood relatives kill each other, while secretly selecting suitable chess pieces to resurrect Kaguya. This is also the reason for the fight between the Uchiha and the Senju." Later, after a brief reconciliation, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara parted ways again. Black Zetsu finally picked a chess piece, Uchiha Madara, and began to implement the plan to resurrect Kaguya. In order to realize this plan, Black Zetsu used all the people in the ninja world as chess pieces, but it miscalculated my strength. I didn't expect that the chakra ancestor would not be my opponent after resurrection, so you are still lucky enough to stand here. Black Zetsu felt a little uneasy. The Uehara Naraku is too cruel, even scolding his past self. Even Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were speechless. In Uehara Naraku's description, the Six Paths Sage became a despicable villain. Maybe it's true, because Uehara Naraku is the reincarnation of part of the Six Paths Sage's chakra. Look at what kind of virtue this Uehara Naraku is. Can we still expect the Six Paths Sage 1,000 years ago to be a good person? After listening to Uehara Naraku's story, Tsunade couldn't help but frowned and said in a deep voice, "Uehara Naraku, then what role do you play in it? Before I was hit by the illusion, you seem to have been hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi." "Oh, I pretended." Uehara Naraku responded casually, "I saw that everyone was hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi. If I didn't get that illusion, it seemed that I was a little bit out of place. How can there be such a saying as being afraid of being too sociable? You fucking felt that you were not sociable at that time. Why didn't you feel that way when you betrayed the entire ninja coalition? If the eyes of everyone present were like knives, Uehara Naraku's body would have been shattered to pieces." Uehara Naraku ignored the knife-like eyes and continued calmly, "So after I pretended to be hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi, I discovered Black Zetsu's conspiracy, defeated the legendary chakra progenitor, and saved you." The expressions of the ninja coalition were different. To be honest, they didn't know whether they should believe it or not. Well, if you want to know the details, just ask Naruto and Sasuke. It's a pity that there are only 2 viewers for my highlight moment. Uehara Naraku shook his head and sighed, then looked at the crowd and continued softly, "A week later, I will be waiting for the arrival of the 5Kage in the Hidden Rain Village. At that time, you must come to discuss the post-war affairs with me." After that, Uehara Naraku slowly clenched his fists and added calmly, "Because if anyone is not present, I may not feel very happy. Maybe your village will become stars, or stars will fall in your village." The next moment, the earth in the distance rose rapidly, forming a huge meteorite. Uehara and Naraku pointed at the meteorite and manipulated it to fall into a lake. The whole earth shook violently and everyone's face showed a trace of panic. Did you see it? It's that kind of star. After Uehara and Naraku finished speaking, his expression gradually became serious. He turned around and continued, if at that time, such an unhappy thing really happened, because someone was not present, I hope that all the ninjas present must remember. All the ninja seers stood up involuntarily. Uehara and Naraku looked at these nervous ninjas, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. When the great star breaks through the sky and falls on your village, you must remember to make a wish, wishing that you don't have to be a ninja in your next life. Countless ninjas cursed Uehara from head to toe in their hearts. Second update. And more. Chapter 387. Wouldn't it be better if everyone joined Akatsuki? Uehara and Naraku simply cleared his name and left. He pushed all the blame onto Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Black Zetsu 1,000 years ago, as if he was just a little ninja who knew nothing but happened to have some strength. A huge ancient dragon descended from the sky and took Uehara, Otsutsuki Kaguya, and Black Zetsu away from the battlefield. After Uehara and Naraku left, many people set their sights on Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Obviously, they wanted to get more information from these two people. Okay. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help scratching his hair. His face gradually became serious. First of all, everything Uehara said is false. No, that's not right. I should say that everything he threatened us with is true. Uzumaki Naruto looked at everyone with expressions of sudden realization and continued in a deep voice. In other words, I can't judge whether what Uehara said is true or false because he is the reincarnation of part of the chakra of the legendary Six Paths Sage, although he has never admitted it. Every ninja couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Just now, Naraku Uehara slandered the Six Paths Sage to pieces. This guy is so cruel. He even slandered his own past life. But the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage's chakra is like this, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, playing tricks on them, the little ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the shocked people and continued softly, the purpose of this war is that the legendary chakra ancestor Kaguya wants to devour the chakra of everyone in the ninja world, but her purpose was stopped by Uehara and Naraku. So, Uehara is actually very strong. Whether it is the chakra ancestor or the other part of the Six Paths Sage's chakra, he easily defeated them. Uzumaki Naruto did not hide too much. He told the whole story of this war. Whether it was the origin of the Senju and Uchiha clans, the appearance of the Six Paths Sage, or the appearance of Kaguya, until the final revelation that Uehara was the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage's chakra. Everything shocked the 5-cage. These secrets from thousands of years ago are indeed shocking enough. That is to say, Tsunade slowly turned her head and looked at the people present and said softly, a week later, he invited us to attend the post-war meeting. We must go to participate. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke said contemptuously, you don't have to go. It's better to destroy all the corrupt and degenerate guys like you. Asshole, what did you say? The fourth Raikage was about to rush up in a bad temper. The next moment, he was easily knocked to the ground by Uchiha Sasuke. Just when Sasuke pulled out his ninja sword and wanted to kill the fourth Raikage with one knife, Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly stopped his action and slowly shook his head. Sasuke, stop spreading hatred. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto, slowly retracted his ninja sword, and said contemptuously, a bunch of idiots. After Uchiha Sasuke finished scolding, he did not stop and left here on his own. Just as several Kumo ninjas slowly drew out their ninja swords and wanted to kill Sasuke for the fourth Raikage, giant golden chakra hands suddenly emerged from Uzumaki Naruto's body and pressed all of them to the ground. You are no match. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sasuke's back as he left and said softly, except for me, Uehara, Naraku and Kaguya, there is no one in this ninja world who can be Sasuke's opponent. There is no one in the entire ninja world who can be Sasuke's opponent. Just as Uchiha Sasuke left and felt that he had nowhere to go in the ninja world, a roar of an ancient dragon reached his ears. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but look up. A group of people sat on the ancient dragon again. In addition to Uehara, Naraku, Kaguya, and Black Zetsu, the group of funny people from the Akatsuki organization were waving at him enthusiastically. Even Nagato and Kabuto Yakushi were there. It was just that Nagato had replaced his eyes with a pair of ordinary eyes, which were made for him by Uehara Naraku using the power of Yang. Kabuto Yakushi was still the same, pushing up his glasses when he saw someone. Damn. These ghosts are lingering around. Just when Uchiha Sasuke was trying to leave without paying attention, Uehara Naraku's voice fell into his ears. Hey, Sasuke, even if you don't want to see me, at least you have to fulfill your responsibilities, right? What responsibilities? Take care of your Uchiha's ancestor Kaguya. Uehara Naraku's voice sounded a little bad. I just went to pick up these guys, and I saw you alone here. Since there is no place to go in the ninja world, you might as well stay in Akatsuki like Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke frowned. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke's figure suddenly jumped into the sky and landed on the ancient dragon. He said in a cold voice, Uehara Naraku, you bastard, don't pretend to be Itachi's friend in front of me, okay? TSK. Uehara Naraku shook his head, controlled the ancient dragon to soar into the sky, and flew towards the direction of the Hidden Rain village. Deidara looked at Sasuke and pouted in dissatisfaction. Really? Why do we have to let Uchiha guys join Akatsuki? Okay. The Red Sand Scorpion interrupted Deidara's complaints and said softly, Uehara's intention should be to let Sasuke replace the position left by Itachi in the Hidden Rain village. Konan was still a little uneasy. After the infinite Tsukuyomi was lifted, the Hidden Rain village returned to normal, but people were inevitably panicking. At this time, the roar of an ancient dragon came from the sky. Konan's figure instantly turned into pieces of origami and flew out, landing on the village's high tower, and reuniting into her body. An ancient dragon landed beside the high tower. Rows of figures wearing black robes with auspicious clouds sat on the back of the ancient dragon. Uehara Naraku sat in the front and waved at Konan. Teacher, here, I brought back Lord Nagato too. Konan's eyes wandered and fell on Nagato. Xiaonan's expression gradually stiffened, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. Actually, I didn't get out of the illusion at all. Before this disciple left, he said that he would definitely bring back Nagato's body. How come he brought back a living Nagato? It's not an illusion. Uehara Naraku appeared beside Xiaonan, stretched out his palm, and gently fell on her hair. Xiaonan slowly raised her head and looked at Uehara Naraku's face. Her face was somewhat calm and she said, if it is an illusion, I don't care. This is also good. Unfortunately, this is not an illusion. It's the real world. After Uehara Naraku returned, their lives seemed to have returned to the way they were in the past, except that Nagato no longer lived in the tower and occasionally came out for a stroll. As for the members of the Akatsuki organization, in addition to Kabuto Yakushi, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Sasuke who returned on orders, the Akatsuki organization has one more member than before. Kaguya Rotsutsuki. Uehara Naraku kept stuffing people into the Akatsuki organization, and no one knew what he wanted to prepare. He even asked people to prepare many black robes with auspicious clouds. This is really confusing. Especially Kakuzu, who doesn't like to waste money, thinks that it's a waste for everyone in the Akatsuki organization to have two uniforms. For Uehara Naraku, these are all necessary preparations. The only troublesome problem is that Kaguya Rotsutsuki is becoming more and more weird. This woman is like a ghost, and she will suddenly appear next to Uehara from time to time. 7 days later, the 5 shadows arrived at the Hidden Rain village. Uehara Naraku was sitting in the office. After seeing them, he didn't say much nonsense and said directly, from today on, all matters related to war in the entire ninja world need the approval of the Akatsuki organization, even including Yaranbu fights. Do you have any objections? After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, before they could open their mouths to object, he added softly, if anyone has any objections, there is no need to go back, because when you return to your village, it should have been destroyed. The 5 shadows fell into silence. Everyone's cheeks twitched. At this time, they especially missed the Uehara Naraku who held the 5 shadow talks in the Iron Kingdom. At least at that time, Uehara Naraku was willing to lie to them. So this Uehara Naraku, does his personality get worse every time he reveals his true face? Uehara Naraku looked at the silent 5 cage and continued, of course this is not an absolute rule. Akatsuki will also help the 5 great nations to resolve disputes and mediate wars. In addition, Akatsuki will also absorb powerful ninjas from the ninja world to become members of Akatsuki and train them to become stronger. After he finished speaking, Uehara Naraku raised 5 documents in his hand, and in the breeze, the documents fell into the hands of the 5 cage. Uehara Naraku tilted his head and said calmly, in addition to the war, other matters such as the Chunin exam may also be discussed at the Akatsuki meeting in the future. Except for me, the leader of Akatsuki, who has a veto power, ordinary matters are left to the Akatsuki members to vote on, so you may not have no chance to implement some measures of your own. Akatsuki is just a shackle for your adventurous war behavior. If you want Akatsuki to pass a resolution about the ninja world, you can find a way to get your proposal passed at the meeting. As a big country in the ninja world, each big country has 3 candidates to join Akatsuki, which can be your daimyo, cage, and cage assistant. If you want your proposal to get more votes, make the ninjas in the village stronger, and join the Akatsuki organization. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. In this way, the entire ninja world will at least always be on a negotiation table. Although I'm the one who controls this negotiation table now, it may not be you in the future. The 5 cage couldn't help but raise their heads. At this moment, they felt vaguely that Uehara was treating them as idiots. Chapter 388. You also need to pay the membership fee for joining Akatsuki. Let the strong men from the 5 major countries all join the Akatsuki organization. This proposal is obviously ridiculous in the eyes of the 5 cage. However, under the suppression of Uehara Naraku's powerful force, this proposal is actually quite reliable, at least much better than the proposal that Uehara directly rules the ninja world. The worst result in their minds is that this guy Uehara Naraku forcibly demands the merger of the entire ninja world, and he rules the ninja world. Now it seems that Uehara Naraku's proposal is obviously much more lenient than the result they thought in their minds. Every major country must be controlled by the Akatsuki organization, but every major country also has a certain voice in the Akatsuki organization, although this voice is still subject to Uehara's supervision. Hatsune raised her eyebrows and said softly, if we join Akatsuki, does it mean that we will have to carry out missions for Akatsuki from now on? Generally speaking, there won't be any troublesome missions. After Uehara Naraku made a random remark, he continued softly, but once any village wants to start a war and refuses to listen to Akatsuki's mediation, that's when we need to take action. Destroying a country should be child's play. The 5 people fell silent again. If it was just for peace, Uehara Naraku's proposal couldn't be better, but for the several cages who had expansionist ambitions, I personally agree. Gaara lowered his head first and said calmly, it's just that I still need to discuss this with the village's top leaders. After all, Akatsuki and us. It doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku interrupted Gaara and said softly, Sir Kazuki, since you personally agree, everything will be easy to talk about. Just when everyone present thought that they could delay time, Uehara Naraku added, in order to prevent the Sand Village from disagreeing with your opinion, I can help you destroy the Sand Village directly now. You can build a new Sand Village in the Kingdom of Wind with the support of our Akatsuki organization. We will ensure that no one invades the Kingdom of Wind. Uehara Naraku gave himself a thumbs up. Isn't this approach simple and quick? Gaara. Damn, this Uehara Naraku is really ruthless. Now he can't even delay time or even find a way to go back and ask the people in the village for opinions. Gaara shook his head quickly and said immediately, no need. If there are different opinions in the village, I will find a way to convince them. Really? I don't believe it. Uehara Naraku tilted his head and persuaded, instead of wasting so much time persuading those old stubborn people, why not rebuild a sand village with our help? No need. Gaara lowered his head. He cursed Uehara Naraku in his heart, but he continued, I will select candidates to join the Akatsuki organization as soon as possible. Okay. Uehara Naraku snapped his fingers, nodded and continued, then Mr. Kazuki can take 3 Akatsuki uniforms with him when he goes back. In the future, if there are other people in the Sand Village who want to join Akatsuki, I will send someone to interview them. Yeah. Gaara nodded slowly. At this moment, Gaara regretted that he spoke first. Because he spoke first, he became the first person among the 5 cage to surrender. Naraku turned his head to look at the others and continued, then you all disagree. In that case, there is no need for us to waste time. Wait. Tsunade waved her hands hurriedly and said in a deep voice, in addition to the 3 fixed places, what kind of interview do other members need to go through if they want to join the Akatsuki organization? Strength is the only criterion for testing. Naraku spread out his palms and continued calmly, I will send the most suitable candidates to assess the strength of the members. If they can win or draw, they will be passed. After Naraku finished speaking, he looked at Tsunade with a playful smile on his face. But Konoha does have many candidates who can pass the assessment. Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi, my guy, Uzumaki Naruto, Rock Lee, and even the current woman Hiruno Sakura may be able to do it. After saying this, Naraku added, any official member who is strong enough to defeat Akatsuki, but has not joined Akatsuki, will be listed as a dangerous element in the ninja world, and I will eliminate them. Naraku's eyes gradually became dangerous, and he continued calmly, don't underestimate Akatsuki's intelligence capabilities, I believe we will never let you down. Everyone's face was a little ugly. In this case, they really want to hide some powerful ninjas in the future. Now it seems that, if they are found out, it will be a little difficult to explain. How about this? Naraku's mouth corners slightly raised. He chuckled and said, whenever there is a ninja in the village who is strong enough, please immediately send the information to Akatsuki's base for filing. We gather together twice a year to assess these powerful ninjas according to the frequency of the Chunin exam. What do you think? The 5 fell into silence again. Of course we don't think it's very good. But what else can we do? Are we going to turn against each other and lose our lives? But another thought came to everyone's mind. Since powerful ninjas must join the ninja village, if this is really implemented, Konoha ninjas will obviously have the most members joining Akatsuki, and Konoha's voice will obviously be greatly strengthened. In addition to the 3 personnel quotas that Konoha can get, Konoha can also obtain 5 or even more quotas to join Akatsuki through job deployment. This is too beneficial for Konoha, which is full of geniuses. Speaking of which, this proposal may not be without benefits. The 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki spoke first in a deep voice. At least we can guarantee that, if there is a war in the future, everyone will restrain themselves. Once a dispute occurs, there is also a place for us to sit down and negotiate. Yeah. Naraku clapped his hands lightly and said, in this regard, the 3rd Tsuchika is very pertinent. After the 3rd Tsuchika finished speaking, he suddenly put forward his own opinion. This method is very beneficial to the ninja village, where geniuses are born in large numbers. However, for some ninja villages with a very high base of ninjas, but it is difficult for them to produce strong ninjas. It seems a bit unfair to only assess the strong ninjas. Naraku was silent for a while, then looked at the 3rd Tsuchika and said, but, Tsuchika, this ninja world has never been fair. Maybe you think Konoha can join many candidates, but Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto is also a ninja who can easily destroy a ninja village. And this is not irreversible. If some proposals are too beneficial to Konoha, you can apply for arbitration from the upper echelons of the Akatsuki organization. The peacekeeping method I provide now is just a blueprint. In the future, we will definitely need to work together to improve this system. I hope so. The 4th Raikage took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, that's it. I also agree on behalf of the Hidden Cloud Village. The 4th Raikage has the final say in the Hidden Cloud Village. Basically, no one in the Hidden Cloud Village will object to what the Raikage says. Since the 4th Raikage has agreed, the remaining few people have no reason to disagree. The main reason is that they don't have the courage. After all, the safety of a village depends on them. Each ninja village has 3 basic quotas. The 3 quotas are the cage's assistant and the daimyo. In addition, the 5 also wrote down the candidates in their respective villages who need to participate in the Akatsuki organization member assessment. Tsunade alone wrote at least 7 or 8. She is still trying to think about who can come to participate. If it depends on ninja tools, can it be counted? Tsunade frowned and looked at Naraku. Tenten from our village picked up several 6 paths noble phantasms on the battlefield. Naraku's forehead couldn't help but jump. What's going on? How did Tenten pick up the 6 paths noble phantasms of Kinkaku and Jinkaku? Could it be that the European Emperor is destined to be the European Emperor? No matter what happens, the luck of the European Emperor will not change. That belongs to the hidden cloud village. The 4th Raikage couldn't help but grin. But Tsunade raised her eyebrows and said, if you count it this way, it should also belong to the 6 paths sage of Uehara Naraku's previous life. Whoever it belongs to now, it will belong to him in the future. Uehara Naraku sighed quietly and advised softly, some people can become strong because they work hard enough. Some people can become strong because of the bloodline in their bodies, and some people can become strong because they are lucky. The eyebrows of the 5 Kage couldn't help but jump. This theory of getting stronger by luck is really ridiculous, but that female ninja from Konoha named Tenten did it just like that. Hey, Tenten. Uehara Naraku couldn't help rubbing his brows. It seems that she is also a chatterbox. Add that Idara guy, Akatsuki will probably be really lively. After Tsunade finished writing the list, she suddenly said, by the way, can Inoshika Chow from our village be counted as one quota? No. Uehara Naraku's eyelids twitched, and he said in a cold voice, do we still count the 100 ninjas from the Hidden Rain village as one quota? This is too ridiculous. It's just that it can't be counted now, but it may not be counted in the future. Now it's still in the initial stage, so don't make too much trouble. After the 5 Kage finished making the list and agreed on the assessment date, they each received 3 Akatsuki uniforms and were about to leave the Hidden Rain village. Just at this moment, Uehara Naraku saw a Kakuzu standing at the window of the office and suddenly called out to the 5 Kage, saying loudly, in addition to these things, you also have to pay the annual dues to maintain the operation of Akatsuki to our organization. The Kakuzu outside the window nodded with satisfaction. The 4th update. There is one more update. The next update will basically be over. I plan to put the future assessment of Akatsuki in the extra chapter. I'm going to give you a book. This puppet master is a little something. Chapter 389. The Truth of the Black Hole Universe. The final chapter of Naruto. After the first meeting, Uehara Naraku basically arranged everything. Uehara Naraku spent the rest of his time in the Hidden Rain village, waiting for the system to continuously give him mission rewards. For example, the mission rewards for Hyuga Niji's survival. For example, the mission rewards for several members of the Akatsuki organization who survived. This kind of voice has been dense and endless, but it seems that the system no longer rewards skills and begins to frequently reward gold coins or 3-dimensional attributes. In the evening, in the Hidden Rain village, Uehara Naraku accompanied Zianan to have dinner and take a walk in the Hidden Rain village. Kaguya suddenly floated out of a space-time portal and floated beside him step by step. This scene made Uehara Naraku think that he was a scumbag. At this time, Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly stopped because he saw a person he thought about day and night. That person was fiddling with a bookstall in the Hidden Rain village, flipping through a book of Intimate Paradise in his hand and reading it very happily. Damn, that bastard. The bookstall owner who sent him to the world of Naruto. Just when Uehara Naraku was about to let Konan and Kaguya leave, the bookstall owner seemed to have noticed something and waved to Uehara Naraku in a friendly manner with his eyes narrowed. The next moment, the whole world fell into darkness. No, it wasn't that the whole world fell into darkness, but Uehara Naraku's figure appeared in a dark space. This is my black hole universe. The voice of the bookstall owner fell into Uehara Naraku's ears, and as his voice came, the whole world slowly lit up again. Uehara Naraku looked around vigilantly. Now they are in an empty space. Uehara Naraku looked up and saw only a few planets and nothing else. Don't be nervous. You are a VIP customer who has spent money. After the bookstall owner snapped his fingers, 2 chairs and a table appeared in the space, and there was even a pot of tea on the table. Uehara Naraku sat on the chair, and after his emotions gradually calmed down, he looked at him speechlessly and said, "How dare you show up in front of me? I bought your book at the price, and you actually sent me to the ninja world. Are you still human?" Cough 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 cough. The bookstall owner coughed lightly a few times, spread out his palms and said, "So, don't chat with strangers when you have nothing to do, and all my books are genuine. Supporting genuine products is everyone's responsibility. Tell me first." Naraku shook his head in disgust and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter with this task? What's the matter with this system? Alas, rubbish system." The bookstall owner shook his head and sighed, then opened his mouth to curse the system for Uehara, then held his forehead and said, "Do you remember? We actually had a very happy chat that day, so I plan to let you try our business." Uehara looked at him speechlessly. "Let me first introduce our business to you." After taking a sip of tea, the bookstall owner slowly said, "We mainly try to preserve these worlds before they decline. What's the point of doing this? There is no meaning. It's purely a hobby. Your hobby is to let me be the mastermind?" Uehara's expression looked a little unhappy. What kind of hobbies does this guy have? Well, I can explain this. The bookstall owner slowly spread out his palms. His face gradually became serious. "In fact, the most important thing in our business is to learn to hide yourself. Otherwise, when others work hard to become stronger, you just know how to cheat. If people find out, wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing? More than a little." Uehara nodded slowly and then said subtly, "But why did you choose me? Is it because I also like the two-dimensional world?" "Yeah." After the bookstall owner nodded vigorously, he looked at Uehara Naraku and said, "In fact, it is mainly because you want to cheat in life. Don't refute this, because my mission is to fulfill your wish and give you a system. Unfortunately, I only have this kind of rubbish system." After that, the bookstall owner continued, "Don't worry, you can scold your system at will, because it is rubbish. This system has a small memory. Once too many skills are displayed, it will automatically crash. You have so many skills, and it hasn't crashed yet." "Oh, it has crashed. Ah." Uehara Naraku frowned. His eyes gradually turned into Samsara eyes. He whispered, "But my ability can still. It has nothing to do with your ability." The bookstall owner shook his head and continued softly, "The rewards given to you by the system are directly sent to your body. It is only responsible for displaying them to you, but until the memory is insufficient, it will automatically adjust the skills given to you into attributes or gold coins." Uehara Naraku was completely dumbfounded. What kind of rubbish system is this? After the bookstall owner finished speaking, he shook his head and said, "Don't worry, you can actually use a modifier. I'll help you modify it in a while. In fact, it's best to have the three-dimensional attributes of each world, because this is related to your black hole universe." At the end, the bookstall owner's face gradually became serious, and he continued in a deep voice, "Every place you have been to, you can find a way to put it in your black hole universe to prevent it from being threatened in the future." After saying this, the bookstall owner couldn't help but smile and said, "And in the future, you can also fill the scene. For example, when a war breaks out in a certain world, you can also gather tens of thousands of people from your own back garden to fill the scene." Uehara Naraku remembered a certain man in character who was extremely powerful, but still had a bunch of little brothers, and nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. For example, Naruto is a small planet, but it is not easy to put such a small planet in your own black hole universe." The bookstall owner slowly spread out his palm and explained softly, "After all, this is to let your black hole universe devour a planet and maintain the normal operation of this world, so the energy required does vary, very much." The bookstall owner looked at Uehara Naraku silently and said calmly, "If you want to put the Naruto planet into your own black hole universe and maintain its operation, you will need at least 5 million three-dimensional values." After saying this, the bookstall owner continued, "You can also choose to give up this planet, maintain your own powerful strength, and let the system help you convert energy. Then maybe you will have a good start in the next world." After that, the bookstall owner added, "But I still suggest that it is better to have one more planet in your black hole universe, because it will provide you with strong enough feedback." Uehara Naraku couldn't help but frowned and said, "My current values are not enough, only more than 3 million chakras. After thinking for a while, the bookstall owner said softly, "Then leave some skills and exchange the rest. By the way, except for the innate magical skills, the value of other skills is not high, because they are easy to get." Uehara Naraku fell into deep thought. After a moment, Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his head and asked a fatal question, "Can't I return to the real world?" "Yes." The bookstall owner nodded slowly and continued softly. Then you'd better be mentally prepared, because you may receive some very strange wishes at any time, because of a fan of the second dimension. Rubbish system, can't it be untied? Uehara Naraku's forehead couldn't help but jump. The bookstall owner couldn't help but pat his forehead and said, because these systems are too rubbish, there is no need to recycle them at all. When you become stronger in the future and don't want to do this business, you can directly destroy them yourself. Uehara Naraku fell into silence. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and said, then please trouble the senior to help me open the exchange skill modifier. I will choose the exchange ability. Let's put the planet of Naruto into the black hole universe first. Okay. The bookstall owner nodded. Uehara Naraku originally thought that this bookstall owner would modify the system remotely and planned to see if there were any flaws, but he didn't expect that he still had to modify it himself. Damn, the exchange function has always been there. It's just that this rubbish system doesn't show it enough. After exchanging a bunch of skills, Uehara Naraku finally barely raised his 3-dimensional attributes to the limit of 5 million. It's time to start. After the bookstall owner snapped his fingers, he took Uehara Naraku to the sky above the ninja world. He said softly, now try to operate your black hole universe and take this planet and its surrounding satellites and stars into it. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and suddenly stretched out his palm. A black hole emerged from his palm. The black hole slowly broke away from Uehara's palm and suddenly became larger. The sun, the ninja world, and the moon were gradually covered by the black hole, until finally, they were all taken into the black hole. The bookstall owner was covered with ice slag. Because of the loss of the star, the temperature of this place where the ninja world planet existed suddenly dropped a lot. After seeing Uehara Naraku coming out, the bookstall owner shuddered. You should pay attention. There is another person outside. The black hole universe can only be entered and exited by yourself without permission. From now on, you can just think about it as a divine space and use it. Is that so? Uehara nodded slowly. The novice guidance is over, and the rest basically doesn't need me anymore. The bookstall owner waved at Uehara Naraku and said, the next world that novices must experience. Follow your own heart and go. Uehara Naraku watched the figure of this cheating bookstall owner disappear into a space vortex. He felt like he forgot to ask something. It seemed that, if he didn't complete the main task, there would be any punishment. Unfortunately, the person was gone. Uehara Naraku's brows moved, and his figure suddenly appeared in his own black hole universe. A star, a planet, and a satellite. There are only these 3 planets in the black hole universe, and they seem a little lonely. Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared on the planet back in the ninja world. Although the power he could use had decreased a lot, at this moment he felt that he was omnipotent in this world. The existence and operation of this planet are all due to his power. Uehara Naraku's voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the members of Akatsuki. He whispered, prepare for a meeting. I plan to pick a few people to carry out the mission tomorrow. Okay. The 5th update is over. There will be no Akatsuki in the ninja world in the future. The Naruto world has ended here, and I will not make any remarks. In the next world, One Piece will begin. I want to be the mastermind behind the infinite flow. I will write some Naruto extras in the future. When the V group is ready, I will post the extras in the V group. Chapter 390I, Uehara Naraku, I'm looking for a part-time job. In the year 1519 of the Heian calendar, Alabasta, the Desert Kingdom, Rainland. Alabasta is a capital city where most of the country is desert. Even in Rainland, a city surrounded by rainforests, the air is still a little dry, and the scorching sun makes everyone feel a little depressed. In a cafe, a black-haired mature woman wearing a small vest looks a little tempting. She is holding her chin, flipping through the book in her hand with interest, and her fingers tap her cheeks little by little. For other people, it is a time to run for life, but for this woman, this time is just a leisurely afternoon tea. Just at this time, someone pushed open the door of the cafe and walked in. A somewhat messy sound of footsteps made the woman frown a little. A young man and a group of people wearing auspicious cloud black robes walked in. Sorry, this place is closed today. The black-haired woman was still reading a book by herself. The corners of her mouth were slightly hooked, and she refused the visitor without a trace of apology on her face. Unfortunately, the visitor was not kind. The leading young man took out a wanted poster and hung it in front of the black-haired woman. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Uehara Naraku. I'm now the leader of a mercenary organization. I have been looking for you since I came to this land." After Uehara Naraku introduced himself, he held up the wanted poster with a kind face and said with a smile, "Nicole Robin, you have been a dangerous woman with a bounty of 79 million since you were 8 years old. But now you seem to have grown up a lot and have become a very charming woman." What? A dangerous look appeared on the face of the black-haired woman. She slowly put down the book in her hand, raised her head, and looked at the young man in front of her, and gave a sweet smile again. "I'm so sorry, you found the wrong person." "Oh." Uehara's brows frowned immediately. He flipped through his wanted poster, glanced at the black-haired woman in front of him, and said with some confusion on his face, "It shouldn't be. Did I really recognize the wrong person?" After that, Uehara Naraku sat down by himself, waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Everyone sit down first. In case I really recognize the wrong person, then I will treat you to a cup of afternoon tea. Anyone, help me find a glass of juice here." "Yes, Lord Naraku." A white-haired young man wearing glasses pushed his glasses, nodded respectfully, and began to search in this cafe by himself. The other people wearing auspicious black robes soon sat down, as if they did not take the owner of the cafe seriously at all. "It shouldn't be." Uehara Naraku stared at the black-haired mature woman with some rudeness. He flipped through the bounty in his hand, shook his head and sighed, "TSK, I should find a way to get a bounty for Nicole Uehara so that you won't refute it." The next moment, the black-haired woman heard the familiar name, and a look of surprise appeared on her face, because Nicole Uehara was her mother. Yes, she is indeed Nicole Robin. Since childhood, she has been awarded a super high bounty of 79 million, because she is the last archaeologist in the world, which is not inferior to the bounties of some big pirates. Unfortunately, she does not have enough strength to bear this bounty. These guys in black robes with auspicious clouds are obviously here with bad intentions. They even know about her mother. These guys have already identified her identity. The black-haired woman looked at the people present. Her eyes gradually became a little dangerous. Her fingers suddenly stirred, and a bunch of petals appeared out of thin air. The next moment, two white arms suddenly appeared out of thin air on Uehara's shoulders, and the palms turned to break the neck of the young man. This is Nicole Robin's ability. The legendary secret treasure devil fruit of the sea, the superhuman flower fruit, can appear arms transformed from petals anywhere. However, today she is destined to meet an enemy that she cannot resist. Nicole Robin, don't do anything too dangerous. Uehara Naraku raised his head slowly, and a ball of lightning suddenly appeared on his body, directly shattering his two arms into petals and disappearing. Nicole Robin's eyes flashed with surprise. She just stared at the man in front of her, and her heart gradually sank. Is this the natural fruit, the thunder fruit? In this world, there are 3 types of devil fruits: superhuman, animal and natural. It is no surprise that the power of the natural fruit is considered to be the top fruit. The natural fruit alone cannot be harmed by physical attacks, which is enough for those who have the natural fruit to deal with most enemies. Especially Nicole Robin joined the company last year, and the boss of that company, Crocodile, also has a natural fruit. Therefore, Nicole Robin is very clear about the power of the natural fruit, especially the thunder fruit, which is known as the legendary natural fruit with the strongest attack, is more powerful than the boss's sand fruit. It's over. A drop of cold sweat fell on Nicole Robin's forehead. Now that Crocodile, who claimed to be able to temporarily protect her, is not in the Rainy Land, there is no one in the entire Rainy Land who can resist the young man in front of him. Uehara slowly stretched out his fingers, chuckled and said, "Nicole Robin, speaking of this, you should be more afraid of this fruit ability than the thunder fruit, right?" After that, a chill spread from Uehara's fingers and fell on the coffee in front of Nicole Robin, and the cup of coffee was instantly turned into an ice ball. Nicole Robin watched this scene in amazement, and her heart suddenly spread with boundless fear, making her face full of horror in an instant. Freezing ability. If she remembered correctly, this fruit ability should be in the man who once put her in a nightmare, the Navy's highest combat power Admiral Aokiji. How could he appear here now? However, what terrified Nicole Robin more was not these fruit abilities, but the fact that the young man in front of him seemed to have everything in his hands. This young man who called himself Uehara Naraku knew her past and even knew everything about her. After a long time, Nico Robin slowly clenched her fingers, and calmness returned to her body. She looked up at Uehara Naraku and said, "Sir, who are you? You are so smart." The white-haired young man with glasses came over and put a glass of juice in front of Uehara Naraku. Then he looked at Nico Robin and said, "The Lord Uehara Naraku sitting in front of you is a true god." The person who spoke was Uehara Naraku's #1 confidant, Kabuto Yakushi. "Kabuto, it's over." Uehara Naraku waved his hand, signaling Kabuto Yakushi to leave, and then looked at Nico Robin again. "I'm just a mortal with a little bit of power. Okay, let's not talk about other things. You should know that you can't escape." Uehara Naraku spread out his palm, played with the lightning in his palm, and continued softly, "I heard that there is a company called Baroque Works in Alabasta that has good performance. It just so happens that I plan to find a part-time job recently." Find a part-time job. Nico Robin's forehead couldn't help but jump. Such a powerful person actually said that he wanted to find a part-time job. Not only Nico Robin, but everyone in the entire cafe couldn't help but twitch their foreheads. They inexplicably felt that someone was going to be in big trouble. Uehara Naraku didn't care about the expressions of everyone present and continued to speak. "I heard that the mastermind behind this Baroque Works is Mr. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I admire him very much and want to contribute to his career." Nico Robin's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. To be honest, just based on the 2 devil fruit powers displayed by Uehara Naraku, Nico Robin felt that this guy Uehara Naraku could hang Crocodile up and beat him. If it is said that there is no conspiracy behind Uehara Naraku joining Baroque Works, Nico Robin feels that she has read books for nothing for so many years. The expressions of those people in black robes with auspicious clouds in the cafe were also a little subtle. Their eyes slowly moved and stopped on a dark man who was trembling all over. Obviously, they all knew that the last time Uehara Naraku helped someone in the room, they saw the end of that person. It's really the kind of person who wants to kill someone and make him pay for his life. "Sir, it seems that there is no need to do this, right?" Nico Robin maintained her composure on her face and said softly, "With your strength, Crocodile doesn't seem to be your opponent. This kind of thing is unnecessary, right?" Uehara Naraku also spread out his palms and said faintly, "It is necessary. If I get into any trouble in the future, I can put the blame on him." Nico Robin, is it really okay to let Crocodile take the blame so openly? And can Crocodile really withstand the trouble caused by a person like you? "Okay, I don't mean to discuss it with you." Uehara Naraku's face gradually became serious. He stared at Nico Robin and said calmly, "Now you have 2 choices. First, join our Akatsuki organization and actually become my subordinate, and then let me join Crocodile's Baroque studio." After speaking, Uehara Naraku continued to stare at Nico Robin. His face gradually became a little indifferent, and a chill gradually came out of his body. "As for the second choice, I choose one." Nico Robin gritted her teeth. "But you are not sincere." Uehara Naraku shook his head, glanced at his system display panel, and shouted to the people in the cafe, "Hey, who of you will kill her? HMPH, let me do it. This is 79 million. Wait." Nico Robin's face looked a little ugly. She looked at Uehara Naraku and said in a deep voice, "Didn't I promise you?" "I said, you are not sincere enough." Uehara Naraku took the juice and sipped the straw expressionlessly. He continued softly, "Don't worry, after you die, we still have a way to use your body and soul. This world is not short of ways to use the dead, and we are even less short of it." Nico Robin's face became more and more ugly. She looked at Uehara Naraku and continued, "What will it take for you to believe it? And using force to threaten others, to join this kind of method, it is impossible to expect those who join to be loyal to you." "Yeah." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and looked at Nico Robin in surprise. "Since you are not loyal enough, I said I would kill you and use your body and soul directly. This will be good for all of us." "Are you talking human language? What kind of nonsense is this?" Nico Robin felt like she was going crazy. She had been drifting on the sea for so many years and had never seen a psychopath like Uehara Naraku. She was really not afraid of death. But she didn't want to die without seeing the truth of history. Just when Nico Robin was a little desperate, a handsome young man suddenly said, "Hey, Uehara, isn't it a bit bad for us to force a woman like this? Let me control her directly with the Sharingan. Spells are also okay." Another young man with red hair also continued, "I can use the subconscious sand to control her brain." "No." Another man who looked a little scary shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I think we should kill her, use her head to exchange for the bounty, and then use her remaining body for the impure world reincarnation, so that we won't be delayed." I also agree with Kakuzu Senpai's opinion. Agree. In a blink of an eye, the whole cafe suddenly became lively. Only Nico Robin was scared. Although she didn't understand the moves these people said, she still understood the brain, corpse and head. Nico Robin regretted very much. Why did she read books and drink afternoon tea in this cafe today? What kind of people did she meet today? Okay, I'll ask her again. Uehara Naraku placed his palm on the table, looking down at Nico Robin who was a little limp, watching the fear and anxiety on her face. The coldness gradually spread under Uehara Naraku's palm, and he continued in a cold voice, "This is your last chance. Do you choose to join Akatsuki now and never betray Akatsuki? In this way, you can survive, and there will always be someone to protect you." Nico Robin nodded with her lips trembling. "I promise." "Very good." Uehara Naraku slowly clapped his hands and sat down again. His expression returned to laziness and casualness. "Then tell us the news on the sea first. By the way, help me prepare a list of members of Baroque Works so that I can see who to get rid of and then insert our people in." At the same time, Uehara's system panel prompted to completed tasks. Side quest, have a subordinate with the power of a devil fruit, 1/1. Quest completed, reward 3000 life energy points, 3000 armed haki points, 3000 observation haki points. Side quest, protect the son of the devil Nico Robin, 1/1. Quest completed, reward 7900 life energy points, 7900 armed haki points, 7900 observation haki points. There may be only 3 updates today. I want to work on the first 3 chapters of One Piece. It's a headache. Thank you, Dark Star Emperor, for being promoted to the leader. Thank you, Godlike, for the 100,000 leader reward. I owe a lot again. I have to count how much I still owe. Chapter 391. I really want to work for Mr. Crocodile as soon as possible. It feels so good to cheat, especially when you can use the cheat modification device. As a qualified cheater, Uehara Naraku is so good at using it. He directly modified some ordinary task rewards to increase his own attributes. Nico Robin's 2 tasks directly provided Uehara Naraku with more than 10,000 life energy and 2 color domineering. This amount of value may be enough to walk sideways in the first half of the Grand Line. Of course, if Uehara Naraku is based on his current strength, he can actually walk sideways for a while in the second half of the Grand Line. Because most of the chakra in his body is used to maintain the operation of the Naruto world, the remaining power is converted into the power of the pirate world, and he can still maintain a considerable advantage, such as 2 color domineering and elemental power similar to the devil fruit. What's more, Uehara will not be afraid of Seaston. However, the main quest of the pirate world is relatively simple. It is mainly to make advances in the early stage, to avoid attracting the attention of the world government. Uehara Naraku temporarily only brought the original group. Main quest, become the behind the scenes winner of the Battle of the Top. The main quest progress is 0%. Originally, Nagato and the remaining members wanted to come along, but the Naruto world had just gotten back on track, and all matters still needed to be presided over by Nagato. As for Konan and Kaguya Akatsuki, they could only stay for the time being. After all, Uehara Naraku was usually Docker when he was on a mission, and Uehara didn't want Konan to see his inhuman side for the time being. Therefore, the members who came to the pirates were temporarily only the following: Artistic Duo, Deidara, Scorpion of the Red Sand; Immortal Duo, Kakuzu, Hidden; Hardcore Confidant, Hashiga Kikisame; Homeless Child, Archer Hisatsuke; Intelligence Officer, Zetsu; Spy Member, Kabuto Yakushi; and a group of impure world puppets. While Uehara Naraku was looking through the current list of Baroque works, he listened to Nico Robin telling him the latest news on the sea. Iceberg, the new mayor of Water 7, has taken office. And this year's supernova, Portgas, the captain of the Spade Pirates, has made big news with the power of the flame fruit. He destroyed a port right after entering the Grand Line, and he should be entering the second half through Sabayodi stop. Naraku Uehara suddenly called out to Nico Robin, slowly raised his head and asked, "Where is this supernova now?" "He should be arriving at Sabayodi soon, right?" Nico Robin sat on the table next to Uehara, her long legs under her tight shorts slowly crossing over. She found a bounty warrant from her side and handed it to Naraku Uehara. Uehara Naraku looked at the freckled young man on the wanted poster, who was smiling extremely happily, and he couldn't help but smile. He seems to be a very cheerful person. He should be someone who is very easy to get along with. Nico Robin didn't quite understand what Uehara meant, but she continued, "Such a person won't live long in the Grand Line, because Portgas threatened to take Whitebird's life. Whitebird, that's the strongest man in the world." Nico Robin survived the second half of the Grand Line, and even the first half was a bit difficult to live, but Whitebird was one of the 4 emperors who dominated the second half of the Grand Line. "It's a good idea." After Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, his voice suddenly became serious. "Sasuke, do you want to go to his Spade Pirates to play for a while?" Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Uehara Naraku put down the bounty order in his hand, turned to look at Uchiha Sasuke, and said softly, "This pirate named Ace is a good brother. You go to carry out this mission in place of Itachi. Go undercover next to Portgas Ace." Uchiha Sasuke looked a little hesitant. He nodded slowly and said, "Okay, but it may not be so easy to join a team. Very simple." Uehara Naraku turned to look at Black Zetsu and said softly, "Then all this will be in the hands of Senior Zetsu. Find a way to arrange Sasuke into the Spade Pirates as soon as possible, and it must be before Portgas Ace challenges Whitebird." "Okay." Black Zetsu nodded calmly. At this moment, Black Zetsu's heart was calm. According to his understanding of Uehara Naraku, this man named Portgas Ace might be in trouble. "How long do I have to be undercover?" Uchiha Sasuke frowned and said in a deep voice, "If you want me to be undercover for too long, don't worry." Uehara Naraku chuckled and picked up his juice and said slowly, 3 years at most. I will definitely let you come back after 3 years. 3 years. Uchiha Sasuke's face hesitated for a moment. Uehara Naraku took a sip of juice and continued casually, "It just so happens that you can travel around this world during this time, and by the way, hone your swordsmanship and see if you can learn haki. Don't eat devil fruits or anything like that." Nico Robin. What does this person think of devil fruits? That is a secret treasure on the sea, and he actually despises that kind of power. I understand. Uchiha Sasuke nodded slowly and continued, "If you are not happy there, I will contact you at any time to leave there. Whatever." Uehara Naraku waved his hand casually and said softly, "Remember to tell me in advance so that I can threaten you to continue to stay in that pirate group." Uchiha Sasuke. Damn, can't you speak human language? After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, his eyes continued to wander and looked at Kakuzu and Hidden. He couldn't help but rubbed his forehead. Kakuzu Senpai and Hidden should try to hunt down a few devil fruit users during this period to see if Kakuzu Senpai can get the ability of the devil fruit and earn some funds for the activities. Okay. Kakuzu nodded slowly and said softly, "This world looks like heaven. It is very easy to make money. There are bounties everywhere. It is still dangerous." Uehara Naraku shook his head, chuckled and continued, "But it doesn't matter. Once you are on the verge of death, I will arrange a reincarnation personnel who is good at time and space by your side, so that I can take you away at any time." It doesn't matter." Hidden waved his sickle and stabbed it into his chest, grinning and said, "No matter which world I'm in, the evil god will always favor me." Shut up. Nico Robin watched Hidden's movements. A look of surprise flashed across her face. If she saw it right, the sickle must have stabbed into his heart. Is this guy also a monster? And, Kabuto. Uehara Naraku's eyes moved suddenly and stopped on Kabuto Yakushi. His fingers tapped the table lightly. "I believe in your learning ability and spy ability. You go to join the navy of this world and help me provide intelligence about the navy. As a spy, Kabuto Yakushi is undoubtedly the most suitable person to join the Navy, a place where light and darkness coexist. He is the most perfect spy in history. After that, Uehara Naraku added, if you encounter any trouble in the Navy, tell me. I will help you solve any problem that hinders your promotion. Moreover, what Uehara Naraku wants to do more is to hunt down the vice admirals and even the admirals of the Navy. If he can turn some members of the entire upper echelons of the Navy into his own people, the style of this world is a bit too beautiful. Yes, Lord Naraku. Kabuto Yakushi nodded slowly, his mouth curled up and he chuckled. It just so happens that I also want to study the power of this world. Uehara Naraku has few spies to arrange for the time being. The main thing is to arrange Kabuto Yakushi and Sasuke into the two camps of the Navy and the Whitebird Pirates respectively. After all, his main task is basically the battle of the top. Apart from this, it is really difficult to place candidates in other places. However, the protagonist group of this world has not appeared yet. I will try to design it well in the future. These are all trivial matters. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates seem to be of no use in the battle of the top. Naraku Uehara's gaze slowly wandered and fell on Nico Robin. He threw the list in his hand to Nico Robin and said calmly, arrange me, Hashigaki Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori Senpai to enter Baroque Works as soon as possible. Yes. Nico Robin nodded slowly, and then continued, but Crocodile actually doesn't trust the subordinates of Baroque Works. He has always regarded these people as tools to realize his own conspiracy. I know. Naraku Uehara leaned back in his chair, chuckled and said, it's good to be a tool man. I believe Mr. Crocodile will be a good leader. As long as Crocodile contacts him, it's hard to say who will be whose tool man. Naraku Uehara has already calculated in his mind the black pot that Crocodile will have to bear in the future, but he doesn't know if this guy can bear it in the future. Naraku Uehara stretched out his palm, and a ball of water slowly gathered in his palm. He continued softly, a leader who can take the blame for his subordinates is a good leader. This is one of the powers he got after arriving in the pirate world, the elemental power of water, which can turn his body into water and control water with his ability. Water happens to be Crocodile's nemesis. What's more, he also has the armed color domineering that restrains the natural fruit. As long as Uehara Naraku is willing, he can do whatever he wants to Crocodile. Hearing Uehara Naraku's words, the expressions of several people present suddenly became subtle. Other people's leaders take the initiative to take the blame, but Uehara Naraku's leaders take the blame passively. Even in the future, maybe the people will die, but the blame will continue to be taken. Let's go. Let's start our own actions. The water in Uehara Naraku's palm turned into a ball of steam and dissipated. He stretched lazily and sighed softly. I really want to work for Mr. Crocodile as soon as possible. Nico Robin. It sounds like this person is quite diligent. The second update has one more chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. It's just leaking one person's identity. What's the big deal? Crocodile, the once rampant pirate who challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebird, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. He is also known as the king of the desert and the sand crocodile. At this moment, Crocodile didn't know that someone admired him very much and wanted to be his subordinate, to contribute to his career and help him become famous. If he knew, he would definitely want to chop off that person's head. Crocodile is very busy now. A few days ago, Crocodile left the Rainy Land and defeated a group of pirates who wanted to invade Alabasta and continued to pretend to be the hero of Alabasta. After enjoying a wave of heroic treatment, Crocodile returned to his base in the Rainy Land. After returning, Crocodile planned to take a look at the recruitment of Baroque Works. After all, he had just started to implement his plan, and there would definitely be no such thing as too many powerful people. Really amazing. Nico Robin. Crocodile, the great pirate, was sitting at his desk, holding a cigar, with a slightly hideous scar on his face, and holding resumes in his hands. Crocodile slowly looked through the resumes of several people and picked out Sasori and Deidara's resumes first. The sand crocodile asked with interest, two guys who like killing and war? One is good at assassination, and the other is good at making bombs. Could they be more powerful than Mr. Five's explosive fruit ability? Not sure. Nico Robin shook her head and chuckled. I just happened to find a few suitable people, and they have been in the area near Alabasta recently. They seem to be quite strong, and they are all lone men. Then let them be the last two senior agents. After saying that, he looked at the hideous fishman image of Hishigaki-sama on a resume, and said, Hokakiki-sama. Is this guy a wandering fishman? I heard that. Nico Robin sat on a chair, covering her cheek with her hands, and continued with a smile. This Hishigaki-sama seems to be a guy who can't stay in the second half of the Grand Line. He doesn't even have much bounty, and plans to escape to the Four Seas, to become a pirate and become famous. He doesn't look very smart. Crocodile took a deep breath, while holding a cigar, exhaled a breath of foul air, and said softly, the power of Fishman is always slightly stronger, so let's recruit him to join us, and he can be used as a supplement. After Crocodile made the arrangements, he said in a muffled voice, these guys don't seem to have received the Navy's bounty order now, but it seems that they are still useful for you to be willing to recruit them. In this world, the Navy's bounty order is obviously a stepping stone. For some powerful pirates, no matter how powerful they think they are, it is still not as good as a Navy bounty order to show it out to people. After listening to Crocodile's words, Nico Robin couldn't help but look at him in surprise. This sand crocodile didn't seem to mention the last person. Just when Nico Robin was about to continue asking, Crocodile's palm stopped on the last resume. The photo on it was a young man with a very gentle smile, who looked very harmless. His name is Uehara Naraku. Crocodile looked at Uehara Naraku's resume, slowly blew out a puff of smoke, while holding his pipe, and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this person is not a dangerous person at all, and there doesn't seem to be any special abilities written on it. There's nothing special about him. Nico Robin tapped her cheek with her fingers, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The Uehara Naraku is just good at fighting, and it seems that his IQ is not very high, right? Anyway, we just found a few tools that can be killed at any time. Yeah. Crocodile nodded with satisfaction and said, you are right. These guys are indeed just disposable tools. You can arrange it. Okay. Nico Robin smiled and said softly, then let Deidara and Sasori be the last two senior agents, and send Uehara Naraku and the fishman named Hishigaki-sama to the Whiskey Peak near the Upside Down Mountain. You can handle such trivial matters. After Crocodile finished saying this, his expression gradually became nonchalant. We can start the next plan of the dancing powder rain. Let our king feel the anger of the people. Yes. Nico Robin tapped her cheek with her fingers. Anyway, the task assigned to her by Uehara Naraku was completed, and she arranged several unknown people into Baroque works in one go. The only problem is, Sasori and Deidara became senior agents of Baroque. Uehara Naraku and Hishigaki-sama became mid-level agents, which are actually equivalent to the small leaders who manage the minions of Baroque works. Therefore, when Nico Robin came back with the news, the expressions of several people present were a little subtle, and Deidara showed a sinister smile on his face. This position of mid-level agent, is it roughly equivalent to the Chunin in the Naruto world? Deidara, who was always looking for trouble, immediately said, hey, Uehara, if there is no suitable position, then let's just get rid of those people in the position. Anyway, none of us are good people. Thank you, I'm a good person. After Uehara Naraku refuted, he touched his chin and said, Robin, I remember that Whiskey Mountain is a must-pass place for pirates who pass through the Grand Line from the Upside Down Mountain, right? Yes. Nico Robin nodded and replied softly, because many new pirates who have the strength to pass through the Upside Down Mountain carry some valuable treasures. If they are too careless, they will be plotted against by Baroque at Whiskey Mountain. This kind of thing is also one of the ways for Baroque works to collect funds. After that, Nico Robin added, but occasionally there will be powerful pirates who will clear out all the people on Whiskey Mountain, such as Portgas Diaz, who swept away all the people on Whiskey Mountain. It sounds like a good place. Uehara Naraku nodded and continued, then let's start from there. Let the new pirates in the world be terrified by Crocodile's reputation, and let them know the horror of the 7 warlords of the sea. Everyone's forehead jumped. Oh, is Uehara Naraku serious? Uehara Naraku is of course serious. The task of punching in the inverted mountain must be completed. In addition, you can take the time to go to the East China Sea under the name of Baroque Works, go to Rogue Town, to stand on the Pirate King's execution platform to overlook the scenery and punch in, and then go to the Windmill Village and ravage Luffy to complete the task. You can also kill Arlong and his gang. By the way, rob Nami's treasure. These tasks must be very profitable tasks. Even if Ace of the Fire Fist, Garp of the Iron Fist, Red Hair Shanks or Dragon of the Revolutionary Army come to the door in the future, and Luffy who has grown up, and Sappo who has recovered his memory comes to seek revenge. That's Crocodile's business. Okay, let's help Mr. Crocodile to become famous. When we spread the reputation of Baroque Works all over the world, you pass the information of the other Baroque members to Senior Kakuzu, and let him capture those people in exchange for the bounty. Yes. The expressions of the people present were subtle. Nico Robin looked at Uehara Naraku, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. He is really a worse person than I thought. After a moment, Nico Robin suddenly thought of something, and she suddenly said, wait, Mr. Naraku, the employees of Baroque Works absolutely cannot know that the boss behind the scenes is Crocodile. Yes. Crocodile is the national hero of Alabasta, and also a Shichibukai appointed by the world government. His identity will definitely be kept secret. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this, and waved his hand and said, I will arrange his identity clearly. Crocodile's identity will definitely be leaked by those guys of the world government CP or the Navy in the future. This kind of thing. Uehara Naraku is very good at it. No matter how deeply Crocodile's identity is hidden, as long as Uehara Naraku makes a little manipulation, everyone will know Crocodile's identity in a short time. Anyway, Crocodile is not the first victim. The third update. Today, because of the first 3 chapters of One Piece, I may be a little sloppy. I should reserve for a while. Forget it, the beginning is over. I will start to add more updates tomorrow, to pay off the debt. Also, big guys can give rewards to the character Uehara Naraku. It seems that Gideon has an event or something. Chapter 393, We, the Baroque Works, dare to kill even the celestial dragons. Nico Robin had a headache. Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame were really 2 newcomers. Although Nico Robin was nominally their superior at Baroque Works, she now had to work hard to help prepare the boat and supplies for the sea. She also had to go to Whiskey Peak to deal with the follow-up of Baroque Works. After everything was settled, Nico Robin looked at the direction of the record pointer on her wrist, frowned and said, according to the magnetic force stored in the record pointer, we should go to the Drum Kingdom first, and then pass through the nearby small garden. Record pointer? This is Hoshigaki Kisame who doesn't understand it at all. Uehara Naraku glanced at Kisame and chuckled. We don't need that kind of thing. Just follow the guidance of fate. Nico Robin was a little speechless. Why is there a guy like Uehara Naraku in this world, who doesn't know whether he is superstitious or a middle school student? What does it mean to just follow the guidance of fate? The most important thing is that Hoshigaki Kisame really nodded seriously. Uehara Naraku was certainly not lying, because his destiny skill was still there. Destiny, able to spy on the location of everyone within a 100-kilometer radius, including those who use invisibility, for 6 seconds. After activating the Destiny skill, you can use the power of time and space to teleport to any location within a 50-kilometer radius after 1.5 seconds. The range and duration of the Destiny skill are related to the coefficient of using the observation haki. When it is activated, it consumes a minimum of 100 points of observation haki, and there is no cooldown time. This skill is still so scary. This also fully proves one thing, that is, as a hacker, you will never be restricted by the world. The Drum Kingdom is a member of the world government, right? Uehara Naraku jumped onto the ship and whispered, since we have to pass through the Drum Kingdom, let's spread the terror of our Baroque Works from there first. I almost forgot. The Drum Kingdom also has devil fruits. In particular, the king of the Drum Island, Walpo, seems to have a swallow fruit, which seems to be able to swallow fruit ability users and obtain their abilities. This fruit is perfect for Kakuzu. After that, Uehara Naraku raised his finger again and ordered to himself, Senior Kakuzu, please go to Drum Island to meet us and harvest the heart of the first devil fruit user first. After everything was arranged, Nico, Robin and Hoshigaki Kisame boarded the boat. Kisame put his hands together and made a seal, summoning a group of sharks. Surrounded by them, the boat swayed and set off from Alabasta. The sharks looked like they wanted to eat people. It was scary to look at. Uehara Naraku changed the system cheat by the way, took a look at the hidden tasks of the system, and yawned boredly. Why did he let a person who can fly take a boat? Hidden task, sail on the Grand Line for 100 days. 100th, the task is not completed, and the reward is unknown. On the other side, in the port city of Alabasta, when Kakuzu and Hidden received the message from Uehara Naraku, they had already started their work and killed a small pirate with 7 million berries. Do we have to go to that drum island? Kakuzu's voice was a little unhappy. He looked down at the thick bounty in his hand and said in a gloomy voice, I just seem to see one of the 9 million guys in this city. To be honest, this world is quite comfortable compared to the past when he still had to look for targets. Kakuzu found that, as long as he paid a little attention, he would definitely find pirates who could be exchanged for money, even if he couldn't remember them. As long as he went to a busy tavern, he would definitely see pirates, and some arrogant guys even took the initiative to report their own bounties. Isn't this giving money to Kakuzu? Kakuzu really felt that this world was perfect for him. There were so many stupid and valuable guys. Forget it. Kakuzu thought for a long time, slowly put away the bounty in his hand, sighed and said, it's really impossible to refuse the order of that guy Uehara. A heart is still worth our trip. Hidden carried his sickle and gently covered his nose. By the way, how should we go to that kingdom? The Drum Kingdom. Kakuzu frowned and said in a deep voice, let's go. Let's exchange the bounty first, then buy a ship, and then take the ship over. Why not just rob a ship? Hidden spread out his palms, chuckled and said, anyway, it's so chaotic here. There are looters everywhere. Idiot. Kakuzu snorted coldly and explained, if we have a bounty on us, how can we go to the naval base to exchange the bounty? Kakuzu's thinking is still quite correct. As expected of an old man who has been in the ninja world for so many years, in just a few days, Kakuzu has figured out most of the camp order in this world. The navy is the exchange place of the ninja world. Kakuzu never wanted to offend someone who was generous with his money. Not only that, Kakuzu's thinking was very divergent. HMPH, when Kabuto Yakushi has established himself in the navy, I will ask him to raise the bounties of all pirates, so that he can make more money. To be honest, Kakuzu's idea was pretty good. But Kabuto Yakushi was still a long way from establishing himself. Yesterday, Kabuto Yakushi passed the Navy's physical examination and became a new recruit who was still doing odd jobs in the Navy base, mainly responsible for mopping the floor. As a result, on the first night of Kabuto Yakushi's joining the Navy, someone attacked the Navy base, causing heavy damage to this Navy base, which was not strong to begin with. Kabuto Yakushi survived. Because the Navy base was short of manpower, Kabuto Yakushi took up the gun and became a private third class. If he was slower in becoming a regular, the Navy base would probably be attacked again. Because he didn't know the Navy well enough, Kabuto Yakushi planned to use the Sharingan to control the colonel of this base after he had tested his strength and promoted him directly. Except for Uchiha Sasuke, who was ordered to join the Spade Pirates of Port Gus d'Ace and was still struggling to catch up with Black Zetsu. Everyone had a bright future. On the other side, the Grand Line was indeed worthy of its reputation. The weather on this sea was worse than expected. Nico, Robin, Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame just went out to sea and encountered a gust of wind with dark clouds. Robin held down her hat and let the wind mess up her hair. She looked at the two people standing steadily on the deck and whispered, Mr. Naraku, because there is no navigator on the ship who is proficient in the weather, it seems that the time we choose to set off is not very good. The existence of navigators is very important, especially in extremely bad weather like the Grand Line. An excellent navigator can avoid a lot of losses and steer the ship to escape from some dangers on the sea. Unfortunately, navigators are a rare species. It doesn't matter Uehara Naraku shook his head. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly flew up from the ship. Susanoo skeletons floated out of Uehara's body, and in a blink of an eye, the complete Susanoo surrounded Uehara Naraku's body. Susanoo suddenly pulled out the ninja sword in his hand, and a huge blue sword energy suddenly slashed up into the air. The dark clouds in the sky were split apart by a sword. The raging wind in the sky was directly split by the blue sword energy. Uehara Naraku calmly released Susanoo and landed on the boat again. The sun also fell down and shone on him. In Nico Robin's astonished and unbelievable eyes, Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm and looked at the sun in his palm. "Keep going. I'm the navigator." Nico Robin's emotions calmed down again, and she nodded slowly, indicating that she agreed with Uehara Naraku's words very much. "This is a ghost navigator. Will Uehara Naraku intend to take this opportunity to threaten her and get something from her? But she is alone. What else can she have? There are many powerful organizations on this sea, and Baroque Works and Crocodile cannot be regarded as the top ones. Uehara Naraku's goal should be the same as Crocodile's, both aiming at the weapon of Pluto and wanting to be a hunter who catches crocodiles behind the scenes. Along the way, Nico Robin was thinking. Robin would look at Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame from time to time. Compared with other pirates on the sea, they were very restrained, and these two people absolutely did not drink. Robin specially purchased wine for them on the way. Whether it was Uehara Naraku or Hoshigaki Kisame, they just held a glass of ice juice. Two very self-disciplined people. They don't look like pirates at all. When they arrived at the coast of the Drum Kingdom, Uehara Naraku slowly stretched his body, took out a cannonball from the box on the ship, and shook the cannonball in his hand with his palm. "Then let's say hello to this country first." Robin looked at Uehara Naraku in surprise. How to say hello? Is it to throw a cannonball directly? If the shells were thrown from here, they would have been thrown a few hundred meters at most, right? Robin looked at Uehara Naraku leisurely, wanting to see how he greeted this country. The next moment, Uehara Naraku met Robin's surprised eyes, raised his palm suddenly, and threw the shell in his hand. The shell drew a high parabola in the air, and landed on the castle on the high mountain of the magnetic Drum Kingdom, directly blowing up a corner of the castle. "We have greeted, let's go." Uehara Naraku jumped and landed on the magnetic drum island. Uehara's face gradually became indifferent, as if he was an emotionless creature. It's just a member of the world government. It shouldn't dare to resist our Baroque Works, right? After saying that, Uehara Naraku clenched his fist again, and continued in a cold voice, "Our Baroque Works theirs, to kill even the celestial dragons." Nico Robin's eyes couldn't help but be a little subtle. Well, underestimated. Uehara is much worse than a pirate. First update. There are 4 more updates. Chapter 394. Is this reindeer named Chopper delicious? Drum Kingdom. Uehara Naraku led them through the streets of the Drum Kingdom. There were many people along the way, and there was even an old woman walking on the street with a reindeer carrying a tool bag and wearing a red hat. Interesting. Uehara Naraku's gaze slowly stopped. He looked at the reindeer and asked with a smile, "How about we have an extra meal today?" Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and nodded and said, "Lord Uehara, do you want to eat venison? I wonder how the reindeer here compare to the deer of the Nera family. They are about the same, right?" Uehara Naraku spread his hands indifferently. Nico Robin couldn't help but frowned when she heard it. The reindeer looked cute and handsome. Why did these two people want to eat it? Is there not enough supplies on the ship? They didn't stay in the town for too long, but went straight to the king's castle of the Drum Kingdom, which was their main purpose. I thought it would be a troublesome battle, but the people of this country were so weak that Hoshigaki Kisame easily took care of them all. In front of the king's castle, which was covered with snow all year round, Kisame waved some mehuda in his hand, and a string of blood fell down, dyeing the white land red. Uehara Naraku and Nico Robin stood in front of the castle. Soldiers fell to the ground beside them, including Valpo and his 2 guards. Nico Robin tightened her clothes. She was still wearing only hot pants and a small vest inside, and only a coat outside. This kind of weather was still quite cold for her. Uehara Naraku took off his coat and threw it on Nico Robin. He slowly squatted in front of the king of the drum. "Let me think about it. How should I deal with you? You seem to have scolded me when we met just now. What happened to the last person who scolded me? Wait. The king of the drum, Valpo, hurriedly stretched out his palm. Although he was a user of the swallow fruit, he was powerless in the hands of Hoshigaki Kisame, and witnessed the ruthlessness of these guys. A trace of panic appeared on Valpo's ugly face. I'm the king of magnetic drum. This is a member of the world government. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the Navy. I'm from Baroque Works. Do you think I'm afraid of the Navy? Uehara Naraku waved his hand and nodded to Hoshigaki Kisame and said, Kisame, take this king to the seaside and sink him. It depends on his luck, whether he can survive. Yes. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded seriously. Nico Robin looked at this scene speechlessly. After seeing Hoshigaki Kisame picking up Walpo and leaving, Uehara Naraku's gaze slowly fell on other people. I remember that this country is a major medical country. There seems to be a very famous female doctor. Her name seems to be Gyurva. Yes. Dalton, the former captain of the guard of the Drum Kingdom and the user of the animal fruit, the bulbul fruit, nodded grimly. Take me to her. Can I ask? Dalton gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, who are you, sir? What do you want to do to the Drum Kingdom? Oh, even if I want to do something to the Drum Kingdom, what can you do? Uehara Naraku chuckled, spread his palms, and continued calmly, we are from the Baroque Works. Any member can destroy the entire Drum Kingdom. Do you want to resist me? Uehara Naraku punched Dalton in the lower abdomen, and whispered in his ear, as a punishment for questioning me. After I see Dr. Gyurva, you go to help me prepare 1 million Baileys. Do you have any objections? No. Dalton knelt on the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, holding his lower abdomen tightly. In the icy weather, cold sweat continued to drip from his forehead due to the pain. Fortunately, the number given by Uehara Naraku was not much, and it was easy to make up. However, Uehara Naraku did not give him any rest time. Dalton could only bear the pain and lie on the sled to lead the way. Nico Robin showed a trace of doubt on her face. She wrapped Uehara Naraku's clothes tightly and asked softly, is there any place worth seeing Dr. Gyurva? How should I know? Uehara Naraku asked casually, and then said to himself, but I know one thing, it is always right to let the world spread the hatred of our Baroque Works. Robin, you are really one of the top 10 employees of Baroque Works. An hour later, Uehara Naraku appeared at the home of Dr. Gyurva and kicked the door open with a rude kick. He stood at the door with a musket in his hand and smiled playfully. Is it Dr. Gyurva's home? I'm short of money recently. Can I borrow some money to spend? A woman in the room who looked old but kept a good figure looked up and saw Uehara Naraku standing at the door. It was Dr. Gyurva, the witch with the highest medical skills in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. It happened to be the person they met in the small town of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom today. She is over 130 years old this year, but she is still very healthy, which is obviously incredible in this world. Another pirate? Gyurva looked at the musket in Uehara Naraku's hand. Her eyes narrowed and she smiled, shook her head calmly and said, little guy, you really found the wrong person. I do have a lot of money, but I used it all to buy wine. After that, the woman waved the bottle in her hand and continued with a smile, but do you want to know the secret of my eternal youth? Not interested. Uehara Naraku raised the musket in his hand, aimed at a reindeer wearing a red hat in the room, and smiled helplessly. Since you don't have money, then take your reindeer away. Just let us have an extra meal tonight. These words made people hear his helplessness. It seems that this guy really doesn't want to leave empty-handed. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the reindeer with a red hat, and the next moment its expression gradually became gloomy, and a muffled groan came from under its nose. Just when the reindeer looked like it might explode at any time, Uehara Naraku suddenly appeared beside the reindeer. Uehara held the reindeer's neck with one hand and pressed it against the wall. Wait. Dr. Gyurva suddenly stretched out her palm with a smile on her face. That's not food. It's my stupid son. Since you want to borrow money from people, you have to say the amount, right? 1 million Baileys. Uehara Naraku pinched the meat on the reindeer, stroked its fur, and continued slowly. I want to take this reindeer away too. The meat on its body looks very chewy. Little guy, this is a bit too much. Although Dr. Gyurva was still smiling on her face, she slowly put down the bottle of wine. Really, are all the little pirates nowadays so greedy? Who do you say is a little pirate? Naraku raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Dr. Gilliver and said coldly, "I'm a mid-level agent of Baroque Works." Gilliver frowned. To be honest, this kind of young and inexperienced guy is the most annoying. Just as Gilliver's palm slowly clenched, a woman's voice came in. "Uehara, take Bailey and go." "Yes." Naraku waved his hand and squeezed the reindeer in his hand and suddenly threw it to the ground and said in a deep voice, "Hey, Gilliver, hurry up and get the money." Unexpectedly, the reindeer on the ground suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Naraku. Naraku kicked the reindeer cleanly and kicked it away. "Stop, Chopper." Dr. Gilliver hurriedly stopped the reindeer. Even if she didn't stop it, there was nothing she could do because the reindeer was in so much pain that it couldn't even stand up. Dr. Gilliver took out a cash box, handed it to Naraku, and asked, "Which organization did you say you were from?" "Baroque Works." Naraku twisted the musket in his hand neatly, chuckled and threatened her, "If you want to retaliate against us, then come. Just knowing your name is enough." Dr. Gilliver smiled and spread his hands and said, "When I meet a patient from your work in the future, I will take back everything I gave you today." "Okay." Naraku didn't care at all. He just left with the cash box because he had already got the most important reward in this country. Side quest, defeat Tony Chopper, 1/1. The quest has been completed and the reward is 50 gold coins. Is this a refresh of the minimum reward? Even beating Hinata is higher than this reward. Naraku couldn't help but support his forehead and looked at the second reward. Side quest, rub Chopper's belly and head, 1/1. Quest completed, reward 3000 life energy points, 3000 armed haki points, 3000 observation haki points. Is this a quest that a tough guy should complete? Two different quests, the rewards are so different. When Naraku took Gilliver's 1 million Baileys and Dalton's 1 million Baileys and left with Nico Robin, Gilliver squatted beside Chopper and poured him a tube of potion. "Hey, stupid Chopper, are you okay?" "It's okay, Dr. Doriel." After the reindeer opened its mouth to respond, its body gradually began to shrink, and after a moment its size became like a child. Chopper looked up at Gilliver with some doubt in his big eyes. "Those people are pirates, maybe?" Gilliver nodded, glanced at the musket broken by Naraku, and slowly sat back in the chair. "That little guy is just a small character on the sea, so if you want to be a pirate, it's not that easy. I won't be that kind of pirate." Chopper waved his front hooves violently, his face full of anger, and said, "Rushing into other people's homes to rob money, how can they be pirates?" "Huh." Gilliver touched her wine bottle, took a sip of wine, and continued in a deep voice, "You are right, that guy may not be a pirate. He seemed to say that he was from Baroque Works, which seems to be a criminal company in the first half of the Grand Line." "Baroque Works?" Chopper nodded slowly, wrote down the name, and his eyes became determined. "Dr. Doriel, I'm going to continue my experiment. Second update. I haven't added anything today, and I'm starting to owe it again. I would also like to thank the American boss who is greedy for you for the 100,000 yuan reward for being the leader. I would also like to thank the kid who can use a pistol for the 30,000 yuan reward." Chapter 395. Zanjiuo, you will regret it. I can't understand it. After returning to the ship, Nico Robin still couldn't understand Naraku's train of thought. Her brows were furrowed tightly. "Why do you want to bully a weak reindeer?" Naraku didn't bother to pay attention to it, because the thinking of a cheetah should not be understood by normal people. Now they have more important things to do. Kakuzu and Hidden have come to their ship. Just now, Kakuzu has used the Earthly Guard to plunder the heart of Valpo. "Can I use the fruit power?" This is undoubtedly what Naraku cares about most. Kakuzu separated one of his earthly guards and nodded slowly. "Well, in theory, it should be possible. I can feel the power in this heart, but this earthly guard is not suitable for fighting at sea. Then go and plunder some more powerful fruit powers." Naraku glanced at Valpo's body and continued, "Throw his body back to the shore. Let others know the consequences of being targeted by Baroque Works. There is no need to say more about this matter. Anyway, the news that the members of Baroque Works attacked the Drum Kingdom will soon reach the ears of the Navy, and Valpo's body is just one of the embellishments. The only thing that was a bit strange was that the citizens of the Drum Kingdom had mixed feelings. Because Valpo was a tyrant, life under his rule was not good. Baroque Works helped them kill Valpo, which was equivalent to saving them, but the people of Baroque Works robbed them of 1 million berries. This feeling was really strange. It was a bit like everyone raised 1 million to kill their own king. No, it should be said that they raised 2 million berries. Among them, the witch doctor Gurva contributed 1 million, so after seeing Valpo's body, Gurva announced that she would move into Valpo's castle. Even Chopper's attitude towards Baroque Works became complicated. That guy bullied and robbed money, but that guy also killed the tyrant Valpo. They, the civilians, didn't care. For the world government, it was completely different. As soon as the news was received, the world government ordered the Navy to issue a bounty for the 2 newcomers of Baroque Works because someone actually killed the king of a member country, and the impact of this incident was too bad. Uehara Naraku, Baroque agent, bounty of 8 million berries. Hashigaki Kisame, Baroque agent, bounty of 15 million baileys. After the Navy arranged the bounty for the 2 members of Baroque Works, it was inevitable to mention the woman who was suspected of being able to command them. Is this woman taking revenge on the world? In any case, the Navy still updated the wanted order for Nico Robin, which had not been moved for more than 10 years. The son of the devil, Nico Robin, bounty of 80 million baileys. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Navy Admiral Buddha Sengoku reviewed the wanted order casually and put it aside. He did not take small characters like Uehara Naraku to heart. Even if Nico Robin, the son of the devil, reappeared in the world, it would not be as important as the other most important thing now. After all, they have been wanted for Nico Robin for so long. Sengoku looked down at the most important wanted order in his hand, and his eyes gradually became more solemn. It was the wanted order of Portgas Diaz, the leader of the Spade Pirates. The Admiral sighed and put the wanted order aside. Maybe this wanted order will be invalidated in the future. Because the world government wants to invite Ace, the captain of the Spade Pirates, to join the 7 warlords of the sea, before he arrives at the Sabaody archipelago, the transit point of the Grand Line. Once a pirate becomes one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Navy will no longer want them, and will even let them enjoy a certain degree of legal plundering rights. This is really a disgrace to the Navy. For the entire Navy, a new pirate is about to join the 7 warlords of the sea, which is much more important than arresting a small member of a criminal company. Especially since this pirate is related to a senior member of their Navy. No, they are a family. If Ace refuses, the entire Navy will do its best to hunt him down and prevent Portgas Diaz from entering the new world in the second half of the Grand Line. Hey, Sengoku, do you have any donuts? Just at this moment, the high-ranking naval officer who was a family member of Portgas Diaz walked in. It was Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Similarly, this Vice Admiral Garp was also a naval hero, a true naval veteran, and a close friend of Navy Marshal Sengoku. Vice Admiral Garp did not see any donuts after he came in, but he saw a bag of senbei on the table. He was not disappointed, and he tore it open and poured it all into his mouth. Senbei is also okay. Have you finished eating? A light flashed in Sengoku's lenses. He raised his head slightly and watched his old friend finish his snacks. The expression on his face became gloomy little by little. Hey, Garp, the world government has invited Portgas Diaz to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Let's go there after we finish eating. No. Garp shook his head quickly, looked down at Ace's wanted poster on the table, and said with some displeasure on his face, I have been instilling the justice of the Navy into this little brat Ace since he was a child. Now he has to see with his own eyes that the justice that my grandfather insists on has been humiliated. To be honest, this feeling is really not good. For him, a Navy grandfather, to invite his pirate grandson to join the 7 warlords of the sea, a legal pirate, isn't it like asking himself to get beaten up? That brat Ace is going to die of laughter. Sengoku clasped his palms together, raised his eyes, and looked at his old friend. Hey, Garp, are you really not going? If you fail, the Navy will go all out to prevent Portgas Diaz from entering the new world. Ha 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 ha. Garp slowly scratched the back of his head, reached out to grab Ace's wanted poster, and planned to find another pirate underneath to change the subject. As it happened, Garp found a wanted poster for a person named Uehara Naraku. On the wanted poster, Uehara Naraku still had his eyes narrowed and smiled very kindly. He looked absolutely harmless and was perfectly posed. Was the photo bought at a photo studio? Hey, Sengoku. Garp held up the wanted poster of Uehara Naraku and explained seriously, I have a feeling that this guy is a very dangerous existence. Look at this guy's face. He looks like he doesn't care about anything in the world. Garp looked so serious. I really don't know if he was pretending or acting. Sengoku would definitely not believe it. He snatched the wanted poster from Garp's hand and said with an unhappy face, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. You just wait for the result in Marineford during this time. After that, Sengoku continued in a deep voice, if Portgas Ace accepts the title of Shichibuke, you can do whatever you want. If he refuses, then you will be responsible for preventing him from entering the new world and arresting him in the underwater prison for execution. That guy is really dangerous. Garp skipped the topic about Ace and was still insisting on continuing to discuss the little character named Uehara Naraku. He even volunteered, I'm going to arrest that guy named Uehara Naraku now. Don't avoid the topic of Ace. Sengoku angrily interrupted Garp and gave his order in a deep voice. Garp, we already know Ace's identity. You should know that we can't let such a person enter the new world no matter what. The world government will never allow another pirate to reach Raftel to be born in this world. I'm serious. Monkey D. Garp still insisted on his opinion. That guy's really dangerous. Maybe he is still weak now, but his thoughts must be very dangerous. Ha 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 ha. When he said this, Garp couldn't help laughing, because he felt that it seemed a bit inappropriate for him to say that other people's thoughts were dangerous, which made Sengoku believe that everything Garp said just now was false. How dare you say that? Sengoku's face gradually became intolerable. He raised his hand and pointed at the door, signaling his old friend to get out. You are a family of bastards. The most dangerous person in the world is your son Dragon. Monkey D. Garp kicked the chair beside him angrily and left the marshal's office like a crab. He was so angry that he only had the last sentence left. Sengoku, you will regret it. Garp, I'm the Admiral of the Navy. Since he quarreled with his old friend to this extent, Buddha Sengoku simply took the opportunity to show his martial identity and directly issued the marshal's order. Vice Admiral Garp, please stay in Marineford and wait for the results of the appointment of the 7 warlords of the sea. I know. Garp's body paused at the door. The next moment, the figure of the old Navy soldier became resolute again. He turned his head suddenly and said, by the way, do you have any donuts in your cabinet? Only Senbei. The anger on Sengoku's face has not dissipated yet. Oh, that's fine. Garp nodded slowly, turned around and sat back down, slowly watching his old friend with an angry face as he brought him snacks. Usually after a quarrel, Sengoku's heart would soften a little. Sengoku would share the snacks that he was reluctant to share with him because of the guilt in his heart, even if he was still angry at this time. This was Garp's years of experience. Since they had just finished a quarrel, they must continue to talk about business now. Sengoku took out wanted posters for Uehara Naraku, Hashigaki Kisame, and Nico Robin, and continued softly, if you really feel it's dangerous, then let Kyuzen go. After all, it also involves the remnants of Uehara. I remember he has been in the first half of the Grand Line. Oh, whatever. Garp poured a bag of senbei into his mouth in one breath. And after eating it all, he continued, anyway, I just want to find a reason to leave. Because I know that Ace will not agree to become a Shichibuke, and I know those bastards at home very well. Garp, you bastard. Sengoku couldn't help but curse angrily, and he still dialed Kyuzen's Denmushi. Kyuzen, I have news about the Devil's Son Robin and her 2 subordinates. There are 2 more updates. Everyone go to bed early. Chapter 396. When my bounty was too high, I became afraid of my companion Kakuzu. The first half of the Grand Line. An unknown island. A tall man wearing an eye mask, after listening to the order of the Navy Admiral, fumbled with his fingers to put down the Denmushi in his hand. After a long time, the tall man took off his eye mask and muttered, "What a trouble." However, after the man complained a little, there was a slight sigh on his lazy face. Miss Robin, now she is no longer hiding in other organizations, but has established a messy organization by herself. After the man finished talking to himself, he sighed again. Well, it seems that no one is suitable to deal with her except me. After that, he pushed out a huge wooden bicycle from a corner and started riding the bicycle to hurry on. When his bicycle rode all the way down to the sea, a narrow path of ice automatically condensed on the sea surface, allowing the bicycle to continue moving forward. Admiral Kusan of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Aokiji, a natural ice fruit ability user, one of the highest combat forces of the world government, is dispatched. Uehara, Naraku, Hashiga Kikisame and Nico Robin didn't know about this yet. The three of them were still rushing to the direction of the small garden. On the way to the small garden, they received their bounty orders. Uehara was not surprised at all. When a news bird took a photo of him secretly, he was discovered by Uehara Naraku. He also pretended to be harmless, which was his standard image. As long as he was a Navy, seeing such a sunny and kind person, he would definitely not regard him as a big villain, right? 8 million Baileys. Hashiga Kikisame couldn't help but curl his lips, and he smiled subconsciously. It seems that the so-called world government is really corrupt and decadent. Don't any of those guys realize the horror of adults? I'm a good person. Uehara Naraku shook his head, stretched out his fingers, and tapped his wanted order, and said slowly, 8 million Baileys is already very high. After all, the bandit king Sigin Windmill Village who once stepped on the future pirate king and opened the Four Emperors with a bottle of wine in his hand only had this number. Well, my bounty is actually 15 million. Hashiga Kikisame took his wanted order, and his eyes suddenly fell into deep thought. It seems that I have to be careful of Kikuzu in the future. After saying that, Hashiga Kikisame slowly raised his head and looked at Nico Robin. But the most dangerous person is not me. There are 80 million newcomers in our organization. It is hard to say that this number will stop Kikuzu's greed. Nico Robin's expression was a little complicated. What the hell are these two people getting wanted orders? Why are other people still very excited after getting the bounty from the world government? After all, it is also a symbol of strength. However, after these two guys got the wanted orders, their performance was completely different. Uehara Naraku felt that the number of 8 million was already very high. Hashiga Kikisame felt that the number of 15 million was too high, which would easily arouse the murderous intention of his companion Kikuzu. Of course, for these two, their numbers really can't be any lower. Because the influence of Uehara Naraku and Hashiga Kikisame killing the king of the allied country was extremely bad. In fact, the strength they showed was nothing to this world. Nico Robin stared at the bounty in her hand, looking at the 80 million berries on it. Her brain gradually fell into contemplation, saying that the companion named Kikuzu would not really covet her bounty secretly and use her head to exchange for the bounty. It's scary to think about it. This is really Nico Robin thinking too much. Kikuzu coveted it openly. Even now, after seeing their bounty, he wanted to come and kill Nico Robin as soon as possible, because 80 million is too easy to earn. If Uehara Naraku hadn't banned teammates from killing each other after taking office as the leader, Kikuzu actually wanted to do so. After all, it is not easy to find someone with such a high bounty of 80 million berries in the first half of the Grand Line. This world is always so bizarre. Kikuzu likes to make money and desperately looks for those pirates with super high bounties. Uehara Naraku has no interest in making money, but they met two pirates with bounties of 100 million. Because their small boat finally arrived at the small garden. Although this island is called the small garden, in fact, the creatures on the island are very huge. This island is also called the Ancient Island and the Pangu Island. On this island, there are two big pirates fighting. 100 years ago. No, strictly speaking, it should be more than 90 years ago. The two captains of the giant pirates, the Blue Demon Tori and the Red Demon Brokey, decided to duel here because of a child's problem. Their duel has lasted for more than 90 years. Are we going to stay here? Nico Robin looked at Uehara Naraku curiously, brushed her hair, and whispered, Mr. Naraku, don't you want to challenge those two boring giants? Uehara Naraku flew and landed on the island and continued softly. I just want to recruit them to join Baroque Works. Robin knew the creatures of this world very well, and she persuaded, with the stubbornness of the giants, they will definitely not agree. Then there is no way. Uehara Naraku shook his head, chuckled and said, I can only force them to stop the boring battle. Let them go back to where they should go, and go to the new world to spread the terror of our Baroque Works. The two big pirates dueling in the small garden are both from Elbaf in the second half of the Grand Line, and the giant pirates seem to be active in the new world. Nico Robin. Is this guy really spreading the terror of Baroque Works, not the hatred of Baroque Works? Does he want Baroque Works to offend the entire Grand Line? I really want to know. What will Crocodile think if he knows that Uehara Naraku has been helping him so hard one day? It's definitely not gratitude. Besides these, Uehara Naraku looked back at Nico Robin and continued with a smile. I also want to clear out a suitable battlefield to prepare for the more intense battles to come. What? Because someone is rushing towards us. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm, stroked his eye sockets, and continued with a smile. A very worthy person to fight. Although you definitely don't want to see him, this guy can make my plan go more smoothly. Who? After Robin asked in surprise, the expression on her face suddenly changed, because at this moment she thought of someone. Mr. Naraku, you won't tell me. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters is rushing to this place. Really smart. Uehara Naraku smiled and nodded. Because on his way to the ancient island, he started a large-scale destiny observation and found the trace of Admiral Aokiji. Although it is unknown what the Admiral wants to do, according to the relationship between Aokiji and Robin, the probability of this guy coming to find Robin is very high. Therefore, Uehara Naraku plans to fight him here. By the way, I also want to see if this Admiral who can withdraw from the Navy in the future will choose to become a spy he has deployed. If Aokiji is willing to agree to be his spy, then future plans cannot be smoother. If Aokiji disagrees, then catch him and give him to Kakuzu. As for failure, Uehara Naraku really hasn't thought about it. Uehara Naraku has never thought about failing, but Nico Robin has definitely thought about it. She knows that Uehara Naraku may really have the power of 2 natural devil fruits, and even the kind of martial god who can split the sky 1,000 meters high with one knife. But that's the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The nightmare of most pirates on the Grand Line. Don't worry. Hashiga Kikisame grinned, chuckled, and persuaded, you are really a complete newcomer. Miss Nico Robin, do you think the gods will fail? Nico Robin is not a Naraku fan like Hashiga Kikisame. She was silent for a while, then shook her head and said, you don't know the power of the Navy admirals. Haha, then I'm really curious. Hashiga Kikisame looked at Uehara Naraku and said loudly, Lord Uehara, why don't you let me try it first? I also want to see how much power the so-called admiral can have. Whatever. Uehara Naraku shook his head casually and reminded, except for the great Samadin technique, that guy's other powers seem to be very restrained in your techniques. If you can't master how to guide the chakra in your body into domineering, it's okay now. Hashiga Kikisame slowly pulled out his Samehada, and a black ball gradually appeared in his hand, gradually entwining around the Samehada sword. Hashiga Kikisame looked at Uehara Naraku and chuckled. Since I came here, the physical and mental energies in my body have been stirring, but it seems that they can transform into other powers besides chakra. TSK. Uehara Naraku couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Obviously, it seems normal that Hashiga Kikisame can practice and extract domineering from his body. This guy's actually the strongest among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village. Then come on. After encouraging his subordinates, Uehara Naraku suddenly raised his finger, and the tall Susanoo suddenly appeared on his body. This god of war, who is like a towering sky, stood on this island. In front of Susanoo, this island can't even be called a small garden. Uehara Naraku stood in the crystal of Susanoo, and his voice gradually became a little cold, saying, then let me open up an arena suitable for us to fight with that Navy Admiral. The 4th update has one more chapter. Chapter 397, a man who challenges the Admiral. The ancient island. A blue Susanoo with a height of 1 kilometer suddenly appeared here. Compared to it, the giant creatures on the entire island were like ants, and they fled in panic. Just at this time, the two giants, Dangli and Brokey, also stopped their fight and looked at the huge blue giant in disbelief. I'm very sorry to tell you too. Uehara and Naraku stood in the crystal on Susanu's forehead and said loudly, this island will be requisitioned by Arbor Rockworks. If you want to continue fighting here, welcome to join Arbor Rockworks. Uehara and Naraku finished speaking about the club's recruitment and continued, if you are unwilling to join Arbor Rockworks, then I can only apologize and let you leave this island. The next moment, Susanu suddenly pulled out his ninja sword. A blue sword energy suddenly slashed towards the volcano, and the volcano was instantly cut open by the sword energy. The magma under the ground suddenly gushed out and spread around. Dangli and Brokey showed a look of surprise on their faces. Their bodies were not as hard as volcanoes. If the sword energy fell on them, what would happen was definitely predictable. The two giants could only flee together under the spread of magma. They were still discussing with each other while fleeing in the forest. The god of Elbaf will favor the winner among us. But before we decide who is the winner, let's kill that guy together. Okay, let's use that trick together. However, just after they finished discussing, a blue sword energy suddenly attacked, cutting off their escape route. Uehara and Naraku manipulated Susanu and wielded the ninja sword, shouting, hey, 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 do you really not want to join Arbor Rockworks? We are the most powerful organization in the Grand Line of this era. It is your honor to recruit you. We have never heard of such a small organization. The blue demon Turi waved his somewhat rotten sword and shouted, no matter what time, the strongest in the Grand Line is the Elbaf giant pirates. That's right. The red demon Brokey swung his axe wildly. The two giants attacked almost at the same time, and a huge shockwave suddenly hit Susanu. This is the super powerful move of Elbaf, the country of giants. After the two giants released the tyrant, they had little strength left, and their weapons, which were already somewhat rotten, were completely shattered. This was also their strongest attack. However, it was a pity that the tyrant they released did not shake Susanu's body at all, and could not even make it retreat a step. So weak. The tall Susanu slowly lowered his body, stretched out his fingers, and flicked with one finger, sending the two giants flying. Uehara and Naraku's high-pitched voice spread out, get out. Your strength is too weak, and you are not qualified to join Arbor Rockworks. The giants of Elbaf are really not very strong, and they don't even have the desire to let me kill you. The two giants showed a trace of despair on their faces. The two of them had fought here for so many years, and never thought that one day someone would occupy the battlefield and even insult their homeland. In this world, the giant country is known as the world's #1 power, and this has always been recognized. Unfortunately, the two of them had no way. The size of the blue giant alone was enough to make people despair. Now, all they can do seems to be to temporarily give up the dispute, remember the hatred they are facing now, return to their hometown, to rebuild weapons suitable for giants, find their old partners, then, come back to take revenge on Baroqueworks. After their revenge in the future, they will take back this ancient island, and continue the battle between the two of them. After driving away the two giants, Uehara and Naraku's Susanoo turned into a shadow and dissipated, and his body fell back on the ground. Mr. Naraku, I thought you just drove them away. Nico Robin slowly walked to his side, with a subtle expression on her face, but Elbaf values their honor. If you humiliate them like this, you may be hunted down by them in the future or even hostile to the entire Elbaf. It doesn't matter. Uehara and Naraku interrupted Nico Robin's words, shook his head calmly and said, they only know Baroqueworks. Our boss is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At that time, our boss will definitely get rid of the entire giant kingdom. Nico Robin's expression became more subtle. After finishing speaking, Uehara and Naraku slowly stretched out his palm and continued softly, besides, Mr. Crocodile will soon come out from behind the scenes. Nico Robin looked at Uehara and Naraku speechlessly. Why does he have to use a series of tricks? In addition to wanting to fight Aokiji, does this guy also want to use the mouth of the Admiral to leak out the news about Crocodile? Although the world government will definitely not remove Crocodile's position as the King's 7 warlords of the sea because of a Baroqueworks criminal company. But But if Uehara Naraku continues to mess around like this, Crocodile will not be able to keep the more convenient position of the King's 7 Warlords of the Sea, and even his own life is estimated to be lost. Uehara Naraku has only joined Baroque Works for a few days, and now he has begun to cause trouble constantly, and will even provoke a Navy Admiral soon. This person doesn't seem to cause trouble for small things. Uehara Naraku doesn't care what Nico Robin thinks, because Uehara Naraku knew very well that Crocodile had challenged the strongest man in the world, Whitebird, so this burden was nothing. Okay. Uehara Naraku suddenly stretched out his palm and continued calmly, then let me take advantage of this time to build a battlefield suitable for us. The next moment, the ground of the ancient island suddenly rose up, and countless animals fled to the sea because of the rapid rise of the earth. At least they can still survive in the sea. This is. Nico Robin couldn't help looking at her feet, with a little hesitation on her face. Is it another power of the nature fruit? The earth fruit? Can you say that? Uehara Naraku tilted his head, and his palm spread out again. A huge wind blade began to plow the ancient island, turning the entire island into a square cube island. As for what's next, Uehara Naraku's palm suddenly fell to the ground, and he said softly, then let's add some decorations from art to camps. Life must present a sense of ritual. This is the Admiral of the Navy. He must be surprised. Robin's face was full of question marks. She really couldn't imagine the way Uehara thought. When the world government's highest combat power, the Admiral Aokiji, was about to arrive, this man didn't think about how to prepare for the battle, but instead set up a huge arena battlefield here. If you like the duel arena so much, why don't you just go to Dressrosa? Unfortunately, this man can't be persuaded. Even if Nico Robin described some of the Admiral's achievements to them, Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame remained unmoved. The two of them held ice juice, as if they were listening to a fairy tale. A day passed. A long white line appeared on the sea. That was the way the Admiral of the Navy Aokiji used to travel. He used his ice fruit ability to create an ice channel, and then rode a wooden non-slip bicycle along the ice channel. For ordinary pirates, this method is still quite scary. This is enough to prove the strength of the Admiral of the Navy. After seeing a small island, Aokiji stopped on his bicycle. The Admiral of the Navy looked through his record pointer, took out a map, and looked at the huge cube-like island in front of him with some doubts. Shouldn't this place be called Little Garden? Did he take the wrong road on his bicycle? The appearance of this island now really made Aokiji doubt his memory, although he has never been too lazy to remember these. Just when Aokiji was still hesitant, a man's loud voice came from the island. Come on, Mr. Kuzan, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Ah. Aokiji scratched his head. The next moment, Aokiji's body rose from the ice, running along the abnormally vertical rock wall of the island, and landed on the island after a few vertical jumps. When Aokiji raised his head and looked at the full view of the island, he couldn't help but be shocked with his knowledge of the Grand Line for so many years. The ground of the entire island is extremely flat. The area of dozens of kilometers is absolutely endless. There are no weeds, trees or animals on the ground. It looks like no, this is a duel arena. This is a huge man-made duel arena. Originally, this small island should be a paradise for a group of huge ancient creatures, but now it has been turned into a duel arena. On one side is a huge white stone wall with a seagull logo painted on it, which obviously symbolizes the Navy. On the other side is a huge black stone wall with floating red clouds painted on it, which obviously symbolizes the enemy. This is someone provoking the Navy. Someone wants to provoke him, the Admiral of the Navy. However, it must be said that the person who created this huge duel arena, whether he did it with strength or money, plus he dared to challenge the Admiral of the Navy in such an arena, is really enough to make people admire him. The laziness on Aokiji's face faded, and his eyes slowly fell on a corner of the edge of the duel island, where 3 people were sitting. A man, a woman, a fishman. They were exactly what he came here to find. Mr. Kuzan. One of the young men stretched out his hand towards him and said loudly, would you like to come over and have a glass of juice first? Let's discuss the rules of the battle by the way. It was the man called Uehara Naraku. Aokiji's face became a little solemn. He walked over step by step, sat in front of them, scratched his head, and said softly, no, forget it, I still prefer to drink beer. Do you have any here? Sorry, my parents are strict. I can only drink juice. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he suddenly changed his words and said, no, if you want, we still have plain water here. After speaking, Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm. The next moment, the water vapor in the air quickly gathered in his hand and turned into a water ball, which automatically rolled into an empty cup. This move is really amazing. Even Aokiji was a little amazed by this magic performance, especially the general knew that this was not magic at all, but the ability of Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku's fingers were cold, and after knocking on the cup, he placed the cup of water in front of Aokiji, squinting his eyes and smiling at Aokiji. I guess you would like to drink ice water. Aokiji lowered his head. There were more square ice cubes in the cup. The 5th update ends. To be continued tomorrow. Chapter 398. My perfect performance was seen through. Aokiji's eyes trembled slightly. He was not mistaken just now. Uehara Naraku was definitely using the freezing ability, not the lower level ability of the snow fruit, but pure freezing ability. But he, the Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji, is the user of the ice freeze fruit. Uehara Naraku used the freezing ability in front of him, the user of the fruit. What exactly is his ability? Could it be the ability to copy devil fruits? Don't you like it? Uehara Naraku still had a kind smile on his face. He looked at the Admiral in front of him and continued with a smile. Because this place is too simple. If there is any inadequacy in the hospitality, I hope Mr. Kuzen will forgive me. No. Aokiji shook his head and said calmly, it is too extravagant to fill up the entire island and build such a luxurious duel arena to welcome me. Ha 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 ha. Uehara Naraku smiled and waved his hands, then continued seriously, don't blame me, you are the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, such a place is worthy of your status. This sentence made people feel a little uncomfortable. Uehara Naraku was obviously praising Aokiji's status, but his tone sounded like a superior looking at a child. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he spread out his palms and introduced the duel field. This is a battlefield I worked hard to create yesterday. It will definitely allow Mr. Kuzen to exert his full strength here. You really put a lot of effort into it. Aokiji slowly tilted his head and moved his eyes to Nico Robin next to him. It seems that there is a little mistake in the intelligence. I thought Miss Robin was your boss, and now it seems that she has joined another organization. Nico Robin's forehead slightly revealed a few drops of cold sweat. Because when Nico Robin was 8 years old, Aokiji, the enemy who once brought her into a catastrophic disaster, brought her fear and shadow that could not be eliminated in a short time. Nico Robin's expression gradually became more and more ugly. She murmured in a low voice, why did you come here? Are you here to kill me again? That's it. Aokiji nodded slowly and continued softly, after all, as the last archaeologist of Uehara, it is still too dangerous for this world. After saying this, Aokiji's eyes slowly moved from Robin to Uehara Naraku. Now it seems that you have also joined a more dangerous organization. In this case, I can't let you go anymore. Don't say that. Uehara Naraku picked up a glass of juice on the stone table and took a sip slowly. He continued softly, we are a peaceful organization dedicated to mediating wars in the world. No one desires world peace more than us. Aokiji, a man who just killed the king of the drum is sitting here, and he is going to challenge the Admiral of the Navy, and he told me that you are a peace organization? Hashiga Kikisame and Miko Robin also had some strange expressions. After seeing their expressions, Uehara seemed to wake up again and quickly changed his words. Sorry, I said it casually. Anyway, Mr. Kuzen just needs to know that we are all just and bright in our hearts. You don't look like this kind of people at all. Aokiji's eyelids trembled. He reached out and held the glass of ice water and swallowed the ice water into his stomach. On the contrary, you look like conspirators. From your eyes, I don't see any justice at all. That's because we are pretending to be bad guys. Uehara Naraku explained casually, we are now agents of a company called Baroque Works. This Baroque Works is a criminal company. The boss of this company is not a good thing, so we must follow the boss's example. Nico Robin. It started already? Can this guy Uehara Naraku be a little bit human? If Sand Crocodile knew what was happening now, he would definitely fight with you. What do you mean? Aokiji frowned slightly and looked at Uehara Naraku strangely. Sir, can you speak a little slower? I don't quite understand what you mean. So, who is the boss of this baroque works? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Uehara Naraku casually revealed Crocodile's identity to Aokiji and looked at the admiral in front of him, who didn't change his color when he heard Crocodile's name. Obviously, this admiral didn't take the 7 warlords of the sea seriously. Uehara Naraku's face immediately wrinkled and he said in a deep voice, "Hey, why are you looking like this? Seriously?" Uehara Naraku said, and his emotions became excited. "That's Mr. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The bounty is as high as 81 million. When he was young, he was defeated by the world's strongest man, Whitebird, with one move." Uehara Naraku clenched his fists suddenly, and his emotions became more and more excited. If there is anyone in this world who can reach Raftel and become the world's 2nd pirate king, it must be Mr. Crocodile. This is really like a loyal follower to Crocodile. Even Crocodile probably can't find any fault here. At this moment, Uehara felt that he was possessed by the movie Emperor. Unfortunately, his courage and strength are not in line with his acting skills. A man who wants to challenge the Admiral of the Navy actually said that he is a subordinate of the 7 warlords of the sea. This guy's acting too fake. Aokiji watched Uehara Naraku's performance expressionlessly. If he had not met Crocodile several times before and witnessed Uehara Naraku's pomp, Aokiji might have really wanted to convince himself to be lazy and simply believed Uehara Naraku's lies. The Admiral touched his forehead helplessly. "Sir, did you graduate from drama performance?" "No, it should be said that acting in drama is not enough. From your eyes, I can't see any respect for Crocodile. Are you questioning my loyalty to Mr. Crocodile?" Uehara Naraku's face flashed with anger, and his fists gradually clenched tighter and tighter. "In this world, no one respects Mr. Crocodile more than me. Hey. Aokiji looked at Uehara Naraku like this, and felt that he couldn't bear to watch it. Aokiji couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. "That's enough. You are so lawless. Is there really anyone who dares to be your boss?" Everyone present fell into silence. The anger on Uehara Naraku's face gradually dissipated, and he regained his smile. "Haha, it seems that the IQ of the Admiral of the Navy is not as low as I thought. Really, he can see through my perfect performance. It's because your acting is too poor." Aokiji couldn't help but complain, and stretched out his palm to indicate the duel field. "If the two of us met by chance on the sea, and you were on a small pirate ship, maybe I might believe your lies a little bit. He is the Admiral of the headquarters of the Navy. No matter which pirate in the world, they will never take it lightly when they see him, not to mention that this is the first half of the Grand Line. In the first half of the Grand Line, any pirate will be afraid of being hunted by the Admiral, but Uehara Naraku in front of him clearly knows his identity and strength as an Admiral, but he still set up a super luxurious arena here. Enough of your nagging." Aokiji slowly put down his hand, a gloomy look on his face. "Can you tell me your true identity now? Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will survive later." At this moment, Aokiji's aura suddenly changed. A chill emanated from his body, making the people present involuntarily feel that the temperature in the air dropped instantly. Aokiji's aura was so strong that it almost made people breathless. At this moment, he temporarily put aside his laziness and fully displayed the majesty of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Hashiga Kikusame's face couldn't help but change. Nico Robin was so scared that she was a little limp. As expected of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, it's really scary. Uehara Naraku said this, and the smile on his face did not diminish at all. He even continued to suck a mouthful of juice slowly. Uehara Naraku's slightly sarcastic words and actions reminded Aokiji of another colleague of his who had a slightly bad personality. "You are as bad as Borsalino." Aokiji couldn't help but pat his forehead again, and his expression became more serious. "I don't want to waste time with you guys who are ambiguous. Then let's get started." Uehara Naraku grabbed his juice and leaned lazily on the stone chair. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's face suddenly became a little crazy. "Please show me your strength as much as you can. Let me see how strong the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, who is known as the world government's highest combat power, can be. If your strength is not enough, you will never be qualified to stand in front of me again." I will let someone make your body into a work of art. After saying this, Uehara Naraku's expression suddenly changed, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up again, revealing a kind smile. If your power can make me a little happy, I don't mind telling you our true identity. Uehara Naraku sat up again, clasped his palms, and supported himself on the table. The smile on his face seemed extremely mysterious. That is as beautiful as the sunrise, the dawn that can bring hope to the world. Uehara Naraku's words were confusing, but it made Aokiji really feel that he was talking about something extraordinary. Aokiji's expression gradually became more and more serious, and the coldness emanating from his body became lower and lower, and even a layer of frost appeared on the chair. Go, Kisame. Uehara Naraku waved at the tall fishman beside him and said loudly, let our general give you some pointers, and let me see the power you have now. Yes, Lord Uehara. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and showed his full shark teeth. He slowly pulled out the Samehada sword on his back, and the armament haki quickly wrapped around the Samehada. The Samehada sword quickly turned dark. This scene made Aokiji's eyes slightly surprised. On the sea, armament haki is not uncommon. But in the first half of the Grand Line, there are very few pirates who can use armament haki and directly release it on their weapons. Many pirates in the first half of the Grand Line may not have heard of haki. Such a person. Now there is only a reward of 15 million. Even 150 million seems to be a little insufficient. What's even more ironic is that this guy is just one of Uehara Naraku's subordinates, and the bounty on Uehara Naraku is only 8 million. These guys are really well hidden. Please come in. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and invited Kuzan to walk to the duel arena together. The smile on his face gradually became a little ferocious. According to Lord Uehara's wishes, in his duel arena, the only rule is that there are no rules. It seems that I have been underestimated. Aokiji couldn't help scratching his head, and followed Hoshigaki Kisame to the white duel arena. He couldn't help but continue in a low voice. Is it that your strength is too strong? Or do you underestimate the power of others too much? You are really more confident than I imagined. Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but glance at Aokiji. The smile on his face still looked a little fierce and ferocious. I will not underestimate anyone's power. But Lord Uehara is different. No matter how much he underestimates you, it is also a compliment to you. The first update. There are 4 more updates. I got up too late and continue to pay my debts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399. You fought well. I won't refund the ticket. The sea breeze was a bit noisy. Uehara Naraku sipped his juice, looked at the 2 people standing in the duel arena, and said loudly, hey, let me enjoy the fight between you. If I'm not satisfied, I will not only refund the ticket, but also beat you up. Aren't you worried? Nico Robin's eyelids twitched, and her expression was still nervous as she looked at the tall Aokiji in the duel arena. That's the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Crocodile can never be compared with him. What is there to worry about? Uehara Naraku held the straw in his mouth and said with a relaxed face, as long as I'm sure that I'm invincible, it is enough. I don't care how powerful he is. This person is really beyond imagination. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Nico Robin's face. After hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Hoshigaki Kisame still grinned, showing his sharp teeth. If fighting more excitingly is Lord Uehara's order, I really dare not disappoint him. Aokiji did not speak. For him, he did not like what happened today. In addition to the fact that Nicole Robin joined a dangerous organization, another reason was that as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, she had to put on a battle show. No matter what, this organization must not be allowed to survive. Aokiji's eyes slightly tilted, and he glanced at Nicole Robin who was sitting next to Uehara Naraku. It was also very dangerous for Nicole Robin to stay in such an organization. Yes, Aokiji's purpose of coming here was mainly for Nicole Robin. Until now, Aokiji also wanted to destroy this organization and let Nicole Robin leave dangerous people like Uehara Naraku, because only in this way can she continue to escape and survive. The unknown organization that Robin has joined now is different from the small organizations that he has been in before. Aokiji can easily destroy those organizations. The current organization is more dangerous than you can imagine. This organization will definitely set off a storm that destroys the world. In that case, the world government will never tolerate Robin who has joined this organization alive. To put it another way, even if Robin just wants to find a hiding place, such an organization is not suitable because she might be killed at will. This woman is really troublesome. I should not have taken on this trouble in the first place. Just when Aokiji was still thinking about it, the voice of Uehara Naraku reached their ears. Hey, you can start. With Uehara's announcement, the air suddenly became solemn. Aokiji, standing in front of the stone wall with the Navy logo, slowly stretched his palm into the air, and an ice knife spread out from his palm, and a ball of black domineering slowly wrapped around the ice knife. Standing in front of the stone wall with the Akatsuki organization's logo, Hashiga Kikisame didn't care about what he saw at all, and rushed up waving Samehada in his hand. The next moment, the two suddenly collided with each other. A shock wave emanated from the confrontation between the two. The two people each held a weapon wrapped in armed color domineering, and fought in a group, each waving the long sword in his hand, to try to attack the opponent's weakness. It has to be said that Aokiji's height is indeed very advantageous. Especially this guy is also an out and out monster. Even without relying on the ability of the fruit, he can fight back and forth with Hashiga Kikisame. The two people became more and more frightened as they fought. The next moment, the ice blade in Aokiji's hand was suddenly chopped into pieces by a knife. I don't know when the armed color domineering wrapped around his ice blade gradually dissipated. Hashiga Kikisame's Samehada sword slashed Aokiji's body, but he narrowly avoided it. Just when Aokiji thought he had dodged the attack, the Samehada sword suddenly came to life, and sharp spikes spread out and pierced his shoulder. This was Samehada with Armament Haki. Armament Haki can directly ignore the elemental attacks on the body of the nature fruit ability user. Even Aokiji could only hastily cover his shoulders with a layer of Armament Haki to resist the sharp spikes of Samehada. What surprised Aokiji was that the Armament Haki that he had just covered on his shoulders gradually disappeared after Samehada touched it. No, or rather, it was sucked away. This is. Aokiji's face changed. The Admiral flew back a few steps and exited Samehada's attack range. He frowned. A sword can actually absorb Armament Haki. Is it a weapon that has eaten the devil fruit? It seems that he is a guy who should not be underestimated. Guessed right. Hashiga Kikisame waved the Samehada sword and pointed it at Aokiji. He chuckled and said, Samehada can indeed absorb your Haki. Although it is not as delicious as chakra, it can still fill its stomach, right? A hint of confidence flashed across Hashiga Kikisame's face. He continued with a smile. After all, I can follow Lord Uehara. Even if you are the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, you should not underestimate a small character like me. Well, that makes sense. Aokiji nodded slowly. He calmly spread out his palms and said softly, I should indeed apologize to you for this. I really shouldn't judge a person by his appearance. Ice ball. The next moment, icicles suddenly shot out from Aokiji's palm. These icicles instantly rushed towards Hashiga Kikisame, and the air they passed through was filled with cold air. When these icicles hit the enemy, they would instantly freeze the enemy into ice balls. Water style, water array wall. Hashiga Kikisame quickly closed his palms to form a seal, and opened his mouth to spurt out a stream of water that turned into a water wall, blocking the incoming icicles. The next moment, the water array wall was directly frozen. It seems to be a ninja from Wano country. Aokiji looked at Hashiga Kikisame's actions just now, and couldn't help frowning again. It's more troublesome than I thought. No, it should be you who is troublesome to me. Hashiga Kikisame held Samehada again, split the ice wall transformed by the water array wall into pieces, and rushed towards Aokiji. Hashiga Kikisame rushed forward waving Samehada in his hand, with a ferocious smile on his face. I really miss Mr. Itachi. If he were still here, maybe I wouldn't have to face such a troublesome opponent like you now. Mr. Itachi. Aokiji heard a very strange name, a bit like their kind, that Mr. Itachi should be the code name of a character in their organization. But soon Aokiji didn't have time to think about it. Because Ashigaki Kisame's speed is faster than expected, and the strange ninja sword in his hand that can absorb domineering is also very difficult to deal with if it were an ordinary person. No, or in other words, if there is no special fruit ability, those vice admirals who only like swordsmanship and physical skills will almost be perfectly restrained when facing Kisame. Even if there is a fruit ability, it is useless. The information of the vice admirals of the navy is almost half public. This man named Ashigaki Kisame, his own domineering is very abundant, plus he can absorb the domineering of others. It's simply unimaginable. No, in addition to absorbing haki, it seems that it can also absorb physical energy, because Aokiji just felt that his physical energy consumption seemed to be slightly faster. Among all the vice admirals of the navy headquarters, the only one who can suppress Ashigaki Kisame by relying on haki and taijutsu is probably Vice Admiral Garb, who is known as the strongest armed color, right? Kisame Ashigaki, you are indeed very surprising. Aokiji's palm was covered with cold air. He stared at Kisame Ashigaki rushing towards him, constantly dodging Kisame's attacks, and continued in a muffled voice. In the first half of the entire Grand Line, there has not been a pirate as powerful as you for a long time. The next moment, Aokiji's face suddenly became a little cold. He stared at Kisame Ashigaki, who was waving Samehada and slashing at him, and continued in a cold voice, but you guys should not underestimate the power of the admiral, right? Aokiji suddenly squatted on the ground, dodged Kisame Ashigaki's attack, and stretched out his hand to drop his palm on the entire duel field. Ice Age. The next moment, Aokiji's body suddenly turned into ice, and the ice surface instantly began to appear from his hands, and quickly spread to the entire duel field. A chill also emanated from his body. The entire duel field turned into an icy and snowy environment in just a few seconds, which was simply unimaginable. Anywhere in the entire area was within Aokiji's attack range. This guy directly changed the terrain and environment by relying solely on his freezing ability, turning this duel field into his home field. Faced with this situation, Ashigaki Kisame felt a little powerless. Ashigaki Kisame felt the cold air coming at him, and frost formed on his body. He could only cover himself with the armament color. The ability of the ice fruit was too restraining for him. Because Ashigaki Kisame could not use his best water escape ninjutsu at all, any water escape ninjutsu would be frozen by ice. Moreover, this duel field had completely become a world of ice and snow. If Kisame fought in this area, he would need to maintain his armament color to avoid being frozen by ice. Now, it was a disadvantageous situation. Just as Ashigaki Kisame closed his palms and was about to try to form a large Samadan technique to continue attacking, a voice stopped his action. Stop it, Kisame, you've already lost. After stopping Kisame, Naraku calmly clapped his palms. He looked at Kuzan, chuckled and continued, you are worthy of being the admiral of the navy headquarters. You can easily change the environment of the entire island. After saying this, Naraku stretched out his palm and dropped it on the ground, but Miss Robin is wearing very little clothes. I don't want my subordinates to get sick. Aokiji looked at him in surprise. The next moment, a stream of steam instantly emerged from Naraku's palm, and the entire island was quickly covered by the steam in just a few seconds. The duel field, which had just turned into a world of ice and snow, began to evaporate rapidly under the action of this high temperature steam, and gradually revealed its original appearance again. 10 seconds ago, Aokiji showed his powerful strength, which made Nico Robin and Ashigaki Kisame a little frightened. However, just over 10 seconds later, the power that Aokiji had just revealed was easily resolved by Naraku, which shocked Aokiji. This is not something that ordinary people can do. What kind of fruit ability does this guy have? It seems a bit like the temperature fruit. The duel field was filled with mist. Naraku waved his palm, and a gust of wind swept in, blowing away all the floating mist in the duel field, revealing the figures of everyone present. It's not the temperature fruit. It's a more terrifying ability. Aokiji stared at Naraku, who was still smiling harmlessly, and a shadow slowly appeared on the face of the admiral of the navy headquarters. This person must be stronger than he thought. What a troublesome guy. How could Robin find such a person? Second update, let's go eat first. Chapter 400 Return to the most original state of combat. Facing such a strong enemy as the Admiral of the Navy, Uehara Naraku still looked relaxed. Uehara Naraku even looked at Kuzan with interest and took the initiative to ask the Admiral of the Navy headquarters if he needed help with treatment or something. Mr. Kuzan, do you need me to help you recover your physical strength? To some extent, I can actually be considered a good doctor. This sentence is not wrong. Because of the existence of the star infusion, Uehara Naraku is enough to become the strongest ship doctor in the world. In addition to life energy, he can also help restore the armament haki. Star infusion. Consume 10% of your current life energy and armament haki, and replenish a certain amount of life energy and armament haki for the target, with no cooldown time. Well, there is no need for that. Aokiji scratched his hair, and rejected Uehara Naraku's proposal. As a Navy Admiral, Aokiji's physical functions far exceed those of ordinary people. The time he fought with the Shigekiko-sama just now was not long. Except for the fact that the ice age that transformed the entire island out of thin air consumed some physical strength, there was nothing wrong with it. Okay. Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Uehara Naraku clenched his fists and rushed towards Kuzan almost like flying. Then let's start the battle now. Aokiji's palm suddenly released a cold air shockwave. This ball of cold air penetrated the air almost in the blink of an eye and fell on Uehara Naraku's body, but it did not cause any hindrance to Uehara Naraku at all. Uehara Naraku also has the ability to freeze in his body. As the same ability, Aokiji's freezing fruit ability will not have any effect on him at all. Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth, suddenly spread his palms, chuckled and said, "You must like this move very much." The next moment, a ball of magma burst out of Uehara Naraku's palm. This scene made Aokiji's face change again, and there was a hint of gloom in his eyes, because it happened that the power used by Uehara Naraku was what he hated the most. You can still use the ability of that guy Sakazuki. This is the ability of your colleague Admiral Akainu. Don't you like it? Uehara Naraku waved his hand and threw the magma towards Aokiji. The magma gurgled with thick smoke and instantly dispersed in the air, falling like raindrops. A cold air burst out from Aokiji's body. He waved his hand to quickly cool down the dripping magma rain, and it all froze. Just as Aokiji easily resolved this move, his face suddenly became solemn again, because he saw Uehara Naraku's body turned into a golden light. This is the ability of Admiral Kizaru's shining fruit. How should that sentence be said? Uehara Naraku's body was shrouded in golden light. The next moment, his figure turned into a ball of light and suddenly appeared next to Aokiji, raising his foot and kicking Aokiji's chest. Have you been kicked at the speed of light? Is that right? Aokiji just silently raised his arm to block the attack. At this moment, Aokiji was in an extremely bad mood. As one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Aokiji knew very well how tricky Kizaru's ability was. I really didn't expect Uehara Naraku could actually use the ability of the flash fruit. Couldn't this guy be able to use the abilities of all natural fruits? Uehara Naraku's mouth curled up, and his figure suddenly turned into a ball of flash and dissipated, and these flashes floated in the air and gathered again. Actually, I like Admiral Kizaru's ability. Uehara Naraku's figure reappeared, and he pinched a golden light between his 2 fingers and suddenly threw it towards Aokiji's position. Countless dazzling light bullets fell from the sky. The power of each light bullet must not be underestimated. Each light bullet that landed can quickly cause a violent explosion. Aokiji's body turned into ice, and an ice shield was erected in front of him, muttering to himself in a low voice, "This is really a big trouble. Can even Borsalinosia Sakani no Magatama be used? The problem is a bit big. Why would someone with this ability still stay in the first half of the Grand Line? Shouldn't a pirate who has obtained such a powerful ability to use many natural fruit abilities go to the new world? Why is he still in a place like this?" Uehara Naraku. Aokiji raised his head and looked at Uehara Naraku in the air and asked directly, "What is the meaning of you staying in the first half of the Grand Line?" "Of course it's for Mr. Crocodile." Uehara Naraku in the air showed a solemn expression on his face. He looked at Aokiji seriously and said, "Let Mr. Crocodile become the Pirate King, but it's my belief." Aokiji looked at Uehara Naraku and scratched his hair. "Hey, if you want to kill Crocodile, it should be easy, right? It has come to this. He has already exposed it. Don't act at this time. Haha, then you are wrong. Uehara Naraku raised a finger and shook his head, then continued with a smile. If one day you really see the real hidden power of Mr. Crocodile, then I believe you will be shocked by him. It was as if Crocodile was really terrible. Aokiji didn't hear the truth, and reluctantly stretched out his palm, and pointed at Uehara Naraku in the air. It seems that I can only find a way to get the secrets from you, Admiral of the Navy headquarters. It's not as simple as you guys think. The next moment, a surging shockwave suddenly appeared. This is the release of armed color domineering. As the highest combat power of the world government and the top 3 people in the Justice Navy, they have powerful natural fruits and extremely powerful domineering. Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly turned into Samsara eyes. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm and directly absorbed the armed color domineering release by Aokiji into his body. Uehara Naraku hooked the corners of his mouth, smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Kuzan, it is useless to release haki to me. This guy can actually absorb haki? Kuzan stared at Uehara Naraku. At this moment, he finally realized what kind of enemy he had encountered. The pupils of this Admiral of the Navy headquarters suddenly shrank. No, or rather, Uehara Naraku's speed and method of absorbing haki are more terrifying than Kisame. Because in Aokiji's observation haki perception, Uehara Naraku just stretched out his palm and absorbed the huge armament haki shockwave he released. Where did this guy come from? Not only can he use many natural devil fruit abilities, but he also has the ability to absorb haki specifically. If armament haki is ineffective against Uehara, then there is basically no way to restrain Uehara's various elemental abilities, not to mention that Aokiji's ice fruit ability is also ineffective against Uehara Naraku. How can he fight? Do we really have to learn from Sasuke and stubbornly fight to the end with our lives, no matter what enemies we encounter? When they first met, Aokiji already knew that Uehara Naraku was not easy to deal with, but he didn't expect that this guy seemed to be even more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Really, unimaginably strong. At this moment, Aokiji finally understood why a strong man like Hoshigaki Kisame would also submit to this man named Uehara Naraku. This guy is simply perfect to restrain anyone on the Grand Line. Even Aokiji couldn't think of anyone who could defeat Uehara Naraku at this moment. Just these abilities make him almost have no weaknesses. On the Grand Line, it is not terrible for an enemy to be strong, because no matter how powerful he is, he will have his weaknesses. So does Uehara Naraku have weaknesses? Aokiji's eyes became slightly serious. Uehara Naraku looked at Aokiji with interest and said softly, besides armament haki and ice fruit ability, what else do you have? The 6 styles of the Navy or something? Won't you show it to me? Aokiji, who was originally calm, couldn't help but tremble his eyes after hearing what Uehara Naraku said. How could the 6 styles of the Navy be useful against such an enemy? But there seems to be no better way now, right? Then he can only rely on pure physical skills and quietly use armament haki to severely damage Uehara Naraku in battle. Aokiji's lazy brain finally started to work and roughly estimated his winning rate. It would be good to have a 10% chance. Just as Aokiji's brain started to work, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared in the air and floated in front of Aokiji. Uehara Naraku tilted his head, squinted his eyes and smiled. Have I really overestimated you, generals? We have only fought for a few minutes, and you are going to make me lose interest in fighting you? Uehara Naraku's smile suddenly became gloomy. Mr. Kuzan, I prepared a luxurious duel field for this battle. Aokiji shook his head slowly. Although Aokiji was in a very heavy mood, his face gradually regained its calmness, because life must go on. Aokiji's eyes moved slightly, and he saw the sea outside the dual island. No matter what kind of devil fruit ability user Uehara Naraku is, as long as he is an ability user, he is destined to be rejected by the sea. But it is not easy to do this. Because Aokiji himself is not afraid of the sea, he can freeze the sea surface with his freezing ability at any time. Not to mention that Uehara Naraku has so many powerful natural abilities. But, finally, a way to crack the weakness was found. Shave. Aokiji's figure instantly disappeared in front of Uehara Naraku. The secret of physical skills is to use the recoil force to achieve high-speed movement by stomping on the ground dozens of times in a row within 0.36 seconds. The Navy 6 styles is one of the top physical skills in this world. However, these physical skills have been sealed in the memories of these admirals, because the enemies they face are dealt with by the power of devil fruits. Now, they can only fight with the 6 styles, and armed color domineering, and the rich experience of a Navy admiral over the years. Even Aokiji never thought that one day he would be forced to give up his proud dice fruit ability and the armed color domineering he has practiced for many years, and instead return to the most primitive state of combat. Well, I haven't used it for many years. Aokiji's body left a residual image and appeared behind Uehara Naraku as if teleporting, and his fingers suddenly fell on Uehara Naraku. And end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.